You're watching Sky News, I'm Sophie Ridge and welcome to our coverage of the 2025 Spring Statement. More than just an event, can Rachel Reeves make the numbers add up as she presents her assessment of the economy? It might be a tall order. The Chancellor says there will be no tax rises and no return to austerity as she tries to stick to her self-imposed fiscal rules. She's already facing a backlash on the Labour benches over welfare cuts, says more to come, and billions to be slashed from the Whitehall budget. There's likely to be little comfort from the Office for Budget Responsibility, which is expected to downgrade Rachel Reeves' growth expectations. Well, the Chancellor will set off from number 11 for Parliament in the next half hour. We'll bring you her live Spring Statement in full with analysis to follow. Hello, good morning. Well, having delivered the biggest budget of modern times last October, Rachel Reeves was only expecting to provide a holding statement on the country's finances to Parliament this lunchtime. But the intervening months haven't been kind to the Chancellor, with a shrinking economy, rising borrowing costs and continued fears of a recession. The world has changed, seems to be her mantra. Now, there has been a slight fall in inflation this morning, but that will still be little comfort from the Independent Office for Budget Responsibility, which is effectively marking Rachel Reeves' homework. Its conclusion could do better. Well, it's expected to halve its growth predictions and say that the £10 billion so-called headroom that she built into her plans last autumn has all but evaporated. But despite all the gloomy headlines in recent weeks, the Chancellor remains confident that she can get the economy back on track.
I'm still not satisfied with the level of growth that our economy is achieving. I know that we need to go further and faster in delivering economic growth and seeing public services improve. But there are no shortcuts here. It's the hard yards. I will never play fast and loose with the public finances, and I will always explain where the money is going to come from. I'm really clear that a strong economy depends on strong defences. The world has changed. We can see that all around us, in Europe and beyond. We have to uplift what we spend on defence, and we have funded that by reducing the international aid budget. We do need to get a grip. We need to spend more on national defence, but we need to reform our public services and we need to reform our broken welfare system. The current system is not working for anyone. It is not working for people who need support. It's not working to get people into work so that more people can fulfil their potential, and it's not working for the taxpayer. I'm confident that we can reduce civil service numbers by 10,000. It's not right that we just keep those numbers there forever. In the end, I've got to do the things that I think are right for our country.
We'll be hearing an awful lot more from Rachel Reeves. We'll also be hearing a lot more from our political editor, Beth Rigby, and our economics and data editor, Ed Conway, who are both here with us. So, Beth, it wasn't supposed to be a big deal, but it's ended up being a much bigger deal than it was supposed to be, right? Just talk us through what...
Yeah, look, this is meant to be a straightforward moment in which there are economic updates from the Office of Budget Responsibility. It's a marker, if you like, between what should be the two massive fiscal events of 2024 and then 2025, which is the autumn budget. But this is not straightforward. It's morphing into something much more. And that's because, quite simply, the walls are closing in on the Chancellor, and they're closing in, and Ed will explain this much better than I, so I won't try and steal his thunder, but they're closing in because growth is stagnating. The OBR, the Office of Budget Responsibility, the fiscal forecaster independent, is going to halve growth forecasts. Her debt repayments are going up, and that means that she has a problem in the public finances. She's got what is called a black hole, and that means that to fill that, and I won't go into the details of that because that's what Ed does, but to fill that, she has to find the money from somewhere. And so what are her options? She can tax more. Well, she ruled that out on our electoral dysfunction podcast. She's said in the October budget, this is a big spend and tax budget. She taxed 40 billion of tax rises. She said, I'm not going to come back for more, so she doesn't want to do that. She could change her fiscal rules and allow for more borrowing. She says she's not going to do that. So the only option she has is to find savings, and that means cuts. So that's what we're going to see today. billions in welfare, billions off the spending forecast towards the end of the Parliament, and a really, really uncomfortable day for her. She's boxed herself in. What I would say finally is that even if she manages to wriggle out of this dilemma she's got now, it's kind of kicking the can down the road. These problems are likely to come back in October when she could have a very, very difficult budget.
You say it's an uncomfortable day for Rachel Reeves. It's going to be an uncomfortable day for a lot of Labour MPs as well, isn't it?
Well,
because, this is not why people went into Parliament to become Labour MPs, right? To take money out of welfare and to take money out of spending.
And what I just did there was the framing of what's the Chancellor and government's dilemma. There's everyday economics in this, and it's not just MPs, it's millions of people out there looking to see what she's going to do, because not only will we get the forecast today, we will get a publication of the impact assessments on welfare cuts. So hundreds of thousands, potentially more than 1 million people could be affected by that, and they will get a sense of whether or not they will begin to lose benefits or not. And we're also going to get a sense of what these forecasts, what the downgrades mean in terms of real disposable household income. Basically, are you feeling better off or not? Keir Starmer said in December that one of his key pledges of this government was to put more money into the pockets of working people, direct quote from him. And we're also going to see some downgrades, we think, on household income and disposable income, real household disposable income. So it's really uncomfortable, not just in terms of the politics of it for the Chancellor, but actually for people around the country.
So Beth just kind of set out the framing. And I guess my question is, as Beth said, the situations have changed. Things have got worse, if you like, since the budget in autumn. Is that because of what Rachel Reeves has done and what this government has done, or is that because of global factors?
Well, we'll get the full kind of breakdown, and I think, the Office of Budget Responsibility, every kind of budget or spring statement or whatever it is, every time we have one of these days, it's about the numbers. There's loads of numbers here.
Good day for you then.
Today, yeah, I'm kind of excited about it. But today more than ever, just because basically, whereas normally we get a big budget document and then we get the Office of Budget Responsibilities analysis, this time it's all about the OBR's analysis and then a bit of response from the government about what they're going to do around that. And Beth laid out the main issue here, which is that the Chancellor set herself these fiscal rules. She had quite a small amount of leeway against them. And there were questions that we asked at the time about, are you sure you want to leave just £9.9 billion of leeway against these rules? Because things can change. And indeed, things did change. And back to your question, to what extent is that down to her? To what extent is it down to other economic factors? Because I think that's the other thing, that you may not even get that much from her on this today. There is this massive looming shadow of what's going on in the global economy right now. A trade war, what's happening over in the US with tariffs, what's happening over here in the continent of Europe about rearming, essentially. These are massive kind of existential issues that are to some extent influencing what's going on with the economy. So definitely some of the facts that the economy is weaker now than she thought it was going to be only 6 months ago, some of that is global. But some of it is domestic as well. I mean, the simple fact is, in the run-up to the budget that we had last October, we all remember it. There was lots of talk about the black hole. There was lots of talk from the government about how this was going to be a tough time. And we saw that then influenced people's confidence. And where the confidence is down, they're not spending as much, whether it's businesses, whether it's individuals. And we had weaker economic growth last year. So part of the reason why there is this downgrade in the state of the public finances is because the economy is weaker, and part of the reason it's weaker is partly confidence. So it's partly her, and it's partly the rest of the world.
And it's partly the cost of debt as well. That's right, isn't it? So which has a huge impact when you have as much debt as we do.
Exactly, and again, that's I would say it's partly the government, but maybe that's even more the global situation.
Yeah.
Basically, across the world, interest rates are higher now than they were before. And why is that happening? It's happening in part because people, right now, investors are looking at what's happening with Donald Trump. They're looking at what's happening with Europe. They are obviously presuming that Europe's going to have to spend a lot more money, going to have to borrow a lot more money to provide for its defence in future. And as a result of that, you've got higher interest rates, as well as the fact that in America, Donald Trump seems intent on borrowing a lot more money. So put it all together, along with the fact that Rachel Reeves herself wanted to borrow more money. Let's not forget that. When it came to the budget, that was a big borrowing budget. She changed her fiscal rules in order to borrow more. And this, back to where we started, the embarrassing thing for her is she just set these fiscal rules. And as Beth was saying, there's nothing gospel about them. You can chuck them out if you want to, but obviously no one wants to do that, because we also saw what happened to the last person who did that, which was Liz Truss.
And we remember what Labour said about that at the time, right?
And we remember that. So she doesn't want to do that, but she did set the rules. She set the rules, she gave herself this leeway, and now, only 6 months later, she's basically being told that she's missed them. She's missed them, or would have missed them were it not for all of the things we're going to hear about today.
We're talking about Rachel Reeves so much, and I'm just interested because you've obviously had a very in-depth interview with her recently on your podcast, Beth. How do you think she's wearing all of this?
I think she's actually really resilient, and perhaps more resilient than I realised. And really, when I interviewed her, because we talked about economics and the predicament she's in, but she also talked a bit about becoming the first female chancellor, some of the headwinds she's faced in the media, the headwinds she's faced in the economy, and she's very resilient. The other thing I would say is at the moment, despite the difficult predicament she's in, I think there is a Operation Protect Rachel a bit within government, because she obviously has got a really difficult statement here, but the fact that the welfare cuts were announced the week before this statement by Liz Kendall, by the Work and Pension Secretary, they've actually unravelled a bit overnight, because it's turned out that the government thought they could have £5 billion of net savings, and the Office of Budget Responsibility have said, no, we think it's £3.4 billion of net savings, so that's a bit messy. And actually it means that Rachel Reeves is going to have to announce some more welfare savings today that she wouldn't have wanted to announce. But the bigger point of that is that what they're trying to do is keep her away from negative announcements on cuts, as Ed was saying. She doesn't need to be the face of it. They want her to be the face of it. It's awkward for her to stand up and say, to meet my fiscal rules, I'm making billions of cuts. So they've allowed other people to take that hit in order to try to protect her. I think the danger is that for Labour MPs already uncomfortable about this, if the outlook does worsen, you remember we've got the national insurance cuts coming in April. She's got space now, but will that space get smaller and smaller and the pressure build on her going into the autumn?
Can I ask about the mood on the backbenchers? Because I interviewed Jeremy Corbyn yesterday, who said it's a disgrace that he never thought he would see the day where a Labour Chancellor was taking money from disabled people. Now, some people might be thinking, that's Jeremy Corbyn. Team Starmer are probably pleased if Jeremy Corbyn's criticising them. They think it's a good thing. But is that a reflection of a wider feeling on the Labour benches or not? What do you think?
Well, I mean, Jeremy Corbyn's obviously an independent MP now, so he's not on the Labour benches. But, of course, within the left of the party, of those MPs that are still on the left of the party, of course he's voicing what they are feeling. And you have seen others such as Clive Lewis and John McDonnell, his former Shadow Chancellor, come out and say these things very vocally. I guess the thing that has surprised me a little bit, actually, is that opposition hasn't been louder and broader from across more of the benches. And when I did a call around of some of the newer MPs and said, what's the mood? Are you feeling nervous and anxious? I think there is a lot of private nervousness and anxiety. But again, there's a feeling of trying to give the Chancellor some space. And just to go back to what Ed was saying about how Reeves borrowed more in October, if we go back and remember that moment when we were all here in that budget, it was enormous. It was £70 billion of tax and spend. It was the biggest budget I can remember covering, the biggest budget in a generation. And she front-loaded a load of spending into this year and next. And I think what MPs are hoping is that while there is this pain to come, that if they can deliver on NHS waiting lists, which I imagine we're going to hear more and more about as the waiting lists come down, that people will actually feel like the Labour government is delivering what they wanted on public services. So I think she has got a bit of space at the moment. But the question is, and they hate using this word austerity because they say we've done massive investment into public services. But, by the end of the Parliament, if the economy is still anaemic and not growing, there will be real term spending cuts. Some unprotected departments in June, when we get the spending review, we're not going to get the details today of the headline spending cuts, but some departments could face real term spending cuts in education, in the police, Home Office, the courts, in justice, and then it is really uncomfortable because that's not what MPs came into politics for, and certainly not what they want to see from a Labour government.
Yeah, Beth, thank you very much indeed. We'll have much more from both of you throughout the day. We are, of course, keeping a very close eye on what is going on Downing Street. That is the door to number 11, the door through which we're expecting Rachel Reeves to be coming in the next 5 minutes or so. But while there will, of course, be an awful lot of focus on events here in Westminster today, what Rachel Reeves says in her spring statement will have an impact on absolutely everybody in the country. Our business and economics correspondent Paul Kelso is in the Chancellor's constituency of Leeds West and Pudsey. Paul, what are people expecting there today?
We're in Pudsey. This is the constituency that sent Rachel Reeves to Parliament with a majority of 12,000 so far. And we've come to Pudsey Community Project. It's been going for about 5 years. It serves around 20,000 homes across a couple of wards here in this suburb to the west of Leeds. Today there's a food bank, a food pantry where people can contribute to. There's a clothes resource for people to come in. We're watching people coming in, donating clothes, picking up kids' clothes as they grow. There's a lunch club about to start. It's a good place to come and talk to people about the real-world impact of the macroeconomics you've just been discussing. Richard Dimmery is joining me. He's the director of this project. Richard, just give us a quick up-sum of what you do here.
So we're here both for the things that are strong, celebrating the good things about the local community and the people of this place, but also looking for what's wrong, trying to fix what's broken, look after those who are most vulnerable and disadvantaged particularly. That's what our bias is for.
So you're surrounded by clothes and food that you're providing to people in various ways. Just give us a sense, we've had a government since last summer. Just give us a sense of the real world impact of what appears we're going to be talking about today in Westminster, which is an economy that's slowing down and spending cuts. How are those impacting people on the ground here?
I think over the last few years, I've not known anybody that I've come into contact with in any walk of life who hasn't been affected by the cost of living crisis. But we particularly serve those who are struggling most. So when it comes to our food bank, we're helping those who are in crisis. The pantry scheme is helping people stay out. But we're seeing people who are not just necessarily in crisis that they may have been in 10, 15 years ago, but we're seeing people who have a long-term low-income scheme problem where they're struggling to find work. So we're helping people who feel squeezed year on year. So that slow erosion of facilities and resources, and how we can help is to provide low-level mental health support, a sense of community, to help people save £1,000 with a pantry.
You say long-term low income and the support need for that. Is that the sense you get that we have? This is an embedded issue that's affecting people struggling, even in work, to cover their costs, and that hasn't changed.
Yeah, I'd say that the situations that people are in, they're not because of the last few months, they're because of the last few years. They just haven't necessarily gotten any better. So we're seeing people who aren't just in crisis, but who might have been okay 10 years ago or 5 years ago, but are just struggling to keep their heads above water.
Just explain the pantry scheme you've got here. People are familiar with food banks where essentially a charitable donation is made. Just tell us how the pantry you think helps people not get stuck on charitable hands.
So the food bank is a really good emergency food aid. We do that 6 days a week. We've got provision to help people in crisis. But the pantry, we have 170 households who access, 110 households come every week, and they contribute a small amount. They get savings of up to £1,000 a year on their food bills, and that makes the difference between going under and swimming, and also the opportunity to have signposting support to check they're getting all the benefits they're entitled to and other support.
The idea that you're helping people up, not just handing out. Richard, thank you very much for that. So it's a really interesting view from the ground here about the embedded low incomes and how the cost of living squeeze, while the worst of that inflation spike may have passed on. These are issues that are pretty well embedded here. We know the local authority spending is being squeezed. I've been talking to businesses here as well, employers who say their issue is they spend their entire time mitigating pressures on the business. We know that's going to get worse from next week with more employee taxing. While they're mitigating problems, they're not thinking about innovating and growing. That stops them employing more people, starting to alleviate some of the problems perhaps that are in some way addressed at community projects like this. We'll have more from Pudsey, the Chancellor's constituency, on the real-world impact of the macroeconomics she discusses in Westminster today throughout the day.
Really interesting stuff. Thank you very much, Paul Cowsay. There in Rachel Reeves's constituency. Well, here, me and Ed and the team are poised to report, of course, on the Spring Statement. The Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, has just left number 10 Downing Street. He, of course, is making that short journey to Parliament where he's going to be giving Prime Minister's questions.
Prime Minister? Why are you targeting the disabled, Prime Minister?
No, perhaps surprised didn't answer those shouted questions, but always worth a go. But of course, this is the one day when he's not the main personality today. It is the Chancellor's day. She will be leaving number 11 Downing Street shortly to travel over to Parliament, where she's going to be delivering her Spring Statement. The Spring Statement that was supposed to be just an economic update, but of course has turned into something much bigger than that. Well, we're joined by Ed Conway, our economics editor. And Ed, this is, one of your kind of big days. You're crunching all the numbers. You've got your charts. What have you got for us?
Can I give you just a little quick sneak preview? And maybe we can I don't even need to kind of jump up to show you this time around, but there will be more of that to come. Actually, because we got a bit of data this morning, and so it's something the Chancellor would have been a little bit relieved, I imagine, to seeing. Because this is inflation. That's the rate of inflation, and it's the consumer price index. You can see the cost of living crisis there, that big bump. Well, we just got the latest data, and you can barely see it, but nonetheless, it's a bit of a fall. So 2.8% in February, and actually that's lower than had been expected. OK, so the day starts with a little bit of good news for Rachel Reeves, which you might relish given there may be some worse news to come. But then we're going to be looking over the course of the day at the various different kind of metrics that the Chancellor we'll be focusing on. Stuff like this, gross domestic product, that's what the forecast was last time around. We already know that it's come in weaker than expected in year one. How the next year is going to be, that number's going to be updated. The borrowing numbers might well be higher, so we have those numbers when they come through. But also critically, we don't always show you kind of this chart, but the current budget, the state of the current budget, which is basically just how much are you spending on a day-to-day basis, minus all of the borrowing, or at least how much are you borrowing, or are you bringing in money in net terms? That's the one she's focusing. And if you look on the far right-hand side, you can see minus 9.9. That's actually a surplus of £9.9 billion. When people talk about headroom, that's the headroom. That's the headroom over there. And so we'll be really kind of very quickly looking to see how much headroom does she have, but also critically, what is she doing to get to that headroom? Because that's where the kind of compromises come in. That's where the question marks come in about, or you just heard Keir Starmer being shouted at about benefits. So that's where that comes back to.
Ed, thank you very much. We're going to have lots more from Ed, lots more charts. Ed will be standing up next time, he promises us. But we are now going to bring in our guest, Gemma Tetlow, the Chief Economist at the Institute for Government, and also the Deputy Editor of the House magazine, that is Sienna Rogers. And of course, we've got Beth Rigby here with us, as always, as well. Great to have you both here. So talk us through today. What is it do you think that we're expecting to see?
So as Ed outlined, I think the backdrop to today is it seems very likely that the economic outlook has deteriorated, and that's bad news for public finances. Interest rates are higher, growth is a bit lower than was expected, and that all tends to push up borrowing. As a result, if certainly the media reports in recent days are to be believed, that's going to have wiped out the £10 billion of headroom that Rachel Reeves had in October and perhaps push her into a deficit. And so the real key question here is, does she respond to that? This was not a particularly large forecasting change if it really is that sort of £15 billion difference. That's a pretty average size of revision over a 6-month period. When we're talking about the difference between £1 trillion of revenues and £1 trillion of spending, it's very easy to get that kind of movement. So has she kind of tried to fill that gap, and what has she done to do that? We know that there are going to be some changes to disability benefits. I think one real sort of question about how we interpret this and whether this looks like a good process is, have they sort of rushed through making decisions in some of those areas in order to have something to firmly announce today?
I'm kind of The thing that I've sort of been grappling with a bit this morning is whether a lot of this is self-inflicted. She boxed herself in, or the government boxed themselves in during the election campaign by ruling out tax rises in the big areas, for example. They then set these fiscal rules with not much headroom. Is this a situation of Rachel Reeves' own making?
I mean, I think the Conservatives probably have good reason today to be sort of rubbing their hands with glee, because they managed very successfully. They did dreadfully in the general election last year, but they did manage to box Labour in to those kind of promises that now it's just getting more and more difficult. And I think, in terms of the politics of all this, the context is in October, actually, Labour MPs, businesses and other kind of people were disappointed, obviously. But Labour MPs were actually quite surprised, pleasantly surprised by the budget, and kind of going, actually, this is more traditionally Labour than we were expecting. It's basically tax and spend. We're getting lots of things that we can kind of shout about to our constituents. And now it's sort of coming to bite. And I think we are going to see, slowly, we know the kind of Labour left MPs, like Corbyn-aligned MPs, are always going to be annoyed by these kind of things. But bit by bit, we are seeing chipping away the kind of consensus that you would see out in the open in terms of that parliamentary party. Keir Starmer's MPs, who in this cohort outwardly still quite loyal, but actually there are a lot of people there who have niches, real experts who've come in from all sorts of different parts, economists, real wonky types from think tanks and all sorts. And they're kind of going, I'm not sure about all of this. Maybe we need to be thinking a bit more creatively.
The other thing that's changed as well is that big bump to defence spending that many people would say is completely inevitable due to the changing situation in the world. But of course, it has an impact on how much the government can spend in other areas. How much do you think that's changed things?
So I think so far what they've committed to is an increase, but it's not a huge increase over the next 3 years of the spending review, which they'll set out in June. And they've said that they'll cover that all through reducing aid spending. But I think you're right, that does leave a bigger, longer term.
I'm just going to jump in because we can now see Rachel Reeves leaving number 11. Quick smile, but there's no big pose picture. Remember, of course, this is not a budget. It's different to the autumn. It was supposed to be an economic update, but all cameras trained on the Chancellor because what she steps up and announces is a big moment. It's a big moment for people in the country who could feel what she's saying in their pockets, but it's a big moment for her as well. It's a chance of a reset. She's in a difficult corner, partly because of global factors, partly because of factors of her own making. And I think really now all eyes will be on whether she can fight her way out of it. And when she does, what are the choices she makes? Because really that is going to define not only the Chancellor, but also Keir Starmer and the government as well. Beth, your reflections?
Well, it's interesting that she actually took quite a walk down Downing Street there. She didn't get straight into the car.
They usually pose. I think they usually pose, even though it's not the red box.
Yeah, she didn't have the red box and she didn't pose, but there was quite a kind of determined stride down the street.
Yeah, I thought she might have stopped as well, actually, just to have a quick look at the cameras. But
even when it's just the red, not the red box, but your spring statement or your autumn statement, they do usually pause. So there's something in that, I think.
I think also picking up on what you were saying, Gemma, about the Office of Budget Responsibility and the fact that these small adjustments to forecasts are kind of throwing the Chancellor this way and that, when actually the forecasts might turn out to be wrong. And I think there is a sense within government of a bit of frustration, actually, that how they costed, for example, the welfare savings are now being contested by the Office of Budget Responsibility, which leaves the Chancellor a bit more to find. But given that she has set her stall on the economic independence of the Office of Budget Responsibility and her fiscal rules, she's sort of hamstrung by that a bit now, isn't she?
I think that's right. Well, I think this is mainly a problem of her own making by having left so little headroom in the budget, having rushed to make some decisions on welfare, so not having had the time to work through those changes with the OBR and understand how they would have scored them ahead of this. And so I think and putting such kind of store by, we will definitely, under all circumstances, meet these rules every single time. So I think I wouldn't want to use this to kind of undermine the credibility of the OBR. I think this is much more about the political reaction to those forecasts than anything else.
And I guess it's having the confidence sometimes to say, OK, this is what the OBR have said, but we believe this is the right thing to do.
Well, but that was an option for her.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the options, so say there's an expectation of the headroom is wiped out, so the 9.9 billion's wiped out, she has a deficit of 4 to 5 billion, say. I mean, there was an option that she could have just said, I have a deficit at the moment, but economic growth will come and I believe that it will be closed again. And she could have that been an option for her, that she could have just said, OK, I'm in the red, but I'm chill. Not that she'd ever say I'm chill, obviously. Sorry.
She could have done, but as Gemma was saying, what's kind of interesting here is with the welfare reforms, it didn't necessarily need to be this messy. So obviously, so the background here is the government said that they expected that they were going to potentially raise or save £5 billion, and now it turns out it sounds like it's going to be less than that. That is again a problem of their own making, because they've done this all at the last minute rather than just running it all by the OBR in advance.
And then putting it out. But I think that's the politics, isn't it? That's the politics of wanting to distance Rachel Reeves from difficult spending cuts. Because can you imagine the headlines of Rachel Reeves promised to grow the economy, has fallen flat on its face, and now she's announcing billions of spending cuts, and you are out there, all the people that's going to be hit by that. I mean, as a confluence of headlines and messaging, that's exactly the opposite of what they wanted. But the fallout of that is that the OBR hadn't checked them before they announced them, and now she's in a bit of a mess.
We'll have to see how it all plays out. Thanks all very much indeed. You're watching Sky News. Coming up, we'll have more as the Chancellor makes her way to Parliament to deliver her spring statement. welcome back. You are watching our coverage of the spring statement. Big day in Westminster, big day for everyone around the country as well. So let's just remind you of what we can expect to happen. So at 12 o'clock, things are going to kick off in the House of Commons with Prime Minister's questions. Straight after that, the Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, will then deliver her spring statement. It's on the health of the UK economy. And then it's the Conservative opposition's turn to respond, so you'll expect to see Shadow Chancellor Mel Stride taking to the dispatch box. At 2:30, then we're going to hear from the Office for Budget Responsibility, who will hold a news conference breaking everything down. And then at 4:15, Rachel Reeves will then speak to the media live from Downing Street. And I'll be back at the Politics Hub at 7 o'clock tonight with more fallout from the spring statement. And then Sarah J. Mee will be here with the UK Tonight from 8 p.m. SJ is going to be joined by a range of economic experts and financial influencers to discuss what the Chancellor's speech means for you. Right, it's time now. We are kind of building up to all the parliamentary action. First up, Prime Minister's questions, and we are joined by the Labour MP Jeevan Sandhu, the Shadow Business Minister Dame Harriet Baldwin, and the Liberal Democrat Sarah Olney. Beth Rigby, of course, here with us as well throughout. So, right, to you first. What are we expecting, and how are you personally feeling about the prospects of these benefit cuts?
Well, look, we went into a very difficult time in office, and clearly the world has changed. And what we're expecting is investment to rebuild our economic security. That's been our plan for change all the way through. We've seen some of that already paying off. Lower waiting lists, more people in work. That means also a growing economy. In terms of the welfare cuts in particular, I want to see this in a broader context of things. You know, a good life has maybe three things, right? A decent income, a good job, and also good health. For those who can't work, we are supporting their income, absolutely. But on the other side, how do we help support those who can potentially work into work? Part of that is changing the DWP, as Liz Kendall has set out, and part of that, of course, is fix the NHS and finally create good jobs across this country. That's why we're building a lot of homes, for example, a lot of good non-graduate jobs.
Are you basically saying that you think some people are claiming this benefit who shouldn't be?
I think people are incredibly sick. No, I think people are incredibly sick and ill, and every single week I see people who are incredibly ill. Part of that is the highest waiting list in history. There's another side as well. Do they have the jobs to go into and the skills they need?
I'm not saying everybody. Obviously, you know, the vast majority of people claiming these benefits are doing so correctly because they can't work. But I'm just trying to work out, do you think that some people are claiming it who shouldn't be?
I think people are incredibly sick in this country. Finding individual cases of people not doing what they're supposed to do is not helpful when there are a lot of people sick in this country.
But you were the guy saying that
there's the highest waiting list in history.
I'm only asking these questions not because I'm trying to make a point, but because you're changing the benefits, right?
We're changing the benefits.
So fewer people can claim them. So I'm just saying, surely the logic is you must think some people are claiming it who shouldn't be.
We think that we can help people into work by, first of all, fixing the DWP to get people the support they need, by getting them the skills they need, by getting them the health they need, and by creating good jobs by building. So those three things together are what this is about. A lot of people who have health conditions are also in work. So we are supporting them and helping them to get into work and create good jobs. But, and I want to be very clear about this, Sophie, there are people who are incredibly in this country who absolutely cannot work. That's also why not only keeping support for them, but stopping the very damaging reassessments that we've seen.
OK, Harriet, what do you make of what we're expecting today?
Well, we're here for an emergency budget because a Chancellor who came in with the rhetoric around growth actually delivered a budget last October that was very damaging to growth. And so she's having to face up to the fact that there's not been any growth on her watch. And I think what we'll hear from the Office for Budget Responsibility today is a downgrading of growth. We've seen that from the Bank of England. So I would expect that we're going to see lower growth rates. And what I would like to hear from the Chancellor today is some acknowledgement of her own responsibility in the choices that she made at the budget to go after the job creators, to go after the wealth creators, and really to put a dampener on an economy that had been growing at the fastest rate in the G7 in the first half of 2024.
Beth, I just heard there Harriet saying it's an emergency budget. I'm sure Jeevan would say it's absolutely not an emergency budget. What do you think the kind of truth is?
Well, look, technically, you know, I would argue that an emergency budget is if you actually have tax-raising moments or tax cuts, but some material fiscal change. And she's chosen not to do that. I'm not saying that the red sirens are not flashing in different parts, but technically it's not an emergency budget if there aren't big tax changes. But Harriet is right in that she has had to bring forward what I would describe as emergency attempts to find savings in ways that perhaps wasn't anticipated. Because if you look at the Labour manifesto, no one was saying that Labour did not want to reform the benefit system. But if you look at the manifesto, there is nothing in the manifesto in which it said we were going to find X billion of savings. And there's many Labour MP who would privately say, if not publicly, that they're not against reform, but actually what this is also doing is it's a cost-saving exercise where you're trying to get the savings up front, whereas actually the reforms could have garnered savings perhaps further down the line, and that's because she's got a problem with the public finances.
And so part of this is absolutely about, look, if you get the system right, I think you're right, Beth, if you are getting people into work, if you are supporting them, the fiscal kind of implications do come down from that side, right? And I think that's a natural consequence of the plans we're putting forward today and have done in the past few weeks. So I would certainly say, yes, there will be savings, but the question is, are they coming from a place where we're creating good jobs, getting people into work? And that's, I think, what we're going to see in the months, indeed, the years to come.
I think that what I think she's got wrong is she's done these things the wrong way around. She should have addressed welfare reform. We had a pandemic and we need to try and aim as a society to get to the same sort of levels of sickness in society as we had before the pandemic. Of course, getting the waiting lists down, but also in terms of productivity gains in the NHS, so that's a hugely valuable gain if she can achieve that. And they have started on doing that now, but they've done this the wrong way round because they're having to do it after they had this enormous budget that added £40 billion worth of borrowing and taxation to the economy, and that's why we've seen no growth.
Sarah, I want to get you in. Is this what it's like being a Lib Dem, having to kind of elbow your way into the conversation?
Well, it's a bit easier than it used to be because there's so many more of us now. But what we're really looking to hear this afternoon is it's much more about the Chancellor's plans for growth, because that's really, when Labour came into office last year, that's what they were really promising. We want to see a statement that's focused on our small businesses primarily. What we'd really like to hear is the Chancellor talking about, cutting that NICS rise that she put in the autumn budget. I mean, the autumn budget hasn't worked in terms of delivering the growth, which, Starmer and Reeves are both really pegging their reputation on. So I think we'd love to see a reversal of that. We want to see proper reform of business rates, because we know what a massive barrier that is to small businesses and high streets in particular to really grow.
What they might say on the growth is that a lot of the proposals that they have brought in are long-term proposals. They're not doing these things for short-term gain. If you look at things like planning reform, it hasn't necessarily kind of been calculated in the upcoming figures, but this is stuff that will have an impact over the longer term.
Well, we look forward to seeing that, obviously, but I think the one thing that they could do, which would really deliver substantial growth, and in a relatively short term, is to really invest in our relationship with the EU. The Liberal Democrats have been calling for negotiating a UK-EU customs union, and that would, get rid of a lot of the red tape that so many businesses are experiencing when they're trying to trade with the EU. And we'd really like to see a youth mobility visa to enable young people in particular, particularly young people from the EU, to come here and fill some of the massive vacancies that we have, particularly in our hospitality sector, but also to give those opportunities to young people to go abroad, to work, to discover another culture and to really build their skills.
Sophie, if I may, look, there is a huge amount to fix in this country, and our plan for change is just starting to bear fruit. So waiting lists are coming down, real wages growing at the highest rate, I think, for a decade now. You are right, it takes a long time to turn this country around. We know the situation that we were in. We know how difficult things were, even to get to work, to try and get a GP appointment at 8 a.m, to try and see a country as good. So we are rebuilding that country, this plan for change, but it is, as you say, a long-term plan, and it does take time to turn things around.
Do you accept that things will get worse before they get better? Because millions of people potentially are going to find that their benefits are going to get cut. We're probably going to see the OBR downgrade real household incomes today. I mean, is that your message to the public? Like, it will get better, but things might get worse in the short term?
We're investing to rebuild this prosperity of this country. I think we're going to see a bit of growth this year. I think we have seen growth forecast downgraded across the globe. I can't obviously none of us can control global factors. I think you'll start to see our decisions start to pay off through time. and actually be better off, if you like, than the counterfactual. What I can't promise you is the outcomes, given how much has changed even since we took office last July.
Jeevan and I both sit on the Treasury Select Committee, and we had evidence from the Bank of England, and the Governor was making it very clear that after the budget last October, when taxes were increased so much, borrowing was increased so much, that businesses who have been on the receiving end of these massive increases in tax have really only three ways they can go. They can raise prices, and so that's why we've seen inflation go up from 2% to 2.8%. They can cut jobs, and so that's why you've seen quite a lot of high-profile announcements in terms of job reductions, and they can reduce investment, and that's why you're not seeing that growth that we need to see in the economy. So I don't think we can just say global factors. Obviously, we are in a difficult world at the moment, but I think the Chancellor, what I want to see her do today is accept some responsibility herself for the ways in which businesses have had to react to her budget.
Is there, just to pick up on that, because, look, I think everyone appreciates there are clear global factors in this, right? You look at what's happening with Donald Trump, you look at what's happening with tariffs, clearly there are things that are not under your control. But have you made it harder for yourselves? Firstly, in the election campaign, by ruling out the three main tax rises, and secondly, by leaving so much headroom in the budget. It's almost like you've kind of decided to go into an exam and only giving yourself half the time compared to everyone else.
Well, we knew it was incredibly difficult times when we came in. Before the election, we knew it would be incredibly difficult.
But
It was a lot more difficult afterwards.
You knew it was going to be a difficult time. So why did you rule out no changes in income tax, no changes in VAT, you're making it harder.
But we can't do it both ways, Sophie. For example, Harry's saying that actually raising national insurance money that we're investing in the NHS sample would not be the right way to do things. So the question is, what are the other choices we could have made? Now, we can have a debate about that.
But you had to pile so much on that one particular tax because you'd ruled out changes in any other tax.
And therefore, we raised the money we're investing inside the NHS. But I also want to pick up on the specific things, right, which is that actually unemployment is not rising in this country. Although inflation has increased a little bit, it's actually mostly driven by energy prices. So I think that's exactly what the Governor said at all. But more broadly, we knew it would be incredibly difficult. It's a lot more difficult than we were expecting. You've seen the past couple of weeks, the past couple of months, how much harder it is. But look, we're going to invest in our economic strengths. I'm really proud of this government, and this is the times that we live in. I didn't know that when I got into politics, I was going to confront a war in Europe, the longest squeeze of wages since Napoleon, and on top of that, a pandemic. But this is the times that we face ourselves in. It's a time for leadership. It's a time for investing in our economic security. It's what the Chancellor will set out today. It's what she has set out since we came into office.
We're, of course, awaiting the spring statement, but we've also got Prime Minister's questions knocking on our doorsteps as well. Beth, it's always a bit of a weird one, isn't it, before these kind of economic events? It's almost not what we're kind of focusing on.
I know. What must it be to be a Prime Minister that's just a warm-up act?
Yeah, I know, exactly. It's been a warm-up act, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a bit of an odd one because obviously everyone is focused on the spring statement. It might be that I don't know. What do you think Kemi will go on? It might be that she might bring up some of the welfare cuts, given that there's been those changes overnight.
Yeah. Go on, let's have prediction
last
time.
Week, last week she went very much on, these economic themes, and so I wouldn't be at all surprised if she keeps on going on about, the choices the government itself made, the choices the government has made to, for example, spend billions in terms of setting up GB Energy, an energy company that doesn't actually generate any energy, something like giving £18 billion to the Mauritius government to pay for territory which is already our sovereign territory. I mean, it's taken off our hands. It's just some of the really weird choices. So she might well want to draw attention to the fact that the economic pressures that people are feeling and the pressures that they're feeling in terms of their bills is down to the choices that the Chancellor made in October.
Sarah, what do you reckon Davey might choose?
Well, I think Ed has been talking a lot, obviously, about the international situation and particularly the UK's relationship with the Trump White House. And I think some of the things we've been hearing recently about this extraordinary leak, this intelligence leak, there are very real concerns about what that means for, the intelligence that the UK share with the US. And I don't know. I have no insight, but I'd be surprised if you didn't bring that up.
This is an extraordinary story. This is when a group of people, very, very senior people in the White House, accidentally invited a journalist into
we had
Signal?
our spring conference at the weekend, and Ed made a speech, and he was very, very clear about Trump being an unreliable ally. I don't think he actually meant unreliable in that sense at the time, but it really is extraordinary.
It's interesting as well for the Liberal Democrats, because you've found this rich vein to tap, haven't you, in terms of being a party that will vocally criticise and call out some of the actions of President Trump. And you do that presumably knowing that the Labour Prime Minister, who is not politically aligned to the Republican Party, and you wouldn't be a natural bedfellow necessarily with a Republican president, that he has to remain scrupulously neutral on all things Donald Trump in the sort of UK's interest.
Exactly.
So
I respect that the Prime Minister has a diplomatic role to play, and that will constrain what he can say. But this is why I think the Liberal Democrats are really speaking up for, I think, the majority of the UK population who are really anxious about what Trump in the White House means for the UK, anxious about what it means for Ukraine, anxious about what it means for tariffs and for our economy. So I think Ed is playing a valuable role there in really holding the Prime Minister to account on this. Yes, we understand he needs to be diplomatic, but he also really needs to hear the concerns of the British public about this, and that's what Ed is doing.
And I think in terms of the tariff issue, I mean, that is a really important issue to ask about. I know the business secretary was in Washington last week. We've had the steel tariffs have come in. There are further tariffs coming down the line. You spoke about the importance of free trade with our neighbours in Europe, but it's also, I think, a real opportunity for us to discuss free trade with the US. That would be a big economic win for the UK. And so it would be interesting, perhaps she may ask about that, because I know when she was in that role, that there had been a lot of work under the previous Trump administration that had got a US-UK trade deal. And let's forget about a UK-Canada trade deal also would be really valuable for us. So I would like to hear her perhaps ask about trade and the opportunities there are for the UK to sell more overseas.
It's a difficult tightrope for Keir Starmer and Trump, though, isn't it? Because, look, I think many people on the Labour benches would probably absolutely agree with everything that Sarah Olney has said on it, but this is quite a thin-skinned president as well.
Well, look, America is our most special historic ally. We helped liberate Europe during the Second World War. We're incredibly proud of that relationship. We keep it going. That's where our security has been founded upon. We should also remember this, like the last 80 years of peace that we've enjoyed in Europe, in this country, is not the norm of human history. The norm of human history is war, conflict and domination. Now, the reason we had safety in Europe was because we had a strong military alliance in NATO and sacrosanct borders. Those borders now being threatened by Russia, who redraws them by force, and clearly a lot more we have to do on NATO. So every single Labour MP is squarely behind the Prime Minister and trying to strengthen our military strength. And part of that is our relationship with Donald Trump.
Yeah, Beth, I find this quite interesting because sometimes, if I'm totally honest, I feel that Keir Starmer and the government have struggled to find a story about what they're aiming for, other than competence and being better than the last guys. Do you think that the international platform, with the increase in defence spending, the bridge he hopes to be between Europe and the States, it's almost given him that purpose?
Well, I think the story Keir Starmer would want to tell, and which he went into politics and tried to be the Prime Minister to tell, or now is the Prime Minister, is to make lives better for working people. I actually think that is his raison d'etre, if you like, in government.
But that's probably what everyone...
I think there's a big challenge for him in terms of the domestic outlook and the way in which, as we've talked in, there's a Chancellor Bocktit and a Prime Minister trying to unlock growth in order to try and deliver what he describes as this decade of national renewal. I think the foreign policy areas is somewhere where he was probably unexpectedly called into and has found quite a lot of... has kind of moved into that with ease that perhaps some people were surprised by. But actually, if you think about how he has conducted himself, both as leader of the opposition and as Prime Minister, he has repeatedly talked about national security and defending the country. And if you think about his past, actually, as the Director of Public Prosecution, sort of defence, security, law and order, they're actually sort of areas where he is quite comfortable. So he really has sort of stepped into this role. And, I think he has found he's found a platform in which he can really lead in a way that he is comfortable with.
You're right, maybe we shouldn't be so... I have all those visions of him, like, with the Union Jack flag behind him, like, trying to distance himself from Jeremy Corbyn. It's almost, like, been quite a big part of his pitch.
But I think at the time when that was happening, it was almost perhaps perceived as being a bit calculated in the sense that internal Labour Party reviews of the Corbyn era had found that part of the block between Labour and the public was that they did not feel that the Labour Party was patriotic and didn't believe in Britain. But actually, I think Keir Starmer does believe in Britain. I actually don't think it's contrived. I think it is genuinely kind of where he comes from. So I think he's found that role quite easy. And although the problems are very, very intractable on the world stage and when it comes to trying to navigate this potential ceasefire, actually it's President Trump leading that, not Keir Starmer. So he can be playing his role as trying to kind of build the coalition of the willing without much downside risk, in the sense that it's not him that ultimately succeeds or fails on it.
And if I may, also, it does live up to our Labour history and our Labour values. Attlee served in that wartime government. Bevan took us into NATO in 1948. So what has this government done is harking back to the best traditions of our party and indeed of this country.
There we go, a bit of Labour history. And what more could anyone want as we kind of build up to the spring statement? You never know where these conversations are going to go. This is what I quite enjoy. That's why live TV is the best. But we are building up to Prime Minister's questions. We're going to see an awful lot from Keir Starmer. We're also going to see, of course, from the opposition as well. Harriet, how do you feel the Conservative Party are going to deal with today, as a whole? What kind of lens are they going to look at it through?
Yeah. Well, I think we're going to look at it through the lens of what has actually happened, which is that we had a Chancellor in October who delivered a budget that was a absolutely typical tax and spend Labour budget, which has stopped growth in its tracks. And so we're having to deal with an emergency situation today, an emergency budget where we're going to be faced with a Chancellor who has herself had a terrible impact in terms of the growth of the UK economy. So,
it wasn't like growth was going, great gangbusters before, was it? Let's be honest.
Well, it grew at the fastest rate in the G7 in the first half of 2024, and then it stopped in its tracks.
What was it like?
And if you want to, design something that would stop growth in its tracks, then you could do, no worse than coming up with the budget that the Chancellor delivered in October, where she increased taxes so much on the job creators and the wealth creators of the UK. And don't forget there are reports that 10,000 millionaires, one every 45 minutes, has left the UK since Labour came to power. So we're actually reducing the sort of a base on which we can generate taxation in this country. And so everyone else is going to have to pay more.
And Sarah, anything in particular you're going to be looking out for today?
Well, as I say, we really want to see a budget. Well, it's not a budget. A spring statement that's focused, not even an emergency budget. A spring statement that's focused on growth. And particularly focused on the needs of our small and medium businesses, because that's where growth is going to come. That's where job creation is going to come, and that's the paths back to employment for so many people who are currently really, really struggling to get into work.
Just on Harriet as well, just to come back to kind of the Conservative position. I mean, what would you have done? Because there was a black hole in the public fund. I know Labour have added in, billions of pay rises for public sector workers, which amounted to sort of 10 billion. But there was, and even the OBR said that there were gaps in public spending that needed to be filled. So what would the Conservatives done? Would you have cut spending more deeply?
That's a perfectly fair question, because obviously all governments, all chancellors always face huge spending pressures. And so I think the things that were mistakes strategically were to give pay rises just to settle strikes without any requests for productivity gains, to not aim for the productivity gains in the NHS, which the government is still...
But part of the reason that the Conservative Party could not deliver on its promise to lower waiting lists, a key Rishi Sunak pledge, is because you didn't settle the strikes. He himself said that.
Well, I'm thinking particularly of the train drivers and, no request for reform of working practices there and just settling and, setting an incentive for more strikes. So I think that was, something that needed to be grasped as the productivity in the NHS. And I think welfare reform was something that also needed to be grasped. But I think those should have been things that were reached for before putting tax on the wealth-creating parts of the UK economy.
There's a philosophical difference, and Beth, you alluded to it earlier. Every single working person in this country creates wealth. Whether they're a waiter or a nurse or a doctor or a delivery driver, they all create wealth. It's not a few millionaires doing so, and Harriet said it a few times. You're right, this is a philosophical difference between ourselves. We invest in the working people in this country, we invest in the NHS, they can all use it and they can get to work. We believe in every single person in this country creating and contributing to this nation's wealth.
OK, we are awaiting to hear from Keir Starmer. It's just gone at 12 o'clock. You can hear them just wrapping up there. Chris Bryant just answering a question from Jeremy Hunt. It is one of those rare occasions, as Beth was saying, where the Prime Minister is the warm-up act to his Chancellor. But let's listen in to the Prime Minister.
Prime Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today's spring statement will showcase a government going further and faster on the economy. Green-lighting the Lower Thames crossing, investing £2 million, 18,000 affordable homes for working families, 60,000 young people being trained, the next generation of construction workers, and fixing millions of potholes. We're undoing a decade of stagnation, delivering jobs and opportunities for working people and securing Britain's future. Mr. Speaker, tomorrow I'll meet President Macron in Paris to discuss further our efforts to secure a lasting peace in Ukraine. And may I welcome the delegation from Bring Back Kids initiative to the gallery. The abduction of Ukrainian children is grotesque. And the UK will play our full part to bring them home. It's a stark reminder that any peace settlement must see Russia held accountable for their deplorable actions. Mr. Speaker, this morning I have meetings with ministerial colleagues and others. In addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings later today.
John Slinger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under this Labour government, NHS waiting lists are down 5 months in a row. Yeah. And the Hospital of St Cross in my constituency of Rugby is playing its part. But many of my constituents remain concerned about the long waits in A&E that they're experiencing, that we inherited from the Conservatives, especially those who have to travel to the General Hospital in Coventry. So will the Prime Minister set out how our plan for change to bring the NHS back into the heart of government will help us to support the front line, deliver better emergency care, closer to the community that our constituents have long called for?
Mr. Speaker, our plan for change already cut NHS waiting lists by almost 200,000. That's 5 months in a row during the winter months. The local trust waiting lists in his area are down 93%, and he's doing a great job for his community. We've already delivered 2 million extra appointments that we promised because of the record investment in the budget. The party opposite can't have it both ways. If they welcome NHS investment, they can't criticise raising the money to pay for it.
Leader of the Opposition, Kemi Badenoch.
Mr. Speaker, in 30 minutes, we will hear the Chancellor's emergency budget. Even the Home Secretary's husband calls it an emergency budget. As she scrambles to fix the mess she made last October. But first, let's turn to another government minister who is making a mess of her brief, the Education Secretary. Why did Labour MPs vote against banning phones in schools last week?
Prime Minister.
Because it's completely unnecessary. I've got teenage children. Almost every school bans phones in school. They do it already. We need to concentrate on what's really important here, which is getting to the content that children shouldn't be accessing. That's where I would genuinely like to work across the House, because I think there's a huge amount of work to do. But the battle is not with schools that are already banning phones in school. The battle, and this is an important emerging battle, is to work together to ensure that we can ensure that the content that children are accessing, wherever they are, is suitable for their age.
Mr. Speaker, we can look at the content, but if the ban is unnecessary, then why is it that they've started a review? Just last week, his Education Secretary called a ban a bit gimmick, yet teachers and head teachers say the evidence already shows that schools that ban phones get better results. And he's wrong. Not all schools do this. Only 1 in 10 schools are smartphone free. So will he U-turn on this?
We need to ensure that all schools do this, but the vast majority do. It is really important that we focus on the battle we have to have with mobile phones, which is the content that children are able to access. And we need to ensure that that is controlled wherever they are. So it's a question of having the right battle on the right issue, not wasting time on something where almost all schools are already banning mobile phones.
Mr. Speaker, I'm surprised that the Prime Minister would say this. His own government evidence says that phones disrupt nearly half of GCSE classes every single day. Discipline is the #1 issue in many schools. Under the Conservatives, schools became twice as likely to be good or outstanding after going through our behaviour programme. So why did the Education Secretary abolish that programme?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, she talks about the record of the last government. Under their watch, a third of children started school without appropriate level development, and that is not being able to use a knife and fork. A quarter left primary school without the required standard of reading, writing and maths, and 1 in 5 was regularly absent. That's why we're pushing up standards, more information from Ofsted, transparency for parents, more interventions where schools need it.
Mr. Speaker, he's not answering the question about discipline in schools because he doesn't care about discipline in schools. Everything he does is ideological, and his decisions are costing schools so much. The national insurance hike means every state school in the country has to pay more for teachers. The Education Secretary promised to compensate schools in full for the jobs tax. Why hasn't it happened?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it was Labour that introduced academies. We pushed up standards. And this is not ideological. I'm a parent of 2 teenage children, both of whom go to a state school. So I'm vested in this, and it matters hugely to me. Nothing ideological about it. That is why we're driving up standards, as we always have done.
Mr. Speaker, he didn't answer the question about compensating schools for the jobs tax. That is costing schools a lot of money. The CEO of the United Learning Group says the grant that they gave is 20% short. Some schools will face shortfalls of up to 35%. Can he guarantee that no teacher will lose their job as a result of his jobs tax?
Mr. Speaker, with this government at the budget that put a record amount into our schools, just as we put a record amount into our NHS and into our public services, we were utterly failed under the last government. But yet again, she wants all the benefits, the NHS, but she can't say how she's going to pay for it. That's what got us into the mess in the first place.
Mr. Speaker, the whole House will have heard that he could not guarantee that teachers' jobs are safe. Not only is he taxing schools, he's also lowering standards. He talks about our record. I'll tell him what our record was. Under the Conservatives, English schools shot up the international league tables, while schools in Labour-run Wales, standards fell. Academy freedoms led to the biggest improvement of standards in a generation, but the Education Secretary is attacking them with her reforms. Can the Prime Minister point to any evidence at all, that these discredited academy reforms will improve school standards?
Prime Minister.
Yes, take the example of schools going into academies. The vast majority of schools are already academies. Therefore, we need to think again about what we do about failing schools that are already academies. We need to go on to the next chapter. And they never take the big decisions, and that's why we ended up their record. Open borders, which she was the cheerleader for, a crashed economy, mortgages through the roof, the NHS on its knees, hollowed out armed forces, and what have we got already under this government? 2 million extra NHS appointments, 750 breakfast clubs, including one in her constituency, record numbers of people being returned who shouldn't be here, and fully funded increase in defence spending. That's the difference a Labour government makes.
Chris Vence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recently visited Harlow College and saw the work they were doing training the bricklayers and electricians of the future. Would the Prime Minister agree with me that work that FE colleges like Harlow College do is vital for the house building that we need for future generations? And what will his government do to support Harlow's next generation?
Prime Minister. He's a great champion for his constituents. We are investing £600 million to train up to 60,000 more skilled house builders so we can support the next generation and deliver 1.5 million new homes. We're creating technical excellence colleges and investing in Stansted Airport, creating 5,000 jobs nearby, which will create more opportunities for young people in Harlow.
Leader of the Liberal Democrats, Red David.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The British drama Adolescence has shone a much-needed spotlight on the enormous damage being done by social media to the minds of many of our young people, especially teenage boys. We've argued social media giants should be much more toughly regulated and pay more tax so we can defend our young people from this harm. But we've had disturbing reports that the government is considering scrapping the digital services tax and watering down Britain's online safety legislation to appease President Trump and his co-president, Elon Musk. So will the Prime Minister today categorically rule out both of these things and make it clear that he will guarantee that British laws on tax and social media will be written in this House and not the White House?
Well, yes, of course, as he well knows. On the point he makes about online safety, it is important. There are new measures coming in the next few months, which are very important under the Act, and we need to see whether we can go further on this issue, because there are concerns as to whether they go far enough. But will the laws be made in this place? Of course they will.
Red David.
Well, I'm grateful for the Prime Minister's reply on the social media laws, but he didn't answer the point on the digital services tax, and we will come back to that. But moving on, Mr. Speaker, after President Trump's national security advisor accidentally added a journalist to a group chat that was discussing military action in Yemen, and given, I think, all the concerns that we share about President Trump's relationship with Vladimir Putin and J.D. Vance's insulting disdain for Britain and our armed forces, will the Prime Minister make it clear that he will order an urgent review into the security of the intelligence that we share with the United States?
Mr. Speaker, we work with the United States on a daily basis, and I think the honourable gentleman would like to think of himself as sort of reasonable, and when he's not jumping in Windermere, quite serious. But unpicking our relations with the US on defence and security is neither responsible nor serious.
So, judges.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Medina from Lyminge in my constituency is registered blind, and she recently told me how she had been failed by the broken social security system left behind by the Conservatives. She faced great difficulties in getting support from access to work, which is essential across my Ashford constituency, and was not helped to find paid employment. It is so important that disabled people who want to work are supported to do so. What is the Prime Minister's message to Medina and others like her who have been abandoned and shut out of employment for far too long?
Every person should have the right to work, and we will always protect the most severely disabled and those with lifelong health conditions. For Medina and the 200,000 others like her who can work and want to work, we need to support them. And that's why we're investing £1 billion in personalised tailoring employment programmes and introducing the right to try work guarantee. The party opposite presided over a failed system that didn't help them and then blamed them. We will never do that.
Stephen Flynn.
Mr. Speaker, those who know me well know that I don't talk of this often, but for half of my adult life, I was physically disabled. Indeed, when I first walked through the doors of this here chamber, I did so with a crutch in my right arm to support my body weight. I know how it feels. Right now in Scotland, some 55% of children living in poverty have a member of their household who is a disabled person. So can the Prime Minister explain to me, actually no, can the Prime Minister explain to those children how the Labour Party making mum and dad poorer will lift them out of poverty?
Well, I'm grateful to him for sharing his personal experience on this, and he's right to do so. My family's had living with disability for many years as well, so I do understand the human element of this. We do need to give support to those that need it. We do need to help those who want to work into work, and we need to be clear that those who can work should work. In England, we inherited a failed system that couldn't be defended. But it's also failing in Scotland. 84,000 young Scots, he focuses on young people, that's 15% of young Scots not in employment, education or training. That is terrible. Almost 300,000 Scots economically inactive due to temporary or long-term illness. Now, what we're doing is taking the steps to help people into work, £1 billion of employment support. They have record funding under the government, under the budget. What are they going to do to help the young Scots who have been failed by their government?
Andrew Ranger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Wrexham and Flintshire Investment Zone is one of the flagship examples of how, when this government talks about kick-starting economic growth, it means it. This £160 million plan will breathe new life into the local economy, create 6,000 good local jobs, meaning that for young people in Wrexham, they will be able to find more opportunities on their doorstep. Will the Prime Minister join with me in welcoming this important development for North Wales and the potential it unlocks?
Well, it is really important that we unleash the economic potential of North Wales, including kick-starting the investment zone, backed by major businesses, Mr. Speaker, like Airbus and JCB, to leverage £1 billion of private investment, investing £975 million to benefit aerospace workers at Broughton, where I met the fantastic young workers there, and securing £1 billion investment in Shotton Mill, securing 300 jobs on Deeside. And we put a record amount of money into the Welsh Government at the budget, a budget decision which was opposed by Plaid.
Sir Julian Lewis.
Environmental consequences to fracking, and communities have clearly said no.
Sir Julian.
I'm sorry, but that answer had nothing to do with my question, which was to ask why the government are ordering the permanent sealing of Britain's only 2 shale gas wells. The government is perfectly entitled on environmental grounds to not exploit such wells in normal conditions. But does he not recognise that in a desperate situation such as an international conflict where other sources of power were cut off from us, taking a decision now to concrete these things over so that a future government could not use them is an extremely irresponsible and reckless...
He knows there are real consequences of fracking, as I've set out. But what we need to do to secure our independence and lower bills and the next generation of jobs is move at speed to renewable energy. And that's why I'm pleased there's record investment coming into renewable energy so that tyrants like Putin can't put his boot on our throat. Now, if the party opposite don't want to support that investment, they should say so.
Kim Leadbeater.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the Prime Minister join me in thanking colleagues from across the House and the excellent clerks and staff who have spent the last few months working on the Assisted Dying Bill Committee? And would he agree with me that if the law is to change on assisted dying, it's extremely important that it is implemented as soon as it is safe and practicable to do so?
Can I congratulate all colleagues working on this bill and taking part in the debate? It is an important issue on which there are different views across the House and within parties. The bill is a matter for the House, but it is the government's role to ensure every piece of legislation that passes through Parliament is effective and workable. So we will continue to work with my honourable friend as the bill sponsor to do that. In the same way, Mr. Speaker, we would for every private member's bill which passes second reading. And if Parliament chooses to pass this bill, the government will implement it in a way that is safe and practicable.
Bradley Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Acorns Children's Hospice provides compassionate care to very young cancer patients and their families across Bromsgrove and the villages, yet it faces a staggering £416,000 increase in national insurance contributions as a result of choices made by this government. With no exemption for hospices and no uplift in non-capital funding, this means that the charity will have to draw from charitable donations made by the public, and this will affect frontline services. This is not right. Will the Prime Minister take this opportunity to right this wrong and exempt hospices from this tax?
We are investing £100 million for adult and children's hospices to improve facilities, equipment and accommodation, as well as £26 million in funding through the Children's Hospice Grant. But their cries and moaning would have a lot more value if they started their questions with an apology for crashing the economy in the first place.
Jacob Collier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Roads in Burton, Uttoxeter and across Staffordshire are littered with potholes. Local people are forking out thousands because of the Conservatives' neglect and incompetence. And that's despite this Labour government giving Tory Staffordshire County Council £39 million to get the job done. Does the Prime Minister agree with me that the people of Staffordshire deserve better than roads with more dimples than a Staffordshire oat cake?
Prime Minister.
Look, he's right. Potholes are a real nuisance. And if you're using your car for work or your van and you hit a pothole, you're looking at a bill of several £100, which is unbudgeted for so many working families. That's why we're handing the West Midlands Combined Authority an additional £8.6 million to help repair their roads, part of a record £1.6 billion invested across the country. On top of that, Mr. Speaker, every council must now publish how many potholes they've filled so we can show that we're making progress and that we're delivering something that didn't happen under the last government.
John Cooper.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. When he was Director of Public Prosecutions, the Right Honourable Gentleman would not, I think, have sat comfortably in the cabinet of Prime Minister Cameron. But incredibly, in Scotland, we have a situation where the head of prosecutions there, the Lord Advocate, does sit in cabinet. This has been thrown into sharp focus lately with a police probe into the finances of the SNP. It's further been thrown into sharp focus because ultimately, although not personally involved, the Lord Advocate does ultimately sit at the head of the investigation into the former First Minister, Nicola Sturgeon. She faced potential criminal charges. This situation has been created by the SNP. They will not fix it. Does it sit with this House to amend this situation?
Prime Minister.
Well, I'm grateful to this is a really important issue, and Labour in Scotland have been clear that they'd separate this role. That's the right thing to do for the reasons that have just been articulated. It's the obvious thing to do, and that's obviously what we do in England and Wales. Now, there have been calls for a review on this since 2021, but the SNP has not acted fast on those reviews. They really do need to bring forward proposals now to deal with the problems been sitting there for a very, very long time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I join the Prime Minister in welcoming the delegation from Bring Back Kids, who are trying to return the tens of thousands of children abducted by Vladimir Putin, an act of pure evil. The Prime Minister will be aware that they've been working with the Yale University Humanitarian Lab, who were tracking thousands of those children inside Russia until recently. I say until recently because they've had their long-term funding removed. Will we consider using our existing contributions to the Partnership Fund for a Resilient Ukraine to restore that important work that they're doing, and in doing so restore the hope that those children can be returned to their anguished families?
Well, I'm grateful to him for emphasising this again. Russia's abduction of Ukrainian children is sickening, and I think across the House we would all agree on that. A peace settlement in Ukraine must see Russia held to account and the children reunited with their families. And in specific reference to his question, the UK is playing our full part in international efforts, including funding the Bring Kids Back initiative through the Partnership Fund for a Resilient Ukraine. And I want to reassure the whole House will do everything we can to see these children returned and reintegrated as safely and as quickly as is possible.
Madeira Wilson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The 7-year-old adoptive daughter of my constituent Sarah suffered immense trauma in her early years. Thanks to support from the Adoption and Special Guardianship Support Fund, she's been able to access much-needed therapy that's helped her progress. But she and thousands of others don't know if they'll be able to get more help, because in just 5 days, that fund ends and ministers have repeatedly refused to confirm whether it will continue. So can the Prime Minister give a cast-iron guarantee to vulnerable children, adoptive parents and kinship carers that he won't cut this fund, and so that, in Sarah's words, she can give her daughter the absolute best second chance in life she deserves?
Well, we will set out details just as soon as we can on the basis of the principles that I set out earlier. The scheme overall, in terms of welfare, is not defendable on terms, but it must be a scheme that supports those that need it, and the details will be set out.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. While our nation was being engulfed last year by racist riots in Slough, Christians, Hindus, Jews, Sikhs, people of faith and no faith openly declared that if anybody tried to attack a mosque in our town, we'd stand in solidarity with our local Muslim community to protect it. However, since then, many have become more fearful with a rise in Islamophobic attacks, including this month at a mosque in Aberdeen. So can my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, confirm to the country what steps is the government taking to tackle such hate crime and promote community cohesion so that those seeking to divide our British society are not allowed to succeed?
Well, I thank him for his question. He does great work to bring our communities together, especially in Slough. Look, any form of racial or religious-based hatred is abhorrent and has no place in society. We have set aside over £50 million to protect faith communities and freedom of worship. That's the right thing to do. It's a shame that we have to do it. And our £15 million Community Recovery Fund has been supporting communities affected by the disorder last summer. Again, the right thing to do, but it's a shame that we have to do it.
Sir Roger Gale.
Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the problems faced by Heathrow earlier in the week have highlighted again the fact that since the closure of Manston Airport in Kent, South East lacks a major diversion facility. Now, one diversion facility would not, of course, have compensated for the closure of Heathrow, a major hub airport. But would the Prime Minister agree that with the reopening of Manston planned for October 2028, there will be a significant contribution to resilience of aviation in the South East?
Well, look, he's right to raise the concern about the situation in Heathrow. I think everybody is very concerned by what happened last week. There are clearly questions that need to be answered on a number of fronts in relation to what happened, and an investigation is ongoing. But I'm not going to announce particular parts of our policy and strategy here at this stage.
Irene Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my constituency of North Ayrshire and Arran, the SNP ferry fiasco is having a devastating social and economic impact on our Drawson and the Isle of Arran. As well as building a Calmac ferry that doesn't fit into the existing harbour, the Fraser of Allender Institute estimates that the disrupted ferries cost the Isle of Arran £170,000 of lost revenue per day. Does the Prime Minister agree with me that the SNP government needs to find a rapid solution to swiftly address this serious situation?
I thank her for fighting SNP incompetence on behalf of her constituents. Yet again, the SNP are failing island communities. Hospital appointments are being missed and livelihoods destroyed. And Scotland has a proud history of shipbuilding and engineering. The SNP should be supporting Scottish workers and focusing on delivering for our communities.
Vicky Slade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Camphor Magna in my constituency is proposed as a site for a new energy from waste incinerator, which will burn 260,000 tonnes of waste a year, more than the whole of Dorset's use. And I'm concerned that as we reduce our levels of waste with the brilliant new plans to recycle more, we're going to end up having to feed the monster. The area already has 95% of the capacity. So does the Prime Minister agree with me that we shouldn't allow new plants where we already have sufficient capacity, or where carbon capture is not going to be included?
I hope she'll forgive me. The details of the particular incinerator she speaks of, I don't know the details. I'm not across that. But I will make sure that she gets an answer to her question in written form as soon as possible.
Chris MacDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I commend my right honourable friend for his leadership on Ukraine, showing that the UK is once again at the forefront of protecting democratic freedoms? Does he agree with me that as our defence spending increases, we need to support our supply chain companies to increase their capability, creating good jobs and apprenticeships in places like Stockton North and across the country? And will he meet with me and our Teesside Defence and Innovation Cluster that I've established, which is helping to create that new defence capability for the UK?
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this is a once-in-a-generation moment for security of our country and our continent. We've set out that fully funded increase in defence spending to 2.5% in 2027, the biggest sustained boost since the Cold War. But that must benefit British jobs and British businesses, and that's why I'll make sure that he gets the meeting that he wants with the relevant minister.
Jerome Mayo.
In October last year, the Chancellor delivered a massive tax, borrow and spend budget. Now her plans have collapsed around her ears with an emergency budget to cut that spending. So has the time now come, Mr. Speaker, for the Prime Minister to state in public that he has full confidence in the Chancellor?
I have full confidence in the Chancellor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Albion Rovers has been a football institution in Coatbridge since 1882. However, following relegation and the lack of financial support for teams leaving professional leagues, it now faces a deeply perilous situation, risking the very future of one of Scotland's oldest football clubs. Does my right honourable friend agree that clubs like Albion Rovers are integral to the fabric of our communities? And will he join me in encouraging all parties to be solution-focused on this matter and encourage football authorities to strengthen our clubs in the lower leagues to help protect their future?
Well, he's a superb local champion, and regardless of which club any of us support, they share a love of the game, and they are at the heart of our communities, and Albion Rovers is exactly that, a huge point of local pride, and I'd encourage all efforts to secure the future of the club.
Final question, Dr Kieran Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're joined in Parliament today by Katie Brett, whose 16-year-old sister Sasha was raped and stabbed to death. Aisha Hussain, whose cousin Jan, was killed by a sex offender and stored her body in a freezer. Paula Hudgell, whose adopted son Tony lost his lower legs as a result of child cruelty. And Becky and Glenn Newens, whose daughter Violet Grace was killed by a hit-and-run driver who spent barely more time in prison than she was alive. Supporting them are Jeremy and Susan Everard, who received justice for the murder of their daughter, Sarah, but who know too many others do not. They've come together to say with one voice that it's time for us to start ensuring sentences truly deliver justice for victims and their families. Would the Prime Minister agree to meeting with them in future to hear their stories firsthand?
Well, can I thank him for raising this issue? The courage of these campaigners after simply appalling cases is astounding, and I find it humbling. I'm pleased the Minister for Victims will be meeting the group, I think, today, and I look forward to meeting them in the future, because we must prioritise victims and make sure sentences punish offenders and protect the public. So thank him for raising this really important set of cases.
That completes Prime Minister's questions with that front bench changeover.
Well, that was it from Sir Keir Starmer, saying he had full confidence in his Chancellor, at one point also facing questions on why Labour isn't banning mobile phones in schools and whether or not they need to review security arrangements with the United States in the wake of that extraordinary scandal with the journalists being invited to a signal group. But now it's the main event.
Rachel Reeves.
Mr. Speaker, this Labour government was elected to bring change to our country, to provide security for working people and to deliver a decade of national renewal. That work began in July, and I am proud of what we have delivered in just 9 months. Restoring stability to our public finances, giving the Bank of England the foundation to cut interest rates 3 times since the general election, rebuilding our public services with record investment in our NHS, bringing waiting lists down for 5 months in a row, and increasing the national living wage to give 3 million people a pay rise from next week. Now our task is to secure Britain's future in a world that is changing before our eyes. The threat facing our continent was transformed when Putin invaded Ukraine. It has since escalated further and will continue to evolve rapidly. At the same time, the global economy has become more uncertain, bringing insecurity at home as trading patterns become more unstable and borrowing costs rise for many major economies. Mr. Speaker, the job of a responsible government is not simply to watch this change. This moment demands an active government, a government not stepping back, but stepping up. A government on the side of working people, helping Britain to reach its potential. And Mr. Speaker, we have the strength to do just that. As one of the world's largest economies, an ally to trading partners across the globe, and a hub for global innovation. These strengths and the progress that we have made so far mean that we can act quickly and decisively in a more uncertain world to secure Britain's future and to deliver prosperity for working people. Mr. Speaker, as I set out at the budget last year, I am today returning to the House to provide an update on our public finances, supported by a new forecast from the Independent Office for Budget Responsibility. Ahead of a full spending review in June, I will then return to the House in the autumn to deliver a budget in line with our commitment to deliver just one major fiscal event a year. So let me now turn to the OBR's forecasts. And I want to thank Richard Hughes and his team for their dedicated work. The increased global uncertainty has had two consequences. First, on our public finances, and second, on our economy. I will take each in turn. In the autumn, I set out our new fiscal rules that would guide this government. These fiscal rules are non-negotiable. They are the embodiment of this government's unwavering commitment to bring stability to our economy and to ensure security for working people. Because the British people have seen what happens when a government borrows beyond their means. The mini-budget delivered by the party opposite resulted in higher bills, in higher rents and higher mortgages. And Mr. Speaker, it was not the wealthy who suffered most when they crushed the economy, it was ordinary working people. And they continue to feel the effects 2.5 years later of the damage that the party opposite did. Now let me be clear. There is nothing progressive, there is nothing Labour about working people paying the price for economic irresponsibility. British people put their trust in this Labour government because they knew that I would never take risks with the public finances, that we would never do anything to put household finances in danger, and we must earn that trust every single day. The two rules that I set out at the budget were first, our stability rule, which ensures that public spending is under control, balancing the current budget by 2029-30, so that day-to-day spending is met by tax receipts. Second, our investment rule, to drive growth in the economy, ensuring that net financial debt falls by the end of the forecast period, while enabling us to invest alongside business. Turning first to the stability rule, the OBR's forecast shows that before the steps that I will take in this statement, the current budget would have been in deficit by £4.1 billion in 2029-30, having been in surplus by £9.9 billion in the autumn, as the UK, alongside our international peers like France and Germany, has seen the cost of borrowing rise during this period of heightened uncertainty in global markets. As a result of the steps that I am taking today, I can confirm that I have restored in full our headroom against the stability rule, moved from a deficit of £36.1 billion in 2025-26 and £13.4 billion in 2026-27 to a surplus of £6.0 billion in 27-28, £7.1 billion in 2028-29 and a surplus of £9.9 billion in 2029-30. That compares to the headroom left by the previous government of just £6.5 billion. That means we are continuing to meet the stability rule 2 years early, building resilience to shocks in this, a more uncertain world. The OBR forecast that the investment rule is also met 2 years early, with net financial debt of 82.9% of GDP in 25-26 and 83.5% in 26-27, before falling to 83.4% in 27-28, in 83.2% in 2028-29, and then to 82.7% in 2029-30, providing headroom of £15.1 billion in the final year of the forecast, broadly unchanged from the autumn. After the last government doubled the national debt, debt interest payments now stand at £105.2 billion this year. Mr. Speaker, that is more than we allocate to defence, the Home Office and the Ministry of Justice combined. That is the legacy of the party opposites. So the responsible choice is to reduce our levels of debt and borrowing in the years ahead so that we can spend more on the priorities of working people, and that is exactly what this government will do. Mr. Speaker, I said that our fiscal rules were non-negotiable, and I meant it. I will always deliver economic stability, and I will always put working people first. I said it at the election, I said it at the budget, and I say it again today. Let me now set out the steps that the government has taken. At the budget, we protected working people by keeping our promise not to raise their rates of national insurance, income tax or VAT. At the same time, we began to rebuild our public services after the party opposite left a £22 billion black hole in our public finances. Ours were the right choices for stability and the right choices for renewal, funded by the decisions that we took on tax. As I promised in the autumn, this statement does not contain any further tax increases. But when working people are paying their taxes while still struggling with the cost of living, it cannot be right that others are still evading what they rightly owe in tax. In the budget, I delivered the most ambitious package of measures that we have ever seen to cut down on tax evasion, raising £6.5 billion per year by the end of the forecast. Today, I go further, continuing our investment in cutting-edge technology, investing in the HMRC's capacity to crack down on tax avoidance, and setting out plans to increase the number of tax fraudsters charged every year by 20%. These changes raise a further £1 billion, taking the total revenue raised from reducing tax evasion under this Labour government to £7.5 billion. These figures are verified by the Office for Budget Responsibility, and I want to thank my honourable friend, the Exchequer Secretary, for his continued work in this area. Mr. Speaker, last week, my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Work and Pensions, set out this government's plans to reform the welfare system. The Labour Party is the party of work. We believe that if you can work, you should work. But if you can't work, you should be properly supported. This government inherited a broken system. More than 1,000 people every day are qualifying for personal independence payments. 1 in 8 young people are not in employment, education or training. If we do nothing, we are writing off an entire generation. That cannot be right, and we will not stand for it. It is a waste of their potential, and it is a waste of their futures, and we will change it. As my right honourable friend said in her statement last week, the final costings would be subject to the OBR's assessment. Today, the OBR have said that they estimate that the package will save £4.8 billion in the welfare budget, reflecting their judgments on behavioural effects and wider factors. This also reflects final adjustments to the overall package, consistent with the Secretary of State's statement last week and the Government's Pathways to Work Green Paper. The Universal Credit Standard Allowance will increase from £92 per week in 25-26 to £106 a week by 29-30, while the Universal Credit Health element will be cut for new claimants by around 50% and then frozen. On top of this, we are investing £1 billion to provide guaranteed, personalised employment support to help people back into work. And £400 million to support the Department for Work and Pensions and our job centres to deliver these changes effectively and fairly, taking total savings after that to the package to £3.4 billion. While spending on disability and sickness benefits will continue to rise, these plans mean that welfare spending as a share of GDP will fall between 2026 and the end of the forecast period, very different to what we inherited from the party opposite. We are reforming our welfare system, making it more sustainable, protecting the most vulnerable, and most importantly, supporting more people back into secure work, lifting them out of poverty. Mr. Speaker, at the budget, I fixed the foundations of our economy to deliver on the promise of change. That work has already begun. 2 million extra appointments in our NHS. Waiting lists down. New breakfast clubs opening across England. The largest settlements in real terms for Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland in the history of devolution. Asylum costs falling, promises made, promises kept, and every single one of them opposed by the parties opposite. At the budget, alongside providing an increase in funding for this year and next, I set the envelope for the spending review, which we will deliver in June, led by my right honourable friend, the Chief Secretary to the Treasury, to set departmental budgets until 28-29 for day-to-day spending and until 2029-30 for capital spending. Today, I'm reflecting two steps that we have taken on our spending plans. First, because we are living in an uncertain world, as the Prime Minister has set out, we will increase defence spending to 2.5% of GDP, reducing overseas aid to 0.3% of gross national income. This means we save £2.6 billion in day-to-day spending in 2029-30 to fund our more capital-intensive defence commitments. Second, in recent months, we have begun to fundamentally reform the British state, driving efficiency and productivity across government, to deliver tangible savings and improve services across our country. Earlier this the Prime Minister set out plans to abolish the arm's-length body NHS England and ensure that that money goes directly to improving the service for patients. My right honourable friend, the Health Secretary, is driving forward vital reforms to increase NHS productivity, bearing down on costly agency spend to save money so that we can improve patient care. And my right honourable friend, the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, is taking forward work to significantly reduce the costs of running government by 15%, worth £2 billion by the end of the decade. This work shows that we can make our state leaner and more agile, delivering more resources to the front line, while ensuring that we control day-to-day spending to meet our fiscal rules. Today, I build on that work by bringing forward £3.25 billion of investment to deliver the reforms that our public services need through a new transformation fund. That is money brought forward now to bring down the costs of running government by the end of the forecast period, by making public services more efficient, more productive and more focused on the user. I can confirm today the first allocations from this fund, including funding for voluntary exit schemes to reduce the size of the civil service, pioneering AI tools to modernise the state, investment in technology for the Ministry of Justice to deliver probation services more effectively, and upfront investment so we can support more children into foster care to give them the best possible start in life and reduce cost pressures in the future. Our work to make government leaner, more productive and more efficient will help deliver a further £3.5 billion of day-to-day savings by 2029-30. Overall, day-to-day spending will be reduced by £6.1 billion in 2029-30, and it will now grow by an average of 1.2% a year above inflation, compared to 1.3% in the autumn. Mr. Speaker, I can confirm to the House that day-to-day spending will increase in real terms above inflation in every single year of the forecast. And in the spending review, apart from the reductions in overseas aid, day-to-day spending across government has been fully protected. I can also confirm our approach to capital investment. In the autumn budget, I announced £100 billion of additional capital spending to crowd in investment from the private sector, to fix our crumbling infrastructure, and to create jobs in every corner of our country. Today, I am not cutting capital spending, as the party opposite did time and time again, because that choked off growth and it left our school roofs literally crumbling. That was the wrong choice. It was the irresponsible choice. It was the Tory choice. Today, I am instead increasing capital spending by an average of £2 billion per year compared with the autumn, to drive growth in our economy and to deliver in full our vital commitments on defence. This government will ensure that every pound we spend will deliver for the British people by increasing productivity, driving growth in our economy and improving our frontline public services. Mr. Speaker, let me turn now to the impact of increased uncertainty on our economy. To deliver economic stability, we must work closely with the Bank of England, supporting the Independent Monetary Policy Committee to meet their 2% inflation target. There have been 3 interest rate cuts since the general election, and today's data showed that inflation fell in February. Having peaked at 11% under the previous government, the OBR forecast that CPI inflation will average 3.2% this year before falling rapidly to 2.1% in 2026 and meeting the 2% target from 2027 onwards, giving families and businesses the security that they need and providing our economy with the stable platform it needs to grow. Mr. Speaker, earlier this month, the OECD downgraded this year's growth forecast for every G7 economy, including the UK. And the OBR have today revised down our growth forecast for 2025, from 2% in the autumn to 1% today. I am not satisfied with these numbers, and that is why we, on this side of the House, are serious about taking the action needed to grow our economy. Backing the builders, not the blockers, with a 3rd runway at Heathrow Airport and the Planning and Infrastructure Bill. Increasing investment with reforms to our pension system and a new national wealth fund, and tearing down regulatory barriers in every sector of our economy. That is a serious plan for growth. That is a serious plan to improve living standards. That is a serious plan to renew our country. Mr. Speaker, a changing world presents challenges, but it also presents new opportunities for new jobs and new contracts in our world-class defence industrial centres, from Belfast to Deeside and from Plymouth to Rosyth. In February, the Prime Minister set out our government's commitment to increase spending on defence to 2.5% of GDP from April 2027, the biggest sustained increase in defence spending since the end of the Cold War, with an ambition to spend 3% of GDP on defence in the next Parliament. That was the right decision in a more insecure world, putting an extra £6.4 billion into defence spending by 2027. But we have to move quickly in this changing world, and that starts with investment. So today I can confirm that I will provide an additional £2.2 billion for the Ministry of Defence in the next financial year, a further down payment on our plans to deliver 2.5% of GDP by 2027. This additional investment is not just about increasing our national security, but increasing our economic security too. As defence spending rises, I want the whole country to feel its benefits. So I will now set out the immediate steps that we are taking to boost Britain's defence industry and to make the UK a defence industrial superpower. We will spend a minimum of 10% of the Ministry of Defence's equipment budget on new novel technologies, including drones and AI-enabled technology, driving forward advanced manufacturing production in places like Glasgow, in Derby and in Newport, creating demand for highly skilled engineers and scientists, and delivering new business opportunities for UK tech firms and startups. We will establish a protected budget of £400 million within the Ministry of Defence, a budget that will rise over time for UK defence innovation, with a clear mandate to bring innovative technology to the front line at speed. And we will reform our broken defence procurement system, making it quicker, more agile and more streamlined, and giving small businesses across the UK better access to Ministry of Defence contracts, something welcomed by the Federation of Small Businesses. We will take forward our plan for Barrow, a town at the heart of our nuclear security, working with my honourable friend, the member for Barrow and Furness, and providing £200 million, supporting the creation of thousands of jobs there. We will regenerate Portsmouth Naval Base, securing its future, as called for by my honourable friend, the member for Portsmouth South. We will secure better homes for thousands of military families, the homes that they deserve, denied to them by the previous governments. Homes for our military families in constituencies of my honourable friends for Plymouth Moorview, Plymouth Sutton and Devonport, York Outer and in Aldershot. That is the difference that this Labour government is making. Finally, Mr. Speaker, we will provide £2 billion of increased capacity for UK export finance to provide loans for overseas buyers of UK defence goods and services, because I want to do more with our defence budget so we can buy and make and sell things here in Britain. Giving further opportunities for our world-leading defence companies and those who work in them to grow and create jobs here in Britain as military spending rightly increases all across Europe. To oversee all of this vital work, my right honourable friend, the Defence Secretary, and I will establish a new Defence Growth Board to maximise the benefits from every pound of taxpayers' money that we spend. And we will put defence at the heart of our modern industrial strategy to drive innovation that can deliver huge benefits back into the British economy. Mr. Speaker, that is how we make our country a defence industrial superpower. So the skills of the future, the jobs of the future, and the opportunities of the future can be found right here in the United Kingdom. Mr. Speaker, as the previous government learned to their detriment, there are no shortcuts to economic growth. It will take long-term decisions. It will take hard yards. It will take time for the reforms that we are introducing to be felt in the everyday economy. It is right that the Office for Budget Responsibility consider the evidence and look carefully at measures before recognising a growth impact in their forecast. But, Mr. Speaker, I can announce to the House that the OBR have considered and have scored one of the central planks of our plan for growth. In my first week as Chancellor, I announced that we were pursuing the most ambitious set of planning reforms in decades to get Britain building again. And in December, we published changes to the National Planning Policy Framework, driven forward tirelessly by my right honourable friend, the Deputy Prime Minister. Reintroducing mandatory housing targets and bringing grey belt land into scope. The OBR have today concluded that these reforms will permanently increase the level of real GDP by 0.2% in 29-30, an additional £6.8 billion for our economy. and by 0.4% of GDP within 10 years, an additional £15.1 billion in our British economy. Mr. Speaker, that is the biggest positive growth impact that the OBR have ever reflected in their forecast for a policy with no fiscal cost. And taken together with our plans to increase capital spending that we set out in the budget last year, this government's policies will increase the level of real GDP by 0.6% in the next 10 years. Mr. Speaker, that is the difference that this Labour government is making. Policies to grow our economy. Promises by a Labour government, delivered by a Labour government, opposed by the parties opposite. Mr. Speaker, the planning system that we inherited was far too slow. The OBR have concluded that our reforms will lead to house building reaching a 40-year high. 305,000 homes a year by the end of the forecast period. And changes to the National Planning Policy Framework alone will help build over 1.3 million homes in the UK over the next 5 years, taking us within touching distance of delivering our manifesto promise to build 1.5 million homes in England in this Parliament. Homes promised by this Labour government, homes built by this Labour government, homes opposed by the parties opposite. The impact on our economy goes further still. I said at the election that we could not simply tax and spend our way to prosperity. We need economic growth. So I can today confirm that the effect of our growth policies, including our planning reforms, means an additional £3.4 billion to support our public finances and our public services by 2029-30. The proceeds of growth, promised by this Labour government, delivered by this Labour government, opposed by the parties opposite. Mr. Speaker, earlier this week, we provided an additional £2 billion of investment in social and affordable homes next year, delivering up to 18,000 new homes and allowing local areas to bid for new development across our country, including sites in Thanet, in Sunderland and in Swindon. More security for families across our country, promised by this Labour government, delivered by this Labour government and opposed by the parties opposite. And to build these new homes, we need people with the right skills. Earlier this week, my right honourable friend, the Education Secretary, announced more than £600 million to train up 60,000 more construction workers, including with 10 new technical excellence colleges across every region of our country, giving working people the chance to fulfil their potential. New opportunities for our young people, promised by this Labour government, delivered by this Labour government, opposed by the parties opposite. Mr. Speaker, all this is just the start. The Planning and Infrastructure Bill passed its second reading on Monday. No thanks to the parties opposite. Once this bill completes its passage, it will help deliver the homes and infrastructure our country badly needs. And I say to the parties opposite, the British people will be watching. Because if the parties opposite don't support these reforms, let us be clear about what that means. They are opposing economic growth. They are opposing more homes for families. They are opposing good jobs across our country. We on this side are clear about whose side we are on. The parties opposite must decide too. This Labour government is taking the right decisions now to secure Britain's future. And today I can confirm to the House that the OBR have upgraded their growth forecast next year and every single year thereafter. With GDP growth of 1.9% in 2026, of 1.8% in 2027, 1.7% in 2028, and 1.8% in 2029. Mr. Speaker, by the end of the forecast, our economy is larger compared to the OBR's forecast at the time of the budget. That is the difference that this Labour government is making. But, Mr. Speaker, this isn't just about lines on a graph. It's about improving people's lives. Working people are still feeling the pinch after a cost of living crisis caused by the party opposite that caused interest rates and inflation to go through the roof. So I am pleased that the OBR confirmed today that real household disposable income will now grow this year at almost twice the rate expected in the autumn. Compared to the forecast in the final budget delivered by the party opposite, and after taking into account inflation, the OBR say today that people will be, on average, over £500 a year better off under this Labour government. That will mean more money in the pockets of working people, higher living standards promised by this Labour government, delivered by this Labour government, opposed by the parties opposite. Mr. Speaker, the world is changing. We can see that and we can feel it. A changing world demands a government that is on the side of working people, acting in their interest, acting in the national interest, not retreating from challenges, not stepping back, but a government with the courage to step up, to secure Britain's future, and to seize the opportunities that are out there before us. I am impatient for change. The British people are impatient for change after 14 years of failure. And we are beginning to see change happen. Our plan for change is working. Defence spending is rising. Waiting lists are falling. Wages are up. Interest rates are cut. That is the difference that this Labour government is making. And today, Mr. Speaker, the OBR confirm that our plan to get Britain building will drive growth in our economy and put more money in people's pockets. There are no quick fixes, but we have taken the right choices, returning stability to our economy after years of mismanagement by the party opposite, delivering security for our country and security for working people. That is what drives this government. That is what drives me as Chancellor. That is what drives the choices that I have set out today. And I commend this statement to the House.
Shadow Chancellor Mel Stride.
Mr. Speaker, at the last budget, the Right Honourable Lady said that she would bring stability to the public finances. Stability to the public finances. But this statement, more appropriately referred to as an emergency budget, has brought her to a cold, hard...
Can I just say to you, quite rightly, I want to hear to the Chancellor. I now want to hear the Shadow Chancellor. I don't need any help.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This emergency budget, Mr. Speaker, has brought the Right Honourable Lady to a cold, hard reckoning. She has become very fond recently to talk about the world having changed. Well, indeed it has, Mr. Speaker. This country was growing at the fastest rate in the G7 only about a year ago. And just as the OECD and the Bank of England and other forecasters, and now we learn today, the OBR have stated, growth has been halved in this year, cut in two as a consequence of the decisions and the choices that the Right Honourable Lady made on her watch. Inflation, which was down to 2%, bang on target on the very day of the last general election under a Conservative government. We are now told this year will be running at twice the level as was forecast under ourselves in 2024. This is going to mean prices bearing down on households and on businesses right across the country because of her choices. And the OBR also says Mr. Speaker, that unemployment will be rising this year and next year and the year after. And in fact, across the forecast period, it will not decline at all. So much for the Right Honourable Lady's back-to-work plans. And we have already seen, Mr. Speaker, what it means when it comes to controlling borrowing under this Chancellor. And yes, she has come forward now with a plan to squeeze spending later on in the forecast period. And she has, of course, told the OBR that these are the elements of spending restraint to which she will stick. But what do the markets think? And could I ask the Right Honourable Lady, given her track record, given the fact that she has failed to control spending and borrowing to date, what does she think the markets are going to make of her latest promises? But the Right Honourable Lady, Mr. Speaker, says, of course, that none of this is her fault. It is the war in Ukraine. It is President Trump. It is tariffs. It is President Putin. It is the Conservatives. It is her legacy. It is anybody but her. Well, what the British people know, Mr. Speaker, is that this is a consequence of her choices. She is the architect of her own misfortune. It was the Right Honourable Lady, Mr. Speaker, who talked down the economy, so that business surveys and confidence crashed through the floor. It was the Right Honourable Lady who confected the £22 billion black hole. A smokescreen that was only ever there in order to cover up for the fact that she and the Prime Minister reneged on their promises to the British people during the last general election. And a black hole that the OBR themselves, ironically at the government's behest, have said they will not legitimise. She chose to be reckless with a sliver of headroom against her fiddled targets. She borrowed and spent and taxed like it was the 1970s. Little wonder, Mr. Speaker, that the Chancellor has tanked the economy. Little wonder we have an emergency budget, all because of her choices. Now, the Chancellor likes to tour the television studios and tell everybody they should be thankful that she will not be ramping up taxes in this emergency budget as she did before. But that will be cold comfort to the millions up and down the country waiting in fear and trepidation for the start of the new tax year. Buckling under the burden of tax that will be rising to the highest tax burden on her watch in the history of our country. And so could I ask the Right Honourable Lady if, when she replies in a moment, she will give that much-needed reassurance, particularly to businesses, that she will not be ramping up taxes still further in the autumn. Even a basic economist, Mr. Speaker, knows that if you tax something, you get less of it. You don't need to have worked at the Bank of England for 10 years, Mr. Speaker, to know that. So what did the Chancellor tax? She taxed jobs and wealth creation. She's destroyed livelihoods, businesses clobbered, big and small companies, the backbone of our economy. Enterprise crushed on the altar of her ineptitude. The CIPD telling us a third of those businesses affected will shed labour. Morrison's losing 200 jobs, Tesco 400, Sainsbury's 3,000 jobs lost. No wonder the Federation of Small Business say that outside of the pandemic, business confidence has been left at its lowest level on record. But it's not just businesses, Mr. Speaker. It's charities, it's GPs, it's pharmacists, it's those who transport children who have special educational needs, and it is hospices caring for the sick and the dying. In this House, Mr. Speaker, the Labour Party had the opportunity yesterday and last week to stop that, but they voted our amendments down. And we will never let their constituents forget it. Mr. Speaker, if you ramp up taxes, If you ramp up borrowing and spending without any commensurate improvement in productivity, it leads to growing inflation. And inflation has been increasing on this government's watch. It means that interest rates stay higher for longer. The Chancellor just now trumpeted the fact that there had been 3 interest rate cuts since the Labour Party came to office. She knows full well there should have been more than that had she managed. She knows full well. She knows full well. She knows full well, Mr. Speaker. She knows full well that interest rates are higher for longer because of the choices that she took. And this has led, Mr. Speaker, to servicing costs for our national debt, which is running at twice the defence budget. And today we have learned from the OBR that debt interest is to increase still further. None of this money, Mr. Speaker, is going to be spent on public services. It will be going down the drain. Mr. Speaker, the real black hole, Mr. Speaker, the real black hole is not the one the Chancellor invented, it is the one the Chancellor created. It's not a central problem, Mr. Speaker, the fact that this Chancellor is a gambler. Even with her fiddled fiscal targets, she left way too little headroom. Way too little headroom. And is not the truth that whilst the Right Honourable Lady said at the last budget that that was a once-in-a-Parliament reset, she rolled the dice on a wafer-thin margin, and she lost. Reckless with her fingers crossed, she fiddled the targets and she missed them.
I'm not sure about the language we use. I think there are better words and more constructive words the Shadow Chancellor would prefer to use.
Can I just point out, thank you, Mr. Can I just point out that all of her fiscal headroom disappeared, not just some of it. In fact, she went underwater to the tune of £4.1 billion. Mr. Speaker, reeling from one fiscal event to the next is not a way to run the public finances. And breaking your fiscal rules to the extent that the Right Honourable Lady has in just 6 months is a public humiliation. Mr. Speaker, could I briefly focus on defence spending? We on this side of the House welcome the fact that, as we press the government to do, they will reach 2.5% of GDP by 2027. And we note the stepping stone along the way that the Right Honourable Lady has just announced. But we should go further than that. The 3% target should be brought forward to this Parliament. So can I ask the Right Honourable Lady, given the geopolitical tensions that she has raised, what provision has she made in her headroom, in her fiscal plans, for increasing defence spending more quickly in this Parliament if that proves necessary? And could I ask her, would she scrap the absurd Chagos deal and put that money behind our armed forces? Mr. Speaker, the economy is in a perilous state, but there was a different way. There were different choices on taxing and spending and borrowing and on productivity and on welfare. And let me just say a few words on welfare. It was the privilege of my life, Mr. Speaker, to have served as the Secretary of State for Work and Pensions. And when it came to welfare reform, with that privilege came a deep responsibility. The responsibility for welfare reform to be properly thought through with a very clear plan. So I know they don't like it because it's an alien idea, Mr. Speaker, to the party opposite. So that we can be fair to the taxpayer, but equally fair to the many people up and down our country, some of whom are highly vulnerable. This was an approach on our watch that led to $5 billion of savings across the forecast period and 450,000 fewer people going on to long-term sickness and disability benefits as a direct consequence. And we would have gone further, much further, and we set out a clear plan. We set out a clear plan in our manifesto to do exactly that. But the party opposite rushed their changes. They had no plan. There was not a single mention of PIP, personal independence payments, in the Labour Party manifesto. When they got into office, they pussyfooted around and dithered. Why? Because it's deeply divisive within their rank and file. And then suddenly, when the Chancellor decided that she had run out of money, out the word went to find some savings in welfare, to scrabble around, to yank every lever possible. And the spectacle, frankly, Mr. Speaker, of what the OBR has said about the changes that were only announced last week by the Secretary of State for Work and Pensions is simply shambolic. Yes. We have gone from incompetence, Mr. Speaker, to chaos. Yes. There have been more changes in this policy than there were at the last minute to the profile of the Right Honourable Lady on LinkedIn. The result is the worst of all worlds, a wholly inadequate level of savings on welfare, with welfare costs still spiralling ever higher, and changes that were likely to harm many vulnerable people. So could I ask the Right Honourable Lady, when the Secretary of State for Work and Pensions came to the House last week with these changes, she did not provide an impact assessment. Was this because the OBR had not signed off the numbers? Was it because the department did not have enough time to produce one? Or was it only provided today, as many of us suspect, because this was thought to be a good time to bury bad news? Mr. Speaker, the forecast for growth is down, for borrowing costs is up, for inflation is up, and business confidence has been smashed in a million pieces. This Chancellor constantly trying to blame forces beyond her control. The right response is not to duck responsibility, but to build a resilient economy. The Right Honourable Lady would have us believe that that is what she is doing. But how can we believe this Chancellor? How can we trust this Chancellor? She is the Chancellor who said she would not increase borrowing, but she did. She said she wouldn't change her fiscal rules, but she did. She said she wouldn't put up national insurance, but she did. She said she wouldn't cut winter fuel payment, but she did. She said she wouldn't tax farmers, but she did. And she said she would not move to more than one fiscal event a year, and she just has. And now we are all paying the price of her broken promises. Today's numbers confirm it. We are poorer and we are weaker. To govern, Mr. Speaker, is to choose. And this Chancellor has made all the wrong choices.
Chancellor of the Exchequer.
OK, well, I know that the Chancellor hasn't been in this role, Sarah Chancellor hasn't been in this role for very long, but I mean, at least he's not misquoting Shakespeare today. If this was a budget, then it would be the Leader of the Opposition responding. Now, I'm glad that she's still in her place. I know that she'll want to get back to her office for a lunchtime steak soon. But the Right Honourable Gentleman, he talks about budgets. Let me remind the party opposite that the only emergency budget we have seen in recent years was in response to the party's disastrous mini-budget. A mini-budget that crushed the economy, sent mortgage bills spiralling and left a £22 billion black hole in our nation's finances. Now, they might have forgotten about the damage that they did to our country, but the British people never will. But as always, the Shadow Chancellor talked a lot, but he didn't offer a single alternative. He says he opposes our tax rises, but he can't tell us whether he would cut the NHS to reverse them. He says he wants economic growth, but they abstained on the very planning reforms that the OBR have said will kickstart growth. Now, Mr. Speaker, you don't change the country by abstaining, by sitting on the fence. You change the country by leading, by taking action, and that is what this government are doing. And Mr. Speaker, he says he wants businesses to trade, but he doesn't want us to talk to the second largest economy in the world, or indeed our biggest trading partners in the European Union. He simply isn't serious. 4 months into the job and he's got no clue. He wants to talk about growth, but he doesn't say anything about the fact that the OBR has upgraded growth next year and every single year after. He talks about pensioners, but he forgets that it's his party to scrap the triple lock, which we are protecting and which will mean the state pension rising next month by over £400. And Mr. Speaker, he talks about wages, but he forgets the fact that we are boosting wages by boosting the national living wage from next month. And Mr. Speaker, the Shadow Chancellor says nothing about living standards or this morning's fall in inflation, because the last Parliament was the worst on record, and the OBR today have revised up their forecast for family finances. Mr. Speaker, working people are always better off with Labour. Now, he is learning something, because at least this time he's asked a couple of questions, so let me respond to them. He asked what should the markets make. Well, what the market should see is that when I've been tested with a deterioration in the headroom, we have restored that headroom in full. That is the choices that I made. And he says that it's a slither of a headroom. Well, it's 50% more headroom than I inherited from the party opposite. When I was left with a slither of headroom, I rebuilt it after this government, last government, eroded it. That is the difference that we've made. And whilst they left the public finances and the public services a mess, we wiped the slate clean, which means we have the flexibility now to increase defence spending, as we have done in the, as the leader of the Labour Party has done. The party opposite had 14 years to increase defence spending, and now they lately come to the party. And the Shadow Chancellor mentions welfare reform and his time at the Department for Work and Pensions. What a legacy. 1 in 8 young people not in education, employment or training. 1,000 people a day going on to personal independence payments. And the OBR say today that welfare spending as a share of GDP will now start falling, a far cry from what we had under the party opposite. And, Mr. Speaker, the Shadow Chancellor speaks about employment. Well, the OBR say that employment will increase, that wages will increase and that living standards will increase. What a change after 14 years of the Conservative Party. Well, the world is changing and no one can be in any doubt about it. But the Conservative Party are stuck in the past, divided, out of touch and carping from the sidelines. They have no plan. No plan to kickstart growth, no plan to fix our public services, no plan to keep our country safe. The only plan for change they are working on is to change their party leader, and you can't blame them for that. So if they have no plan, let me remind them about ours. The minimum wage up, real wages up, house building up, NHS investment up, investment in our schools up, investment in our roads up, defence spending up. Every single one of those policies opposed by the party opposite. Opposed by the Conservatives, opposed by Reform, opposed by the SNP, opposed by the Liberal Democrats and opposed by the Greens. Mr. Speaker, it's the anti-growth coalition in action. They are the blockers, we are the builders, securing Britain's future, protecting working people and delivering change.
Chair of the Finance Committee, Dame Meg Hillier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my right honourable friend inherited a very difficult challenge when she became Chancellor of the Exchequer last July. And she is absolutely right that the books need to balance. This is not other people's money we're spending, but taxpayers' money hard earned by our constituents, and she is right to be tough as Chancellor on this. We look forward to quizzing her at the Treasury Select Committee next week. I'm sure she's looking forward to it as much as we are. Mr. Speaker, the Chancellor announced an extra £2 billion a year in capital spending, and she talked about extra defence spending. Can she give some more detail about where she hopes that £2 billion a year extra will go?
Yes, definitely.
Chancellor.
I thank my honourable friend for that question, and I indeed look forward to attending the Treasury Select Committee next week. I was pleased to have served on the Treasury Select Committee in the past, and it's a pleasure to give evidence to you. We will set out in the spending review, my right honourable friend, the Chief Secretary, will set out in the spending review the allocation of the additional capital money. But I was able to announce today £2.2 billion into defence from next year, as well as £2 billion as a down payment to build the affordable and social housing that we need. Two examples of the priorities of this government to get Britain building and to secure our national security.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Daisy Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Rachel Reeves there taking some questions after delivering her spring statement. There was more to it than we expected, I guess, is what I would say. So the Office of Budget Responsibility downgrading growth forecasts for next year, but it did increase them over the course of the Parliament. And Rachel Reeves there announcing cuts to benefits, future cuts to day-to-day spending, and also more money for defence. But at the heart of it, really, the statement she made at the beginning, her fiscal rules are non-negotiable. That is the Rachel Reeves philosophy that all else stems from. And of course, it has consequences. She was outlining the global factors that contributed to some of the worsening picture over the last 6 months or so. But the bottom line is, in politics, there are always choices, and Rachel Reeves will be judged on the choices that she has made today. Should we bring in our political editor, Beth Rigby, at this point? Sky's political editor, Beth Rigby. We've also got Ed Conway standing by to crunch the numbers for us. Beth, what did you make of today?
Well, look, we said it was going to be much bigger than an economic update, and it really was. I would say that was an intensely political performance there from the Chancellor. And there's two parts of it, really. Point one is this reiteration from her that she is the Iron Chancellor. She stuck to her fiscal rules. She found billions in savings in order to stick to the fiscal rules. She said very clearly, I'm restoring the headroom. And then she outlined a series of savings. There was £6 billion from budgets across departments by the end of the Parliament, £1 billion additional in tax evasion. There were £3.4 billion in welfare cuts. And in the end, she filled the gap. So that was kind of the stuff that had been pitch-rolled and was difficult for her. But then there was this whole other section in which she really defended her position, and she made the argument. She got back on the front foot and really was a moment of the lady is not for turning, and actually the plan is working. And when we talked about MPs giving her a bit of space, she was saying, this is why you need to give me a bit of space. So the main sort of two things that were the upside for her was that the OBR, having halved the growth forecast for 2025, has then increased the growth forecast thereafter for each year of the Parliament. So there was that. And then she really levelled in or honed in on the planning reforms, saying that the national framework, planning framework, that the mandatory housing targets had led the OBR to increase real GDP growth in the economy by 0.2% by 2029 to 2030. She said, my policies are increasing growth by 6.8 billion. And then ping on my phone, a rabbit appeared from someone saying, this is the surprising stuff, which is having all the bad news briefed out, if you like, to try and show that her plan was working. Now, within all of that, there's so many caveats, because if you look at what actually those welfare reforms and what's happening, 3 million families could be worse off under universal credit. 800,000 people could see their PIP awards cut. The OBR has warned this is the OBR, I'm just going through it, I've only just started, that unprotected departments might actually need real terms cuts by 0.8%. From 2026 to 7%, that tariffs could completely throw it all off course. And there's a big warning with all of it where the OBR says, headline, Chancellor restores headroom amid risky outlook, and says it's a small margin against the risk of further shocks to interest rates. And when she talked as well about household budgets rising, she said by the end of the Parliament, on average people, £500 better off. When you actually look at the OBR, it says, well, there's so many margins in this, people might be worse off before they feel better off, i.e. it's much more complicated. But you saw, I think, a Chancellor, and we said she was resilient earlier, coming out fighting and saying, yes, it's difficult, but my plan will work, stick with me. And she had enough proof points there to make the argument.
You see, this is it, isn't it? It's always quite difficult to give the instant reaction to something when these things filter out, as you were saying, like throughout the kind of days and months. But you have your kind of big-ticket political thing that does matter, how the pitch goes, how she presents herself, how the immediate response is. But then the devil is always in the detail. I mean, Beth was just talking through some of the kind of more better news, if you like, planning, putting a bit more on GDP, the increased growth forecast towards the end of the Parliament. These aren't massive numbers, though, are they? I mean, how excited should we get?
They're not massive, but I mean, we were told it was going to be all about, that document that Beth was pointing to. So that's the Office of Budget Responsibility. And while the thing from the Treasury is kind of thinner than usual, we were told there wasn't going to be much in the way of a scorecard. So the scorecard is basically, here's something we're doing. And actually, there's quite a lot of stuff.
Yeah, go on, show these guys as well. Put it towards this camera there.
There you are. There's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff. However, can I do some charts? Because actually, it's hard to see it in
We're never going to deny you, Ed.
And
what we come for, Ed.
This is what it's all about.
But listen, in terms of that, what Beth was saying a second ago about just how are the unprotected departments going to be affected? Actually, there's something interesting. I'll show you in a moment on that. But in the meantime, big picture here. How's the economy doing? And this is economic growth, OK? So this is showing you what was expected for economic growth last time around. That's obviously the year that's just passed, but this is the one to focus on. So 2025, the year we're in at the moment, and then the future years as well. Look at the latest forecast, OK? So I'm going to bring them on and look at 2025, OK? So that year, we know about that, bit weaker than expected. But look at 2025, so down from 2% to 1%. But the thing that the Chancellor really wanted to talk about, obviously, was no, obviously that's not great news, but look at these future years. Look at each of these red bars, a little bit stronger, actually quite a bit stronger there, 0.3 percentage points in the future. And I mean, you've got to have so many provisos about whether these numbers are actually going to be kind of relied upon. But even so, that's what she's going to be focusing on. And why is she going to be focusing on that? Because as Beth was saying a second ago, she's going to want to say the plan is working. And when it comes to her plan, here's one thing that the OBR have looked at and revised, which is the assessment for how much in the way of house building there's going to be in the future. Remember, the Chancellor, the government's plan is to get that house building total up, so over 300,000 a year. Last time around, so before the government's measures, that's what the kind of overall house building total in the UK looked like. So basically not going up that much, certainly not at the 300,000 mark. Now look at their latest estimate. Look at that. So that does go up, and it gets to around that level of 300,000. Next time I'm on, I'll draw a line so we can see that. But nonetheless, that's part of the explanation for why growth is stronger. But it's not a massive upgrade. It is definitely, though, a mark of success. But the thing I think that the Chancellor really had to spend most time on was dealing with her fiscal rules and dealing with the fact that the public finances aren't doing as well as they looked last time around. And you wouldn't see this from the surface, partly because there's so much going on beneath the surface. The swan's legs were kicking. This is the main fiscal rule. It basically says you need to get your current budget, which at the moment is in a deficit, so we're borrowing lots of money, you need to get that current budget down into the blue area. So you need to have a surplus, in particular, by this year here, 2029 to 30. And if you look at the numbers, this is last time around, look at the numbers, the latest numbers, and you see it kind of looks OK. It looks like, look, obviously we're not quite as much into the blue area there, but this particular year that everyone's kind of focusing on, that's basically the same as it was last time around. And so the point here is, look, it's fine, nothing to see here. But like I say, the devil is in the detail, particularly about what's going on beneath the surface. So consider that £9.9 billion. I'll just put it in positive territory, because some people, when they talk about this, they call it headroom. That £9.9 billion, that was what was there last time around, £9.9 billion of headroom. In fact, that actually entirely got whittled away, and so she was only left, well, she was left missing it by £4.1 billion. That is a missed fiscal rule, and it's down to these things: higher debt interest costs, weaker growth. That pushes you down. It wipes out the headroom. Your fiscal rules have gone out the window. And so the Chancellor needed to do something about it. What did she do? Well, there were various different measures that gradually pushed that up. So you've got some tax evasion measures. You've got measures that push that up thanks to things like switching from aid to defence. Just the nature of that spending takes it out of current spending and puts it into investment, which also happens to push you up, which is very helpful for her. You've got things like spending cuts. Those spending cuts Beth was talking about a moment ago, which could be really quite controversial when we look into the details. Certain, for instance, core schools, they may see real terms cuts in the coming years. And then, obviously, we heard from the government just last week they were going to bring in £5 billion thanks to these welfare cuts. That would have pushed this up a lot. In fact, then the OBR, the Office of Budget Responsibility, looked at the numbers and said, well, I don't actually think so, and therefore that bar came down. And so that's kind of where we are right now. £9.9 billion, exactly the same number as it was at the start of this process, but just look at how much changed beneath the surface. And, you know, we have literally just got these documents, we're going through the charts, we're going through the numbers, and so there's going to be, I imagine, Sophie, you were talking a second ago about, you know, it's in the weeks and months ahead. You know, in the next few hours, actually, could be really interesting because the story will shift as we look through these details.
Can I ask a question off the back of that? Is it a bit weird that the headroom was 9.9 and now it is exactly 9.9 again? I mean, does this point towards a government that is basically making policy to fit fiscal rules?
Yeah, I mean, it looks a lot like that, doesn't it? I mean, if
it's a bit of a coincidence, otherwise, it's exactly the...
It looks like they really didn't want anyone to, I guess, to spend too much time thinking about what was going on beneath the surface. They wanted to show that it was just back to exactly business as usual. But in order to get to that point of seeming like nothing had changed, they had to do a lot. You know, they had to do all of these different measures that they said that they weren't going to do. So it is a lot. And like I say, there is more detail, I think, than we expected. She rushed out of number 11 this morning, not wanting to make it seem like it was a budget. And whether it is or not, I think we can debate. But there's measures, there's big changes to the economic forecast, and there's a lot to discuss.
My microphone pack's just fallen down. I'm just going to pick it up. That's why I'm disappearing under the desk for just 1 minute. I didn't want you to think that I was getting anything else. We're back in business. Right, OK, let's crack on. We're joined now by the Executive Director of the Federation of Small Business, Craig Beaumont, and Beth Rigby has transformed into our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates, who is here as well. Great to have you both with us. Sam, just to you first, what's your initial reaction to what we've seen today?
So today was the moment the OBR marked Rachel Reeves' homework. They found that she had lost £14 billion, and at quite a high political cost, she has restored, by finding £14 billion of savings from departments and welfare, her headroom to that number, 9.9 billion. But, Sophie, the big picture of it is that she managed to lose that headroom quite easily since October. And there is absolutely no reason why she's not going to lose that headroom again between now and the autumn. It's still not enough. The single thing that leapt out of me on this statement is the moment that Rachel Reeves sat down and the OBR published its document, they plastered a warning on the front page of their website, warning that the headroom might not be enough given all of the challenges that Britain face, whether it's global tariffs, whether it's domestic taxation, whether it's tax revenue coming in. So has Rachel Reeves created a doom loop where we're going to be having exactly this conversation in 6 months' time?
Craig, it's always great to get your perspective on how these kind of big Westminster events translate into the real world of small businesses who are trying to do their best to employ people, to provide a service and so on. What's your initial reflections?
Well, today was, for the Chancellor, was a statement about stability, and there will be relief of no extra business taxes. But we're facing some quite hefty tax rises just in 10 days' time, so a week on Sunday, when the next changes happen. So I think today is all about a stark reminder of why we need to get back to growth. And we didn't expect huge growth measures in this statement. You know, it wasn't a budget. You know, as it was debated in the chamber, it wasn't an actual budget. There was stuff in there on procurement that was useful, but these aren't massive changes. And really, today is the first of an act of three. You've got the spending review, you've got the King's speech, and then you've got the autumn budget. So we need to see growth measures in those. So everything from business rates to changes to employment to SME digital adoption, export support, procurement. There's so much to do. And today was, if you like, a sort of a down payment on that to say no new taxes, finding the money that Sam's just referred to, but doing that through spending cuts. Slightly concerned about the welfare package because it is all about cutting benefits. It is not about creating new jobs. And you have cross-current pressures on NICs and the Employment Rights Bill that frustrate that effort.
Are you pleased to see the uplift in growth forecasts, or is that the sort of thing you think, by the time we get to that, who knows what the economy is going to be doing?
There was a bit of discussion about that internally about, how much weight do you put on these future forecasts? Yeah. Obviously, Ed's the expert on your side on that. But they do tend to... Well, this year has seen a clear downgrade from 2% to 1%, and that is really, really bad. And we all knew it was happening, and you can see that in all the business confidence surveys, including our own. So those measures on planning are really important. The first time OBR has scored planning and is going to permanently increase GDP for that, and that's really important. So for small house builders in particular, they really want to see a slice of that. And then you've got these billions going into defence procurement. MOD has been really bad at small businesses being involved in procurement, and now it's suddenly going to be the exemplar. So let's really get involved in that and make it work. So it's great to get a shout out from the Chancellor this afternoon on that.
Sure, yeah.
You mentioned planning there, and Rachel Reeves was quite keen in the Commons chamber to trumpet those numbers and that upgrade as a result of planning. But I think we've got to be a bit cautious about not overstating it. I'm looking at the OBR page 1, so they want to draw attention to this. The OBR says, while the government, basically says the government planning reforms deliver a modest boost to the level of output of 0.2% by 2029. So the big upgrade is 0.2% in 4 years.
And they even say modest, just in case we didn't get it, just to kind of put that adjective in front of it.
I think we get it. And this was sort of the problem with the way that Rachel Reeves did it. There were moments of flourish, but often the figures were a tenth of what you would expect deserved the kind of rhetoric she was putting in.
Just in her defence or the OBR's defence, they historically don't really do. I think she is right that this is probably the biggest single upgrade they've done as a result of kind of growth-friendly policies. But it's more because they're just not used to doing that kind of thing. It's just institutionally the OBR doesn't do that stuff all that much, and is just a bit sceptical about growth-friendly stuff. So they've had to be shoved a little bit in that direction. But as you say, Sam, I mean, it is small in the grand scheme of things. The hope is that it adds up. But we just don't know. And also there's other things that haven't been scored yet, like the employment reforms that have yet to come in, which, as Craig might say, that's going to be big stuff and at the moment quite unfathomable what the impact is going to be of that.
Yeah, what do you think the impact will be?
Well, we're worried that the focus will actually be on the increase in taxes and the increase of risk on a job means you'll make every job more expensive and also every job more risky.
Can you explain what they actually entail as far as...
Yes, so on the tax, of course, it's national insurance, so every job you pay a seventh of the salary across the Treasury, and that will increase from 13.8% to 15% from a week on Sunday. So every job becomes a bit more expensive, and the threshold at which you pay it starts earlier. So that makes every job more, especially at the lowest end, entry-level jobs in our local communities across the country. And if you map that up against the Employment Rights Bill, which makes that job more risky, so when a small business owner creates a job, the idea that that person has day one rights and can go to unfair dismissal to a tribunal system that doesn't work, that is really scary. A small business owner is really scared about being sued. So you'll see fewer jobs being created. So it's the combination of cost and risk. And that is a scenario where you get fewer people into work, particularly in local communities. We're not talking about, big posh corporates here in the city, in the City of London. We're talking about local communities, local jobs, and those furthest from work. So you will actually see the benefits bill rise if these two things combine.
So jobs, just to be really clear, you're saying that this policy will directly lead to job losses?
Yes, 100%. It absolutely will. So you need to find what can we do to mitigate that? Yeah. So there are things you can do in the Employment Rights Bill that we're pitching into Angela Rayner and Rachel Reeves right now to say that if you do this, you protect the part of the employment market that will be hit the worst.
And if you take the Employment Rights Bill, Make Work Pay, and look in the OBR document that's just been published, what they say about that is there is going to be a negative effect. We don't have enough clarity on what that means. But basically, they put the government on notice that in the autumn budget, that's when they will decide the cost. So remember that £9.9 billion headroom? That is another thing that's going to eat into it.
We'll have more time to chat in a moment, but I do want to take you to Central Lobby because our chief political correspondent, John Craig, is there. John, who have you been talking to?
Well, I'm about to talk to Marc Francois, the Shadow Armed Forces Minister, and that's because one of the announcements in the budget, the spring statement, what the Conservatives call an emergency budget, was, as she said, an extra £2.2 billion for the Ministry of Defence. She called it a further down payment on the government's plans to deliver 2.5% of GDP. Let's see how the Conservatives view that announcement from the Chancellor. Marc Francois, were you expecting that extra £2.2 billion? I imagine you think it's good news.
We welcome it, and we were kind of expecting it because the Prime Minister announced several weeks ago an increase in defence spending to 2.5% of GDP by 2027. So as the Chancellor has said, this is a down payment. It's part of that already planned increase. Nevertheless, we welcome it. We've got one real concern, which is she refused to rule out today that money will be partly spent on the Chagos deal. So what is the point of increasing the defence budget if you were then to give a lot of that money to Mauritius to lease back some islands that we already own? We want that money spent on our armed forces, not on a mad deal to rent back the Chagos Islands.
You've also said that 2.5%, you, the Conservative Party, is not enough, haven't you? What is it you want to see?
Well, Kemi Badenoch, Leader of the Opposition, said recently, because of the way the world is changing, because of the war in Ukraine, because of the tensions over Taiwan, we believe defence spending should increase to 3% of GDP by the end of this Parliament. But nonetheless, this announcement today is an increase in defence spending, but we believe now, because of the changing threat environment, we may need to go yet further. What we don't want to do is give billions of that to Mauritius to rent back some islands we already own in the first place.
What are your other thoughts about what the Chancellor's announced today?
Well, I've got here what's called the Green Book. So, if you like, this is the small print of the budget.
Have you read it yet? Probably had another chance, have you?
Well, I've had a flick at it. Two key things. One, growth has halved. Remember, this was going to be the government of economic growth. Well, the OBR, who are independent, say next year it halves from 2% to 1%. One of the reasons why it is an emergency budget. And also borrowing, it looks as if over the next 2 years, government borrowing increases by about £18 billion. That will worry the markets.
She mentioned the OBR several times. I lost count the number of times she mentioned the Office of Budget Responsibility. Who's running the economy, the Treasury or the OBR?
Well, ultimately, it's the Chancellor is responsible for economic policy, but the OBR make forecasts which she is meant to take into account. And the really big headline news from their forecast is that growth next year, which was going to be 2%, is now halved to 1%. So that has major implications for public spending across the board. That is not good news for the British economy. And the reason the growth is being cut is because they've increased taxes so heavily. Basically, they're killing the goose that lays the golden eggs.
OK, a nice thought to end on just before lunch. I'll let you go and read the spring statement, Green Book, over your lunch. That's Marc Francois, Conservatives welcoming that extra £2.2 billion for the Ministry of Defence.
John, thank you very much indeed. John Craig there, mopping up some of the reaction from MPs in Central Lobby. Now, of course, one of the really big changes to the country that was announced today and has been trailed in the last few weeks as well is cuts to the welfare budget and then, of course, in particular to disability benefits as well. So how will today's announcement impact people across the country? Well, we can go now to Wolverhampton and speak to our social affairs correspondent, Becky Johnson. And Becky, this is one of the things that many Labour MPs are wrestling with right now, the impact that these changes to the welfare budget could have. What is it that you're picking up?
Well, the sense that I'm getting, the more people that I speak to about this, is that people
have the feeling that this is targeting the vulnerable. And obviously that will cause a huge amount of disquiet among many Labour MPs who probably share that sentiment. I was speaking to a man who claims PIP. He claims the mobility element that won't be affected, but also the daily living element that will. He says the consequence if he lost that money, which amounts to over £200 a month, would be that he actually has to turn his heating off and potentially buy less food. So these are really, life-changing amounts of money. There's small amounts of money to many people, but for the people who receive them, they really make the difference between being able to put food on the table and not worry about it, and then having to really count everything they're buying in the supermarket. And I've just been speaking to people in a community centre, it's, a deprived community where people are really struggling, and whether people claim benefits or not, they still get the sense that this is targeting the wrong people. Now, that's despite the fact that a number of people here have been telling me that they think it is right that the government should be trying to get people into work. They do think too many people of working age are claiming benefits and not working. But one woman said to me, it's all very well telling people they should get back to work and taking their benefits off them, but where are the jobs? Where's the support for these people who've been out of work for a very long time? She just can't see it. And she herself wasn't actually claiming disability benefits, but she's not working. She's economically inactive because she's got young children, and says it's simply not viable for her to work because of the costs of childcare. And these are all the really complicated things going on in people's lives. Another woman who actually runs a group here at the community centre told me she actually thinks that, particularly the announcement today where the health top-up element of universal credit is going to be cut and then frozen, she actually thinks that might persuade more people to go into work, because one of the things, of course, the government has been keen to do is to make work pay, and it has been the case for quite some time that people in receipt of the sickness top-up, the health top-up of universal credit, A, get more money, and B, don't have to look for work. So there's almost a perverse incentive in that system. And people here agree that that actually does need looking at, that people may be encouraged to look for work if their money was reduced. But the overwhelming feeling is that there shouldn't just be some kind of cliff edge where people lose their money, because many people have been out of work for a long time. They maybe don't have qualifications. They simply don't know where to start going back into the workplace. And one charity I've been speaking to said there is actually real fear for many families of how they're going to get by day to day if they suddenly lose that money. And it's all of this sentiment that is going to really strike a chord with the Labour MPs who feel that perhaps the wrong people are being targeted by all of this, despite the fact that really the whole point is getting people back to work. Of course, we know 1 in 8 young people currently not in education, employment or training, they're the people being targeted by this. But the sense is that many other vulnerable people who really can't work are going to lose out as well, and that's making people here very uncomfortable.
Thank you very much indeed, Becky Johnson there. Well, as Becky Johnson was talking, we have had some of the impact assessment through the government's own impact assessment on the changes to welfare, and it shows that 250,000 people, including 50,000 children, could be pushed into poverty as a result of the changes to welfare. Some Labour MPs already expressing their disquiet. Deborah Abraham saying all the evidence points to cuts in welfare leading to severe poverty. Rachel Maskell talking about the responsibility of a Labour government. Richard Bergen saying making cuts to welfare instead of taxing wealth is a political choice. The question is, of course, how many will be prepared to vote against it. We'll have lots more coverage of the spring statement coming up. A downgrading growth in the short term, but an upgrade in the longer term. How did Rachel Reeves do? We'll be finding out more after the break. This is Sky News. It is 2 o'clock. I'm Sophie Ridge, and you're watching our extended coverage of the spring statement. The headlines: welfare cuts, tackling tax evasion, planning reforms, and defence spending. The Chancellor sets out the menu of economic reforms she hopes will balance the books.
Our plan for change is working. Defence spending is rising. Waiting lists are falling. Wages are up. Interest rates are cut. That is the difference that this Labour government is making.
But amid accusations she's lost the dressing room among her own backbenchers, have Rachel Reeves' welfare reforms gone too far, too quickly?
To govern, Mr. Speaker, is to choose. And this Chancellor has made all the wrong choices.
The Chancellor bets the House on home building and other planning reforms to help rebuild the economy. But the growth forecast for this year has been chopped in half. And later this hour, the body in charge of marking Rachel Reeves' homework, that's the Office for Budget Responsibility, will be giving its school reports on the spring statement. Hello, good afternoon. So now we know the contents of the Chancellor's spring statement. That definitely wasn't an emergency budget, by the way, but will be the set of numbers holding Rachel Reeves to account by her party, by the opposition, and more importantly, by you, the voters, as she walks an improbable economic tightrope between now and the end of the Parliament. So the growth forecast for the coming year has been halved from 2% to 1% by the Office for Budget Responsibility. And they also warn the headroom in the economy is a very small margin compared to the risk and uncertainty inherent in any fiscal forecast. So what about growth? The government's banking on building more homes, along with other planning reforms, as well as welfare cuts, defence spending and tackling tax evasion, all themes we've heard before. There were no rabbits out of the hat, few surprises of any kind, leaving the Chancellor with nowhere to hide if her financial fortunes fail to improve. Well, let's have a look at what the Chancellor announced. So the standard allowance for universal credit will increase to £106 per week by 2029-30, but the universal credit health element will be cut by 50% and frozen for new claimants. The Chancellor said she will invest £1 billion to support people back into work, and she also confirmed a £2.2 billion increase in defence spending in the next financial year. Some of her spending commitments will be funded by a cut in overseas aid, which will fall to 0.3% of gross national income. And the Chancellor also said that Labour's planning reforms will, according to the Office for Budget Responsibility, lead to a 40-year high in house building. She confirmed a pledge of £600 million to train up to 60,000 construction workers. And Rachel Reeves also said she would increase day-to-day spending, saying capital spending will go up by an average of £2 billion per year compared to the autumn. She said a crackdown on tax evasion will raise £1 billion and a £3.2 billion transformation fund to reform public services would go ahead too. So according to Rachel Reeves, the government's plan is working.
Because we are living in an uncertain world, as the Prime Minister has set out, we will increase defence spending to 2.5% of GDP, reducing overseas aid to 0.3% of gross national income. This means we save £2.6 billion in day-to-day spending in 2029-30 to fund our more capital-intensive defence commitments. Second, in recent months, we have begun to fundamentally reform the British state, driving efficiency and productivity across government, to deliver tangible savings and improve services across our country. Earlier this the Prime Minister set out plans to abolish the arm's-length body NHS England and ensure that that money goes directly to improving the service for patients. My right honourable friend, the Health Secretary, is driving forward vital reforms to increase NHS productivity, bearing down on costly agency spend to save money so that we can improve patient care. And my right honourable friend, the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, is taking forward work to significantly reduce the costs of running government by 15%, worth £2 billion by the end of the decade. This work shows that we can make our state leaner and more agile, delivering more resources to the front line, while ensuring that we control day-to-day spending to meet our fiscal rules. The world is changing. We can see that and we can feel it. A changing world demands a government that is on the side of working people, acting in their interest, acting in the national interest, not retreating from challenges, not stepping back, but a government with the courage to step up, to secure Britain's future and to seize the opportunities that are out there before us. I am impatient for change. The British people are impatient for change after 14 years of failure. And we are beginning to see change happen. Our plan for change is working. Defence spending is rising. Waiting lists are falling. Wages are up. Interest rates are cut. That is the difference that this Labour government is making. And today, Mr. Speaker, the OBR confirm that our plan to get Britain building will drive growth in our economy and put more money in people's pockets. There are no quick fixes, but we have taken the right choices, returning stability to our economy after years of mismanagement by the party opposite, delivering security for our country and security for working people. That is what drives this government. That is what drives me as Chancellor. That is what drives the choices that I have set out today.
Rachel Reeves there explaining the choices that she set out today. Let's hear now from the Shadow Chancellor, Mel Stride, who was responding to the Chancellor from the opposition.
But the Right Honourable Lady, Mr. Speaker, says, of course, that none of this is her fault. It is the war in Ukraine. It is President Trump. It is tariffs. It is President Putin. It is the Conservatives. It is her legacy. It is anybody but her. But what the British people know, Mr. Speaker, is that this is a consequence of her choices. She is the architect of her own misfortune. It was the Right Honourable Lady, Mr. Speaker, who talked down the economy, so that business surveys and confidence crashed through the floor. It was the Right Honourable Lady who confected the £22 billion black hole.
Pure fantasy.
A smokescreen that was only ever there in order to cover up for the fact that she and the Prime Minister reneged on their promises to the British people during the last general election. And a black hole that the OBR themselves, ironically at the government's behest, have said they will not legitimise. She chose to be reckless with a sliver of headroom against her fiddled targets. She borrowed and spent and taxed like it was the 1970s. Little wonder, Mr. Speaker, that the Chancellor has tanked the economy. Little wonder we have an emergency budget, all because of her choices. How can we believe this Chancellor? How can we trust this Chancellor? She is the Chancellor who said she would not increase borrowing, but she did. She said she wouldn't change her fiscal rules, but she did. She said she wouldn't put up national insurance, but she did. She said she wouldn't cut winter fuel payment, but she did. She said she wouldn't tax farmers, but she did. And she said she would not move to more than one fiscal event a year, and she just has. And now we are all paying the price of her broken promises. Today's numbers confirm it. We are poorer and we are weaker. To govern, Mr. Speaker, is to choose. And this Chancellor has made all the wrong choices.
Well, of course, we've had the spring statement from Rachel Reeves, but there is a lot still to come during the rest of the day. Let's just remind you what else is coming up, shall we? Because at 2:30, we're going to hear from the Office for Budget Responsibility. They're holding a news conference. Of course, they've been having a huge impact on the policies announced today. And then at 4:15, the Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, will also be speaking to the media live from Downing Street. Then at 7 p.m, I'm going to be back on the Politics Hub with more fallout from the spring statement. At 8 p.m. then, Sarah-Jane Mee will be here with the UK Tonight. She's going to be joined by lots of economic experts and also financial influencers to discuss what the Chancellor's speech means for you. Well, we are beginning to discover what the Chancellor's speech does mean. We're joined by our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates, and also our Economics and Data Editor, Ed Conway, because we've had the impact assessment published by the Department for Work and Pensions. And if you are a Labour MP already worried about the impact of the welfare changes, it is going to make some pretty concerning reading. Sam, just take us through what it says.
Rachel Reeves had to find money today. She had to find £14 billion, and £4.8 billion of that was from welfare. And the government have been scrabbling around, including in the last few hours, to make that work and to make these numbers add up, because Rachel Reeves didn't want to break her promises. But the question now is whether or not Labour MPs can tolerate the things that this government can do. We've just had, you say, an impact assessment. Basically, it's a detailed guide to the costs and impacts of the welfare changes that we heard about last week, but not really in any detail. And the numbers are eye-watering. And I think this is going to be the biggest political story of the day. Listen to this, Sophie. This is a government document. Now, the changes by the end of this decade, by 2030, mean that there will be 3.2 million families who lose financially as a result of what's going on, to an average of £1,720 compared to inflation. The government impact assessment says that overall they expect 250,000 people, 250,000 people, including 50,000 children, to be pushed into relative poverty. This is additional people going into poverty. This is the party of Gordon Brown that tried to eliminate child poverty, pushing 50,000 children additionally into poverty after housing costs as a result of their modelling. Some of the details are even more eye-watering than that. It talks about people on disability benefits, PIP, personal independent payments. They say that they expect 370,000 current recipients to lose their entitlement and 430 future people who could have got that benefit to lose it. And the average loss to these people who are on the lowest end of the income scale is £4,500 a year. I mean, 4,500. I mean, these are absolutely incredible sums, Sophie. So people on 18, 20, 25, or less than that, losing £4,500 a year. These are people who consider themselves or do have disability, and 3.2 million families losing £1,720. There are, just to give you a sense of the tone of Labour MPs, before this came out, I was talking to Labour MPs across the spectrum, not just those on the left, and tell you about the reaction of two of them. They're anonymous for a reason they'll quickly become. One Labour MP said, "What we're doing is immoral. What's the point of the Labour Party? It's suicide on my patch. I'm voting against it. I don't care about the whip." Right? Then another one. This guy's a moderate, this person. "What on earth are we doing cutting the basic rate of universal credit to meet our fiscal rules? It's embarrassing. The Parliamentary Party are losing it." And that's before we saw cuts of £4,500 a year to disabled people.
I mean, it is, like you say, it's quite a staggering document. We've already seen some Labour MPs coming out, speaking out against it. Rachel Maskell, Debbie Abrahams, Richard Bergen. I thought it was quite interesting, the tone of Rachel Reeves' speech when she was outlining some of these welfare changes. She was saying, if we do nothing, we're writing off an entire generation. It's a waste of their potential. She was, I guess, emphasising the moral reason for changing the benefit system as well as the economic, which but like you say, Sam, it is difficult to see how a lot of Labour MPs will be able to stomach 50,000 children in particular going into poverty.
They think the moral case is how can you force somebody who's disabled to do something that they're physically unable to do, particularly if the system doesn't quite get their categorisation right. The fine line between lecturing and encouraging is a difficult one to walk. The massive problem you can see from space for Rachel Reeves is that she's had to rush through these changes because of today. Even though the government claims that this is what they would have done anyway, things have been thrown together in the last few hours. So clearly it's just not true.
And it's because of the economic picture, right? That is why they've done it.
It's because they have these fiscal rules.
Yeah.
I mean, that's basically it. There are fiscal rules that Rachel Reeves signed up to, and, she developed her own fiscal rules. not long ago.
Yeah.
And those fiscal rules are just what they are. They're rules. They're not definitive. There's nothing gospel about them. But there's an acknowledgement that, you know, we were sat here a few years ago when it was the mini budget, watching that unravel and seeing what the market does when it doesn't like you know, the government throwing out fiscal rules, which is what Liz Truss and Kwasi Kwarteng did. So by the same token, there is a consciousness that we are not that far from the edge, potentially, of people of another kind of moment like that if the government was to throw it away. So those are the two things kind of that are going on right now in Whitehall, this argument between the fiscal hawks saying, you've got to just bring this under control, and those who are saying, well, listen, this is not... It's not definitive, it's not gospel, it's discretionary. We can decide to spend or not spend as much as we want. Shall I show you? Because actually,
let's have a look.
we were saying just, you know, a moment ago, actually, chatting about the extent to which this story can evolve over the course of just hours, which it does. You know, it does. Every time we get one of these statements, it takes a while for the real story to come out. And Sam was just telling you a little bit about the story for benefits recipients and what might happen there for poverty levels. But there's a bigger one as well, which is about just how does spending evolve? And I just literally in the last few minutes have been looking at the plans for government spending in the future, because you'll probably recall one of the ways that Rachel Reeves is going to, you know, recoup some of the money that she's lost, or at least that you know, the economy has done a bit worse than expected. The fiscal rules are potentially going to be broken. She has to do something. One of the bits is welfare. Another bit, and actually the biggest bit, is reducing your spending plans, OK? And when it comes to those spending plans, there was one thing I think that was front and centre of Labour's big plans last October, which was they didn't want to have spending plans that were quite as low as Jeremy Hunt was planning. So this is what Jeremy Hunt was planning for spending when he was Chancellor in the coming years. You're talking about 1% a year, 1% a year. So remember that. And then when Rachel Reeves came in, she said, no, it's going to be higher than that. It's going to be a lot higher in the first year. So remember all that talk about extra spending for the NHS, extra spending for public services. Most of that spending, the vast majority this year, and a lot of that is increases in wages, but it's other bits and pieces as well. And then you've got, also critically, look at these numbers, higher in every year than Jeremy Hunt was planning. So today, we've got a cut in some of these bars. So keep an eye in particular at these ones, because remember, the whole point before was we don't want to have spending plans that are as low as the Conservatives were committing to. And now let's bring on where we are today. So that bar is even higher. That bar is a little bit higher as well. But look at these ones. And I think this, again, could be quite politically contentious. From 2027, for the next 3 years, Labour is planning the same levels of spending increases in these departments, and this is overall spending increases, as Jeremy Hunt was. It's the same growth. It's the same growth rate, which again will raise questions politically, I imagine. But there's also a broader economic question mark, which is, look, we know some of that red bar has to go towards defence. We know a good chunk of it has to go towards health. We know it has to go towards protected departments. But what about the unprotected departments? For a lot of departments, you know, schools, core schools, you're going to be seeing potentially real terms cuts in the future. And that's something that, you know, is not my just supposition. That's what the OBR has talked about as well. So that, I think, is just one of the many unexpected stories that's now starting to emerge from looking through the data. The big picture is the one that Rachel Reeves will really want to talk about, which is that, look, economic growth is definitely worse in the short run, but it's a bit better in the longer run. And she will want, and she did in her statement, to make the point that some of that is down to the measures that this government has introduced, most notably house building. So you've got planning reforms coming in. This is what in recent years has happened with house building. The higher that line is, the more houses are getting built or homes are being built across the UK. The Labour plan was always to get it up to around 300,000. It didn't look like it was heading there before. Pre-measures, that's before the planning reforms from Rachel Reeves. But now look at where that line goes after the OBR takes that into account. That's the line that the Chancellor will want us to talk about. Growth-friendly measures, which is now actually having an impact on those fiscal numbers, or at least the economic numbers we get from the Office of Budget Responsibility. But as I was saying, Sophie, there's a lot of other stuff in there that's probably going to detract attention from that, because whether it's the benefits, whether it's the spending numbers, there's difficult details in here, which are going to be, I think, politically difficult. But then you look out ahead, and it's not like the economic kind of environment is getting any friendlier at the moment.
That's really interesting. And like you say, they will be very encouraged that there's a bit of an uptick on growth, but it is still so temperamental, isn't it? And as Ed was saying, the clear, immediate issue for them is going to be the political reaction to those welfare changes. 250,000 people pushed into poverty, including 50,000 children, according to the government's own impact assessment. Well, one of the Labour MPs who we know has been worried about the benefit changes is Rachel Maskell. We can go now to our chief political correspondent, John Craig, who is with her in Central Lobby. John.
Thank you, Sophie. Rachel Maskell has been described as a reluctant rebel. She criticised the axing of winter fuel payments, two-child benefit cap, WASPy women decision, now welfare cuts. You've just been looking through that green document. You don't look very happy. What have you learned?
Well, I've been looking through the detail, and it really confirms my worst fears around the DWP changes, that we were expecting to see significant cuts to people on personal independence payments, which we know is a lifeline for so many of people in work, not to mention those people out of work, but also drilling down into those people receiving the health element of universal credit, that being halved. And of course, for many people, they'll not only lose their social security, they'll lose their carers allowance as well for people in their household. So this will have quite catastrophic impact on some of the very most vulnerable people, marginalised people in our community, people that Labour needs to protect.
Is this about welfare reform, or is it just simply about cuts?
Well, it feels that it's about cuts to a budget, but ultimately there is, within the Green Paper, pathways to work, opportunity to get people into work, and I really welcome that. But we must protect those people who are already experiencing extensive poverty, but also really struggle with their day-to-day living. It costs more if you're a disabled person, keeping your house warmer, being able to get that support for washing and dressing, and it's those elements which could well disappear.
What do you feel about a Labour government making these sort of cuts?
Well, I've just made a plea to the Chancellor to say that it's a Labour responsibility to protect the poorest in our society and the most vulnerable. That's why the Labour Party was formed, and I believe today we still hold that moral purpose and must fulfil it.
What's the morale like amongst Labour MPs given all these proposals?
Obviously, across the wider economy, we know we're in a better place now than when we were 2.5 years ago with that disastrous budget, and we're still paying the price for that. But of course, Labour MPs are worried about their constituents who are incredibly vulnerable. We see them in our surgeries, we meet them on the streets, and we need to be able to reassure them that Labour's got their back. And that's why we'll continue to put pressure on the DWP as well as the Treasury to say we need to have proper consultation and therefore protect those people that can't work while helping all those that can into work.
Well, the best way to put pressure on any government is to vote against the measures. Are you going to vote against the welfare cuts when it comes to a vote in Parliament?
I am prepared to vote against those cuts, and I do plead that the government looks at other forms of revenue raising, because having fiscal responsibility is important for everybody across the economy to stop those interest rates rising. But there are other revenues like equalisation around capital gains tax with income tax, but also looking at a wealth tax. Its time has come.
You obviously talked to your colleagues on the Labour backbenches. You just said you're prepared to vote against those welfare cuts. How big a rebellion do you think the Chancellor might face?
But it's hard to gauge the size at the moment, but I've heard in many of the new MPs which haven't ever kind of rebelled against the government before saying this is a step too far and really want government to pull back from that. And I think that engagement now, talking to ministers, is what's needed to change their minds on these very vital elements to keep people in work or out of work and safe.
Thank you very much. Rachel Maskell, thank you very much. Well, there you have from an MP previously described as a reluctant rebel. She says she's prepared to vote against welfare cuts, and what is being proposed here is, in her words, a step too far. Sophie.
John, thank you very much indeed. Well, we're joined now in the studio by the Chief Secretary to the Treasury, Darren Jones. Great to have you here with us.
Hello.
We've just heard from Rachel Maskell. We've also seen the government's own impact assessment on these changes to welfare that suggests 250,000 people and 50,000 children will be pushed into poverty by the changes that you have decided to make. Are you personally comfortable with that?
So look, there's a really key point here. What that impact assessment shows is the number of people who might be affected by changes to welfare payments, but it doesn't show the positive gains they'll make by being back in work.
How many people will be pushed into poverty by the changes then?
So nobody can answer that precisely today.
But you know
because
there will be. You know that.
No, because the whole point of our reforms to welfare is to say that if you are the most severely disabled or you can't work in your life, you will be protected and you will be supported. But if you are able and want to go to work, but it's because you need access to mental health support or an NHS appointment or skills training, we will support you to be able to do that.
Can I talk to you about the children here?
Yep.
Because I feel that adults have choices often.
Yep.
Children don't have choices. Children don't have choices about who their parents are and whether their parents take the opportunities that you give them. But you will be pushing children into poverty by the changes you are making.
But again,
are you comfortable with that?
Sure. But again, the impact assessment does not take into account the measures we're taking to support children at school and in preschool, and it doesn't recognise the fact that the main driver for child poverty in this country is where you have a family with two parents and one parent is unable to work. So our support to get people back into work, to put more money into childcare, more breakfast clubs into schools, support in the early years for children will be a positive gain for children. It will be part of our broader child poverty strategy that we will publish later this year. Let me be clear, as a Labour government, we do not want to see child poverty increasing, and we will not. But the impact assessment today...
So we won't see child poverty increasing?
We do not want to see child poverty increasing, which is why our strategy...
Said we will not.
No, we don't want to see it. Well, our strategy will be setting out the measures we'll take later this year.
Child poverty will not increase because
I'm saying
of these
that we as a Labour
changes?
Party, understandably, take child poverty very seriously. Many of us grew up in those...
There's a reason you're changing what you're saying.
Many of us grew up in those circumstances. It's really core to our political beliefs to try to help children out of poverty and have fulfilling lives. But the impact assessment today does not factor in the positive gain that children will have at school and before school, or parents who we help to be back in work to earn the income they'll have. And the forecast today shows that actually if you are in work, for the first time in ages, wages are growing quicker than the cost of the things we pay for, and that disposable income, the amount of money you've got in your pocket at the end of each month, under this Labour government is going to increase and grow at twice the rate than it did under the Conservatives. So if you're in work, the forecast today is a really good story, and that's why we want to help more people to have fulfilling lives being in work, where you have higher amounts of income than you would do on universal credit.
I just feel like some of the Labour MPs who might be feeling deeply unhappy and questioning why they are in power right now might not be that heartened by your response there, which seems quite kind of technocratic. If you look at what some of the MPs are saying, MPs telling Sam Coach, it's immoral, others saying it's cruel, they're worried, they're deeply worried about what is going to happen to some of the poorest children in this country here. You must be worried as well, aren't you?
Look, I would not be comfortable if we were not investing in children and we were not investing in families and helping people to get to work. But we are doing those things. And by the way, that's just one of a whole package of things that this Labour government is doing in order to grow the economy, to support people into work and make sure they've got more money in their pockets at the end of each month. That's a really important thing from today's statement.
You've taken over £3 billion from the welfare bill. You've also announced £6.1 billion to be taken out of day-to-day spending by 29 to 30. What's your definition of austerity?
Austerity is when you cut public spending. Public spending is increasing under this Labour government. We're spending around £70 billion more over the course of this Parliament than the Conservative plans that we inherited. And we're front-loading that spending. So public spending is higher now and next year because we're investing in modernising the delivery of our public services, because a lot of our public services are not very productive. There's a lot of waste and inefficiency, and that's why you see the cost, the administrative budget in particular, coming down in those later years, because we are upfront investing, we're putting the energy into transformation, but we expect that to be delivered because ultimately this is taxpayers' money and we've got to spend every pound well.
OK, Ed.
Are you comfortable? I mean, I don't know, perhaps we can put the chart up here, but are you comfortable with the fact that in the final 3 years of your forecast for spending, resource spending, you have basically the same plans, the same increase as Jeremy Hunt did, 1% a year?
I am comfortable, and let me tell you why.
You don't mind about having the same plans as Jeremy Hunt?
No, our average is 1.2% a year.
No, I know, but for those 3 years.
An annual average rate of growth. But I'll just say two things. One, the reason I'm comfortable is because the difference between Labour and the Conservatives is the Conservatives said, we're going to cut public spending, off you go, good luck. They had no plan, no upfront investment in civil service reform, on digital transformation, on fixing broken parts of our public services, whether it's SEND or children's social care. Completely different. The Chancellor announced today £3.5 billion and increased capital investment in the early years to go directly into making the state more efficient. So we're saying yes, Public services have got to live within their means and they've got to be more efficient, but we're going to work with you upfront with investment and support to modernise those public services. That's a completely different world to what we had under the Conservatives.
Okay. And those 3 years, same as the Tories for those 3 years?
As I say, we want to reflect that costs of running public services have to come down in the back end of the forecast because of the additional money we're putting in at the front. You can't just put more money in and say to the system, but don't worry, because if you don't spend it well or you don't do the changes we are asking you, we're just going to keep throwing more money at you and taxing more and borrowing more. That's quite frankly how we got into the mess we did under the Conservatives. So it's a carrot and a stick. The carrot is billions of pounds of upfront investment, support to modernise public services. But quite frankly, you have to deliver on that. We have to see the public sector become more efficient and modernised so that we can improve outcomes for people and reduce the cost of running them.
Can I ask one more? Just which departments are going to see a fall in their resource spending? Because some of them are. I mean, according to the OBR, some of them are core schools, for instance. They will see a fall, at least from 2026 to 2027.
So we haven't made any decisions yet. We're in the middle of the spending review. That will conclude in June, and we'll publish the numbers in a similar way today, where you'll be able to see what that means for each department. But we have to be very clear that public spending is increasing over the course of this Parliament. It's increasing significantly in total spending. That is not austerity, and it's being done in line with our fiscal rules and our economic approach to fiscal discipline, which is a really important starting point.
Darren James, you and your boss, Rachel Reeves, have, in order to meet your fiscal rules, have had to find £14 billion today. Really, really painful. It gives you a little bit of a buffer, once again. But the problem was that you lost that buffer fairly easily since the budget. And you actually have left exactly the same amount of headroom as you did last time. Has Rachel Reeves not created a sort of doom loop? Isn't there every risk that come the autumn budget, you've got things like a global trade war, you've got taxes that you need to pay. You've offered up the digital service taxes as an offering to Donald Trump, creating £1 billion black hole, maybe Thames Water's in administration. There are lots of reasons why your headroom is going to disappear once again, and we're going to be back having this conversation again in the autumn because there's little prospect of a big upgrade in growth. And at that point, by the end of the year, you're going to be looking at putting up taxes, aren't you?
So look, I can't anticipate the budget in the future, as you would expect, and there's a lot of hypothetical scenarios there about what happens in the world. I hope those things don't become a reality. But you're right, the world is changing, whether that's in terms of the additional money we've got to put into defence and security, or the fact that we have to be very clear and tough in implementing our fiscal rules. You're right that the cost of government borrowing and the changes that's affected internationally meant that we had to go further in this spring statement than we did in the budget, but we protected that £9.9 billion of wriggle room, headroom, in the forecast. It was important to do that. We've met our fiscal rules in the same way we said we were going to meet them in the autumn last year, and we're investing to try and create a country that is more strong, has more resilience built into it, whether you're thinking about defence and security or public service transformation or supporting people into work and trying to unlock investment into the UK. The last thing I would say is, look, the world is moving quite quickly. All major economies in the G7 have been affected by that. It wasn't long ago that we were number 7 in the G7 countries for growth. We're now number 2. But the UK is looking like a good place to invest. We've got a strong government with a strong majority, with clear plans for economic growth and delivery of the years ahead, recognised for the first time by the Office for Budget Responsibility today. And we say to investors and to businesses, come and build in Britain, come and invest in Britain. We want to work with you to create profits for your business, to create good jobs and economic stability in the UK. And that's the work that the Trade Secretary and other people are now working really hard to secure.
OK. Are you enjoying government?
Yeah.
Thank you very much indeed. Great to have you on the programme. We are going to leave it there because we have had the latest from the Office for Budget Responsibility, who are holding a news conference. So let's have a listen in.
And good afternoon, everyone. I'll start by taking you through our latest forecast for the economy, and then I'll turn to what it and the policies announced since the autumn budget imply for the public finances. And I'll end with a discussion of the key sources of risk around what is a particularly uncertain outlook for both the UK and the global economy at the moment. Both the global and domestic backdrop for this spring statement are more challenging than at the time of the previous forecast back in October. This has been most apparent in global debt markets, where, as you can see from the chart on the left, yields on government bonds have risen across many advanced economies since the autumn. Here in the UK, yields on 10-year gilts have risen by around half a percentage point since our last forecast to around 4.5% when we took a print of financial market expectations for this forecast. And market participants now expect both bank rate and gilt yields to be higher over the next 5 years, as you can see from the chart on the right. A second element of this more challenging environment is the rebound in energy prices and inflation. On the back of a colder than expected winter, European wholesale gas prices are now expected to start rising again to a peak of around 130 pence per therm, over 30% higher than assumed in our October forecast. The resulting increase in the Ofgem price cap, alongside higher prices for food and other regulated utilities, are collectively expected to push monthly CPI inflation up from 3% in January to 3.8% in the middle of this year. But we expect inflation to fall back to target from 2026 onwards as gas prices decline and greater spare capacity in the economy helps to reduce domestic inflationary pressures. A third element of this more challenging context has been the UK's disappointing GDP performance in recent months. After what looked like strong growth in the first half of last year, UK domestic output stagnated over the second half of 2024, coming in around 0.2 percentage points below our forecast for the year as a whole. And historical revisions to ONS data suggested that more of that relatively meagre output growth that we've seen since the pandemic has come from exceptionally strong growth in the size of the workforce, and less had come from growth in output per hour worked. Indeed, the latest ONS data implied that labour productivity actually fell by around 1% over the course of last year. In addition to these developments in outturn data, forward-looking indicators of business and consumer confidence also trended down in recent months. Reflecting this lack of momentum and waning domestic confidence, alongside rises in interest rate expectations and gas prices, we halved our forecast for real GDP growth this year from 2% to 1%. We then expect output growth to gather pace to average 1.75% over the remainder of the forecast as interest rates and gas prices fall, the household saving rate falls back towards historical averages, and slack in the economy is taken up. But this still leaves overall growth in output between 2023 and 2029 around 0.5 percentage point lower than we forecast back in October, and the level of trend productivity over 1% lower by the end of the forecast. Let me now turn to what these and other economic developments imply for the public finances relative to our October forecast. Before accounting for the effects of policy, a shortfall in tax receipts, especially in corporation and self-assessed taxes, shown in the yellow bars, adds £6 billion to borrowing this year, but only £2 billion by 2029-30, as higher nominal earnings growth boosts income tax and NICS receipts. Higher gilt yields and inflation push up debt interest costs across the forecast, and by £10 billion in the final year, as shown by the blue bars. And, as shown by the grey bars, forecast changes increase other spending by £4 billion next year, mainly reflecting higher capital spending by local authorities and public corporations, but only add £1 billion to borrowing in the fifth year. Taken together, and before accounting for policy decisions, these changes to our underlying fiscal forecast add around £13 billion to borrowing in 2029-30, as shown by the white diamonds. Against this weaker pre-measures fiscal outlook, the government's announced a series of policies since our October forecast. In December, we had the final details of the government's reforms to the residential planning system. While these don't have any direct tax or spending implications, we do expect them to deliver a significant increase in the rate of house building, which has a positive knock-on effect for our estimates of GDP and government revenues from housing and other taxes. Specifically, we estimate that the government's planning reforms will deliver an additional 170,000 houses and take net additions to the UK housing stock to around 1.3 million over the next 5 years. We expect this to provide a temporary boost to demand via increased residential investment and a permanent boost to the level of potential output of around 0.2% by 2029. This is a result of a boost to the productivity of residential construction and the increased flow of housing services, which continue to rise beyond the forecast horizon. The Spring Statement also includes changes in the level and composition of departmental spending, which leaves it slightly higher by 2029-30. Within this, capital spending is increased across the forecast and by £4 billion in 2029-30. This mainly reflects the government's announcement in February that it would increase defence spending from 2.3 to 2.5% of GDP in 2027-28. The capital-heavy increase in defence spending is funded by more current-heavy cuts in overseas aid from 0.5 to 0.3% of GNI. Other changes increase current spending for new policy commitments, including a new transformation fund in the near term and a medium-term increase to funding for DWP employment support programs announced last week. But in the final year of the forecast, these are offset by an unspecified reduction in the overall current spending envelope, which leaves it £4 billion lower in 2029-30. Finally, in last week's Green Paper, the government announced a package of welfare reforms, which are estimated to reduce spending by £5 billion in 2029-30. These savings arise mainly from tightening the gateway for personal independence payments, which reduces PIP awards for around 800,000 claimants. Further savings from reducing the generosity of health-related universal credit for 3 million families, with savings focused on new claimants after April 2026, whose health element is halved. And these reductions are partially offset by an increase in the standard allowance for all 7 million families on universal credit, and the decision to reverse the 2023 reforms that tightened the work capability assessment. Looking at how these policy measures compare against the deterioration in the underlying fiscal outlook since October, the policy package outlined on the previous slide results in a net reduction in spending of £4 billion in the final year of the forecast, shown in dark green, to which the Chancellor adds a number of tax increases, shown in light green, which reduce borrowing by a further £2 billion by the end of the forecast. And these policy changes, together with their indirect effects on the economy, leave borrowing around £4 billion higher in 2029-30 than we forecast back in October, as shown by the black diamonds. But because some of the spending changes, notably the defence increases and overseas aid cuts, swap lower current spending for higher capital spending, they return the current balance, the Chancellor's fiscal target, to exactly where it was in the final year of our October forecast, as shown by the white circles on this chart. Looking at what both forecast and policy changes do to the overall path of government borrowing, the net effect of these policies was to offset most of the deterioration in the underlying fiscal position since October. Borrowing is now forecast to fall from 4.8% of GDP this year to 2.1% of GDP by 2029-30. But it's still around £8 billion higher on average over the next 5 years than we forecast in the autumn. Debt is broadly flat at around 96% of GDP over the forecast, but it's around £30 billion higher by the end of the decade than we forecast back in October due to the additional borrowing over the next few years. Looking at what all this means for the specific aggregates targeted by the Chancellor in the fiscal rules she set back in the autumn, as you can see from the lines and blocks on this chart, underlying forecast changes tip the current balance rule from a £10 billion surplus to a £4 billion deficit in the target year of 2029-30. But the policy measures included in this spring statement and their indirect effects on the economy were enough to regain all of that lost headroom and restore the current budget back to surplus of £10 billion by the end of the decade. Turning to the Chancellor's target to get net financial liabilities falling as a share of GDP, this objective was on track to be met by £5 billion even before taking account of new policy measures. And the measures included in the spring statements return that headroom to £15 billion, also broadly the same as the Chancellor had back in October. £10 billion of headroom against the Chancellor's main fiscal rule may sound like a lot of money, but as you can see from this chart, it's a third of the average margin of £30 billion set aside by all Chancellors against their respective fiscal rules since 2010. It's the third smallest such margin any Chancellor has had against their rules over that period. And it's the same margin this Chancellor had left in her October budget, which was eliminated by an increase in interest rates and other relatively small forecast changes over the course of just the last few months. This illustrates that the headroom that the Chancellor's maintained against her fiscal rules is a tiny fraction of the risk to the outlook over the next 5 years. This spring statement does make some progress in addressing 3 key risks we've highlighted in previous fiscal risk reports. First, it funds an increase in defence spending from 2.3 to 2.5% of GDP by the middle of the Parliament, although it also creates a new, more expensive and as yet unfunded commitment to increase spending further to 3% of GDP in the next Parliament. Second, the Pathways to Work Green Paper begins to address the rising cost of health-related benefits. But there are significant uncertainties around the costings, the welfare measures included in this forecast, and many of the broader policy ambitions in the Green Paper are yet to be clearly specified. Third, this spring statement breaks a historical pattern of asymmetric policy responses to forecast changes, in which windfalls are generally spent, but shortfalls are not fully made up. In this statement, on our central forecast, all of the £14 billion deterioration in the current budget was recovered by the final year. And the Chancellor's headroom was restored to the £10 billion she had in the autumn. But the array of potential claims on that small amount of headroom are large and varied, and I'd like to close by exploring 3 of those. Uncertainty around the UK's recent productivity performance, continued volatility in interest rates across advanced economies, and escalating global trade restrictions. One of the single greatest risks to the fiscal outlook arises out of the difficulty in interpreting what the most recent combination of population, employment, and GDP data implies for the future productivity of the UK economy. Our central forecast assumes that the fall in recorded output per hour worked that the UK has seemingly experienced over the last 2 years represents a mix of permanent structural weakness, temporary cyclical factors, and measurement challenges. And underlying productivity growth picks up from the 0.3% this year to 1.25% by the end of the decade, around halfway between its pre- and post-financial crisis averages. But this still leaves the level of productivity at the forecast horizon over 1% lower than in October. In this EFO, we also consider a downside scenario in which this very poor recent underlying productivity growth persists into the future and remains at just 0.3% per year over the remainder of the forecast. In this scenario, the current budget would end the decade in deficit by around 1.4% of GDP.
The press conference there from the Office of Budget Responsibility, who've had such an impact on the government. In many ways, Rachel Reeves making policy in order to fit with the forecast that the OBR have made of the economic picture ahead. There'll be lots more analysis of what the OBR's assessment means, but also, of course, the political analysis and fallout is continuing. We can cross now to Central Lobby, which is right in the kind of bowels of Parliament, if you like, and talk to our chief political correspondent, John Craig, who is mopping up some of the political reaction. John.
Well, Sophie, I'm joined now by someone who knows all about the controversy over welfare cuts, Sir Ian Duncan-Smith, who quit as Work and Pensions Secretary 2016 in protest at cuts by George Osborne. Have we seen the same sort of thing over and over again, cuts by a Chancellor and a lot of unhappiness in Parliament?
Well, first of all, when I'd resigned, we had already saved over 30 billion out of the welfare budget and brought in universal credit, so there were big changes. I just felt those particular changes to PIP would not work and they wouldn't produce any savings, and that will be the same here, by the way.
I was going to say, what about the changes to PIP now? Tell me what's your view of those is. You say they're not going to work. Why is that?
Well, my general view is once you adjust things like the criteria for entry, all that happens is people very quickly on the internet figure out how else you should apply, and we found that although you get a tiny saving, it starts to come back again because it's very difficult to forecast that. What you have to do is change behaviour if that's what you want to do, not just try and penny pinch or slice. So changing behaviour, they have an option, and that option is going to be not for this year, but it will come through over the next 2 to 3 years. The sickness benefit is now going on to universal credit for the first time. I argued for that, couldn't get them to invest the money, but the Conservatives last time round started to do it. That means that everybody on sickness benefit will now be seen by an individual, whereas before they weren't seen by anybody, and they can work to push them back into work, get those people with depression and anxiety that make up 60% of all the mental health claims, get those people start. Why? Because work is a health treatment according to the NHS. So they will save a lot more money doing that if they focus on that area rather than short-term attempts to get them out of a hole this year for the fiscal rules that the Chancellor set for herself.
But you sound as though you approve of some of the reforms, but at the same time you are not happy about the cut to the PIPs, the personal independence payments. So you just talk basically saying it's a short-term fix. Is that what you're saying about the cuts?
It's a short-term fix that will not, at the end of the day, I don't think, deliver the money they're after. We at the Centre for Social Justice produced a whole paper on how you could get up to 30 billion savings, but by getting people back to work is the key element of this. And that is all the sickness benefit crew, not the disability lot, because they can already work. It's the sickness benefit that will take them off benefits. That's how you do it.
So what should Rachel Reeves be doing?
Longer term, she should say, right, okay, over the next 3 or 4 years, this is where we will save. Here's how we will save every year. Not the 5 billion was only meant to get her out of a hole because she'd broken her fiscal rules. And OBR told her, you still didn't do enough. She's had to add another 500 million of fiddly cuts. That's not a lot, and at the same time, it's too much, if you know what I mean. So Labour backbenchers don't like it, and it attacks those who are most disabled. The sickness benefit is the target where you go because they can go into work and that takes them off the benefit. That's the area that will save a lot more money and make people more functional and make their mental health conditions much better.
Sir Ian Duncan-Smith, thank you very much for that. There you go, Sir Ian Duncan-Smith, a man who's seen it all, done it all as Work and Pensions Secretary, a short-term fix and fiddly cuts, I think you said. There you go, Sophie.
John, thank you very much indeed. John Craig there in Central Lobby talking to Ian Duncan-Smith. Well, we are joined as usual by Ed Conway, Economics and Data Editor, and also Sam Coates, our Deputy Political Editor. Ed, we've just been reflecting, haven't we, on the fact that the headroom pre-Spring Statement is exactly the same as a headroom post-Spring Statement. And Is this policy, I guess, that is being made to fit the numbers rather than the other way around?
I have to say, before I answer that, I was devastated that we flipped away from the ABR press conference. It was an extraordinary moment, and there were lots of charts there. And but no, listen, one of the things.
You're going to watch it later, Ed. Don't worry.
It was.
You'll
you know,
be able to get
it was
your chart fix.
For me,
it's hard for us,
that's,
watching someone else do charts rather than you.
I only get these moments two times a year, so I was a little bit devastated. But nonetheless, one of the things that the OBR were talking about. One of the charts they had was basically, here's how much headroom she's got versus, other chancellors in the past. And you heard the head of the OBR saying it's like the third lowest it's ever been. So, but it's this curious thing. They start with £9.9 billion of headroom. That gets obliterated, and so you kind of like £14 billion, that's underwater. You've missed your fiscal rules. And they have to do all of this jiggery-pokery behind the scenes, making all sorts of compromises. And, you've heard just from Ian Duncan-Smith there, Rachel Maskell, just how difficult this is going to be on the benefits side. The spending side, making big spending cuts in the future. And regardless of what Darren Jones just said a moment ago, Chief Secretary to the Treasury, people will be talking about whether this is austerity because they'll look at certain departments like schools and see that it will face cuts in the next spending review and the one after that potentially. So all of this damage wrought just to get you back to that curious figure, £9.9 billion, which never mattered anyway.
What about 9.5 billion?
It could be 9.5, Sophie. It could be 9.5.
9.1?
It could be 5, or it could be 14, or it could be more. But the point here is Rachel Reeves had a fiscal rule that she came up with basically less than a year ago. She's just missed that fiscal rule, and she's just done extraordinary things, involving lots of different policies to get her back to precisely the same figure she started. It's curious at the very least.
And the Office for Budget Responsibility, who we didn't see enough of, are absolutely clear this isn't enough. The big point for me is that they say that 9.9 that we've got back to today after extraordinary pain, not least because of disability benefit, they say it's a small margin against the risks of further shocks to interest rates, productivity or global trade. Let me put that into English for you. When we get to the autumn budget in 6 months' time, I'm going to have a bet with you. They're having exactly the same conversation. The headroom over the next 6 months will have ebbed away because of a global trade war, because of pressure from cabinet ministers, because of various things that you're going to have to spend money on that you couldn't foresee today. But Rachel Reeves had sailed too close to the wind because 9.9 billion is not enough headroom. It's not historically a large amount. And so the question is, where's she going to get money from? And then I think we're going to be in the question, asking the question, is she going to have to raise tax?
Thanks both very much. We are going to return to John Craig, our chief political correspondent, who is in Central Lobby. John, what have you got for us?
I'm here joined by Richard Fuller, the Shadow Chief Secretary. I almost promoted you to the government then. Shadow Chief Secretary to the Treasury. Darren Jones, opposite number. You've been talking to Darren Jones, I know. Richard Fuller, snap verdict on what you heard.
Well, bad right now. The growth economy halved. That means businesses not investing. That means fewer jobs. It means people not getting the same pay rise. We also know that inflation is up. And the Chancellor says it's everyone else's fault but her own. But people know it's really largely down to the way that she has really flattened business confidence in this country.
But of course, both she and the Prime Minister say repeatedly it's fixing the mess you left and they inherited, the £20 billion, I think it's 22 billion now, isn't it, black hole. They're repairing the damage done by all the profligacy of Liz Truss and all the rest of you.
So what was interesting about this budget was the Chancellor stood there and she would blame everyone. She would blame, as you say, the Conservatives. She blamed international events. She blamed the war in Ukraine. She blamed the US administration. What she didn't do was take accountability for herself, at the same time as saying everyone else needs to take accountability. I think what the Chancellor needs to recognise is that she owns her decisions now. She owns what happens in the real economy. And although she may say there may be comfort in 5 years hence, the numbers can move around, what we know right now is that businesses don't feel confident to invest and they don't feel confident to hire people.
But, I mean, you're presumably talking about the national insurance rises and so on. What about the increase in the national minimum wage? I mean, are you against that as well?
No, I was a big fan of actually introducing the living wage under the last Conservative administration, and I've tried to persuade my Conservative colleagues that was a good thing. It's a good thing if people can earn more money and have a job. The problem is if you push too far, too fast, you end up with a situation that people can't get jobs because companies don't have the money to employ them. And what the October budget did, and we can see the impact now, is it squeezed the amount of money that businesses had by taking more and more and more money away from them in taxes, which means that chance of that well-paid job has gone down, which is why the forecast for unemployment has gone up.
What about the welfare cuts? Because the government talks about reform, and yet they're making cuts. What would the Conservatives do? Would you cut more? What would you change?
Well, as the Shadow Chancellor Mel Stride said today, prior to the election, he was looking at these issues beforehand, and he said the most important thing is you have a plan. You can't rush these events.
He wants to get rid of the triple lock. Is that Tory policy?
No, as Kemi Badenoch made clear last week, that was not Tory policy. But on the issue of welfare changes, what was concerning is it gave every impression today the Shadow Chancellor had rushed around at the last minute trying to fix the hole in her own finances, and she did that by trying to rush forward changes on welfare reform. And when she did that, it means a lot of people get anxious about the changes that might be made.
You talk about rushing forward. I've got to rush to Sophie Ridge now. Perfect. Sophie, back to you. Richard Fuller, thank you.
Lovely timing. John Craig, thank you very much indeed. John Craig there, getting all of the reaction in Central Lobby. And I have to say, there is going to be an awful lot of reaction on the Labour side in particular, with concern among many of the backbenchers about the changes to welfare, the government's own impact assessment saying it could push 250,000 people into poverty, including 50,000 children. Now, Darren Jones, the Chief Secretary to the Treasury, said that's not the whole picture because it's not taking into account the fact that they are putting measures in place that will help people on the lowest incomes. But still, it's going to be a difficult political pill for many Labour backbenchers to swallow. And then, of course, you have the changes that they are making to spending, particularly in a few years' time. Whether that is going to be austerity or not, another hot topic of conversation, no doubt, among many Labour MPs as well. Growth cut in the short term, but increasing slightly in the long term. There are a few things that Rachel Reeves will be pointing to as positives to come out of the statement today. We'll have lots more announcements coming up after the break. This is Sky News. It is 3 o'clock. I'm Sophie Ridge, and you're watching our extended coverage of the Spring Statement. The headlines: welfare cuts, planning reforms, defence spending, and tackling tax evasion. The Chancellor sets out the menu of economic reforms she hopes will balance the books.
Our plan for change is working. Defence spending is rising. Waiting lists are falling. Wages are up. Interest rates are cut. That is the difference that this Labour government is making.
But amid accusations she's lost the dressing room among her own backbenchers, Rachel Reeves says welfare reforms risk pushing 250,000 more people into poverty.
To govern, Mr. Speaker, is to choose. And this Chancellor has made all the wrong choices.
The Chancellor bets the House on home building and other planning reforms to help rebuild the economy. But the growth forecast for this year has been chopped in half. And in the last hour, the Office for Budget Responsibility has warned low productivity, high interest rates and global instability could all still blow a big hole in the Chancellor's plans. Hello, good afternoon. So now we know the contents of the Chancellor's spring statement. That definitely wasn't an emergency budget, but will be the set of numbers holding Rachel Reeves to account by her party, by the opposition, and more importantly, by you, the voters, as she walks an improbable economic tightrope between now and the end of the Parliament. So the growth forecast for the coming year has been halved from 2% to 1% by the Office for Budget Responsibility. And they also warn the headroom in the economy is a very small margin compared to the risk and uncertainty inherent in any fiscal forecast. And what about growth? So the government's banking on building more homes along with other planning reforms, as well as welfare cuts, defence spending and tackling tax evasion, all themes we've heard before. In fact, there were little rabbits out of the hats, few surprises, leaving the Chancellor with nowhere to hide if her financial fortunes fail to improve. So let's have a look, shall we, at what the Chancellor announced. So the standard allowance for universal credit will increase to £106 per week by 2029-30, but the universal credit health element will be cut by 50% and frozen for new claimants. The Chancellor said she will invest £1 billion to support people back into work, and she also confirmed a £2.2 billion increase in defence spending in the next financial year. Some of her spending commitments will be funded by a cut in overseas aid, which will fall to 0.3% of gross national income. And the Chancellor said that Labour's planning reforms will, according to the Office for Budget Responsibility, lead to a 40-year high in house building. She confirmed a pledge of £600 million to train up to 60,000 construction workers. And last one here, Rachel Reeves said she would increase day-to-day spending and capital spending will go up by an average of £2 billion a year compared to the autumn. A crackdown on tax evasion will also raise £1 billion and a £3.2 billion transformation fund will happen to reform public services. Rachel Reeves said in the Commons today the government's plan is working.
Because we are living in an uncertain world, as the Prime Minister has set out, we will increase defence spending to 2.5% of GDP, reducing overseas aid to 0.3% of gross national income. This means we save £2.6 billion in day-to-day spending in 2029-30 to fund our more capital-intensive defence commitments. Second, in recent months, we have begun to fundamentally reform the British state, driving efficiency and productivity across government, to deliver tangible savings and improve services across our country. Earlier this the Prime Minister set out plans to abolish the arm's-length body NHS England and ensure that that money goes directly to improving the service for patients. My right honourable friend, the Health Secretary, is driving forward vital reforms to increase NHS productivity, bearing down on costly agency spend to save money so that we can improve patient care. And my right honourable friend, the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, is taking forward work to significantly reduce the costs of running government by 15%, worth £2 billion by the end of the decade. This work shows that we can make our state leaner and more agile, delivering more resources to the front line, while ensuring that we control day-to-day spending to meet our fiscal rules. The world is changing. We can see that and we can feel it. A changing world demands a government that is on the side of working people, acting in their interest, acting in the national interest, not retreating from challenges, not stepping back, but a government with the courage to step up, to secure Britain's future, and to seize the opportunities that are out there before us. I am impatient for change. The British people are impatient for change after 14 years of failure. And we are beginning to see change happen. Our plan for change is working. Defence spending is rising. Waiting lists are falling. Wages are up. Interest rates are cut. That is the difference that this Labour government is making. And today, Mr. Speaker, the OBR confirm that our plan to get Britain building will drive growth in our economy and put more money in people's pockets. There are no quick fixes, but we have taken the right choices, returning stability to our economy after years of mismanagement by the party opposite, delivering security for our country and security for working people. That is what drives this government. That is what drives me as Chancellor. That is what drives the choices that I have set out today.
Rachel Reeves there. While the Shadow Chancellor, Mel Stride, was responding, he accused her of forcing the country to pay for her wrong choices.
But the Right Honourable Lady, Mr. Speaker, says, of course, that none of this is her fault. It is the war in Ukraine.
Everybody else.
It is President Trump. It is tariffs. It is President Putin. It is the Conservatives. It is her legacy. It is anybody but her. Well, what the British people know, Mr. Speaker, is that this is a consequence of her choices. She is the architect of her own misfortune. It was the Right Honourable Lady, Mr. Speaker, who talked down the economy, so that business surveys and confidence crashed through the floor. It was the Right Honourable Lady who confected the £22 billion black hole. A smokescreen that was only ever there in order to cover up for the fact that she and the Prime Minister reneged on their promises to the British people during the last general election. And a black hole that the OBR themselves, ironically at the government's behest, have said they will not legitimise. She chose to be reckless with a sliver of headroom against her fiddled targets. She borrowed and spent and taxed like it was the 1970s. Little wonder, Mr. Speaker, that the Chancellor has tanked the economy. Little wonder we have an emergency budget, all because of her choices. How can we believe this Chancellor? How can we trust this Chancellor? She is the Chancellor who said she would not increase borrowing, but she did. She said she wouldn't change her fiscal rules, but she did. She said she wouldn't put up national insurance, but she did. She said she wouldn't cut winter fuel payment, but she did. She said she wouldn't tax farmers, but she did. And she said she would not move to more than one fiscal event a year, and she just has. And now we are all paying the price of her broken promises. Today's numbers confirm it. We are poorer and we are weaker. To govern, Mr. Speaker, is to choose. And this Chancellor has made all the wrong choices.
As you would expect, some Labour MPs are deeply unhappy about the changes to welfare. Here's Rachel Maskell speaking to us earlier.
I am prepared to vote against those cuts, and I do plead that the government looks at other forms of revenue raising. I've heard in many of the new MPs, which haven't ever kind of rebelled against the government before, saying this is a step too far and really want government to pull back from that. And I think that engagement now, talking to ministers, is what's needed to change their minds on these very vital elements to keep people in work or out of work and safe.
Well, here with us today, Sky's Deputy Political Editor Sam Coates and our Economics and Data Editor Ed Conway. Lots to analyse, more than we would have first expected, to be honest, from a spring statement. Sam, we just heard from Rachel Maskell saying that she just can't stomach the changes to welfare. How much disquiet are you picking up on the Labour side?
Well, we're going to have to see in the coming hours. I was struck that MPs not from the left of the Labour Party were deeply concerned even before Rachel Reeves stood up and this very controversial impact assessment was announced. Like, how did we get here? Rachel Reeves has had to find £14 billion in order to stand still effectively and put the public finances back on track. Some of the numbers of this have been sort of racing around even at the last minute. They were changing because of the Office for Budget Responsibility, and they have thrown together this welfare package. And that welfare package, according to the government's own assessment, puts 50,000 children on course to being in poverty, more children than there are at the moment. I think for a lot of Labour MPs who are already struggling with the two-child benefit cap, which Keir Starmer's administration hasn't been able to unpick, for them the notion that there could be an increase as a result of deliberate decisions made by this government is pretty unconscionable. So I think there are discussions right now going on between Labour MPs about whether or not they can stomach it so that Rachel Reeves can fulfil her promises and not break her rules. But the question is whether or not this crosses their red lines. There is something weird, and we've been talking about it. Rachel Reeves is absolutely insistent that she has to sort of dot every I and cross every T perfectly. She had £9.93 billion of wiggle room, headroom against her fiscal rules. That's the amount by which she was going to meet her borrowing promise that there would be no borrowing to fund day-to-day government activity by 2029. She lost £14 billion. She found exactly to the pound £14 billion. But this appears to have come in part at the expense of disability claimants or people who receive disability payments. And I think there are going to be some Labour MPs going, well, why has she done that over here at the expense of this lot over there? And politics is about trade-offs. And I wonder just how uncomfortable Labour MPs are right now with those trade-offs.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? The decision to have exactly the same amount of headroom is just another, I guess, is more evidence that the fiscal rules come before everything else. And Rachel Reeves will say, this is why we got elected, to be fiscally responsible. People haven't historically trusted Labour, and I'm going to be the Iron Chancellor. Whether or not her MPs agree on that, and whether we've got a situation where policy is fitting into the fiscal rules rather than the other way around, it is another thing.
But the problem with that approach, Sophie, is that we are back to having £9.93 billion of wiggle room, headroom today. But there'll be another assessment in 6 months' time, and there's every likelihood that it's whittled away or completely disappears then, and she's got to find yet more money. She's sort of potentially created this doom loop of ever having to find more and more and more savings because there is nothing that is going to dramatically increase growth.
My favourite thing probably on these days is as the kind of hours tick by after the spring statement, we get more chance from you, Ed, and more analysis of some of those numbers. So what is your feeling? We're like, a couple of hours now, aren't we?
Yeah, and things have evolved. Things have moved on in the space of the last, how many hours has it been? Just 3 hours. Let me give you the big picture, OK? Because we've learned quite a lot already, and we'll start with the number that we're often focusing on when it comes to these figures. It's gross domestic product. So how well is the overall economy doing right now? These are the forecasts from last time around, 1.12%, and then relatively kind of around that kind of 1.5% level after that. How did that change when the OBR updated these numbers? Well, slightly weaker than that last year. This is the big one to focus on, though. Look, the economy is considerably weaker this year than previously expected. But, and this is something the Chancellor was really wanting to underline, it's a bit stronger in the future. And that's partly, not all of it, but a little bit of that is down to the fact that she has these pro-growth measures, and those growth measures include extra house building. So part of that is down to that. But in the short run, what this does is it makes it really problematic for her fiscal rules. The fiscal rule that she needs to focus on, above all, there's two of them, but the main one, the most biting one, is this. She needs to eliminate the deficit. Right now, the government faces this big deficit, and by the end of the forecast horizon, over here, She needs to get that down into this area, so down into a surplus. And when you hear people talk about headroom, that's the headroom there. And last time around, it was £9.9 billion. We got the latest numbers through this time around, and have a look at this. Ooh, it's £9.9 billion. In fact, actually, I've gone into the spreadsheets. It's not just £9.9 billion. Last time it was £9.93 billion. This time, £9.93 billion. So it's almost like nothing at all has actually changed. There's nothing to see here. But now let's just dig into these numbers, because actually there is quite a lot going on beneath the surface. The swan is moving along. And last time, as I say, £9.9 billion. I've turned that kind of positive because that's headroom. We'll talk about headroom these days. But last time, £9.93 billion, as I say. That was actually, you don't see this on the surface, that was entirely wiped out. £14 billion disappeared, basically, because what I showed you a moment ago. So weaker growth, but also higher debt interest costs. That's gone. It's gone. So she needs to try and recoup that. And how does she do it? Well, all sorts of different measures. So first of all, you've got various different, every chancellor likes to do this, efficiency, evasion, that brings it up a few £1 billion. You've got other measures like switching from aid to defence. This is actually kind of an accounting quirk, really. But nonetheless, moving a lot of money from aid to defence moves this up because this is current spending and it helps on that front. But here's the big one, spending. Spending cuts bring in about £6 billion, £5 billion, £6 billion. And you can see you're rebuilding it. And the government said originally that it was going to raise about £5 billion from welfare. That would have taken it well above £10 billion. But then the OBR stepped in and said, no, I don't think you're going to raise that much. And it comes down. But happily for the Chancellor, £9.93 billion. We're back where we started. But along the way, what kind of implications do all of those policies actually have? Well, consider this one. This is looking at the potential poverty impact of those benefits changes. You have an increase in relative poverty and absolute poverty for children against the baseline of 50,000. So 50,000 children now facing poverty who weren't necessarily before versus the baseline, so versus what was forecast last time around. And overall, for working age adults, you're talking about 250,000. As a result of these changes. That's the government's own numbers there. Also, spending. So that was welfare. Spending brought in quite a lot of extra money. But again, there are implications here. So last time around, this is actually not last time around, Jeremy Hunt was talking about relatively low levels of spending increase in the next few years. The Chancellor last time really wanted to distinguish herself from Jeremy Hunt and said that, no, look, we're not going to have 1% in the future. We're going to have 1.3, 1.4, and we're going to have this big amount of spending in the year we're in right now. This time, these bars have got a bit higher. OK, so you've got more spending this year, or the year we're about to go into, more spending next year. But look at these ones. Look, as of 2027 to 28 and the next 3 years, you've got the same level of spending increases that Jeremy Hunt planned. Really striking, and I imagine that's going to be a topic of discussion for quite some time, particularly amongst many in the Labour Party, particularly given that when you break it down by different parts of the government, look at this. Core schools might well see cuts. Other departments might see cuts. And we're going to have more detail on that from the Institute for Fiscal Studies. But nonetheless, whether this is austerity or not, there are certain parts of government that will be facing cuts in future as a result of having less spending. Final thing, I know there's been a lot so far, but final thing is just to say, all of this was to try to get that headroom back to exactly the same number it was before. In other words, there. But if you take a step back and look at this chart, these levels of headroom, you know, the safety net that you have here against your fiscal rules, are really tight. It's some of the tightest amount of headroom, some of the least safe kind of valves against future economic problems that any chancellor has left themselves. So that's really the big picture so far. Everything is evolving right now. We're having more detail coming through every moment, so I can't say there won't be changes in future. But Sophie, that's the big picture.
Can I just... Where's your headroom at? That was a great title for that last one. Was that you? Yeah. I like that a lot, Ed. Thank you very much indeed. Right, we're now joined by the Chief Executive of the Resolution Foundation. That is Ruth Curtis. Adam Sand's still with us as well. Great to have you here. So what's your initial reaction to what we've seen today?
So we've seen slightly better economic forecasts from the OBR than we expected. That's good news for the Chancellor. But in balancing the books, she is still doing that mainly through very significant welfare cuts. Although we've seen some chopping and changing, as we were talking about, she is still raising huge amounts of money from restricting the eligibility for those disability benefits, and that will still have really big impacts on people.
Yeah, you're talking about the impact it's going to have. The impact assessment that the government's put out says it's going to drive 250,000 people into poverty, including 50,000 children. Now, we did speak to Darren Jones, who was like, oh, no, don't look at that figure. It doesn't take into account all the things that we're doing to make the situation better. It's going to be nothing like that. What's your sense?
I mean, it's the government's own impact assessment, so it's an interesting thing for the government to say.
What do you mean by interesting? Sorry, I'm going to pin you down there.
Well, if the government doesn't believe that number, I'm not sure why they've published it today. It's an assessment of the impact on poverty of these measures that they have scored today. There are other things in the Green Paper that might help, like transitional protection, but they haven't scored the money for that. So it's not unreasonable for us to worry that it won't be in place. You talked about the poverty numbers. Overall, there are about 3.2 million families that will lose from these changes, and they'll lose on average £1,700 a year. So that's really big income losses. And for these people who are losing eligibility to benefits, they lose much more, £4,500, even more in some cases.
I guess the thing that always strikes me with these ones is the children number, because I think the government often says, like, look, the people who really need help, we will help. But there are people who, I guess the implication is could actually work but don't. But kids can't choose who their parents are, and also I guess it's kids who will be impacted also by the two-child benefit cap as well. Is that something that you're concerned about?
Yeah, absolutely. And the government itself has said that it would like to reduce child poverty through this parliament. At the moment, 4.3 million children are in poverty, and that is projected to rise. Clearly, the actions today will make that worse, according to the government's own numbers. So they're going to have to make further changes if they want to achieve their own objective of reducing child poverty. The other thing I'd say is that the government is making a lot of trying to change the incentives in the system to support more people into work. And clearly, if we saw big employment rises, that might be one thing that would help these figures. But it's really important to say that the money is being saved from changes to this PIP disability benefit that is paid regardless of whether someone's in work. So what you've basically got is some changes to support people into work and big cuts, but they're different things.
So we saw two big things today. We saw Rachel Reeves suck up quite a lot of pain to restore that headroom with the welfare changes, squeezes to government spending in the years to come. And the second thing we saw was a little bit of an upgrade to growth, but not a lot. That seems to me like it presents quite a lot of risks. Do you think that there is a situation that come the autumn budget, we're right back here, we're in a bit of a doom loop situation, that we're talking about how the Chancellor can restore her headroom because the headwinds towards us, a global trade war, difficulties with tax, less revenue, mean that she's lost it again. You know, has she sailed too close to the wind again, putting herself in a vulnerable position again, and we're going to have to pay the price again by the end of the year?
So exactly as you say, on the one hand, she had quite a tough job to get all the way back to the headroom she had in the autumn today. And we should say it is unusual for chancellors when they're faced with bad news to kind of correct for all of that bad news. Sometimes they let some of the pain fall on borrowing. Equally, it still doesn't leave her with much headroom. We saw that chart compared to history. And so it does only take small changes in things like the OBR's growth forecast or those market moves of the cost of government borrowing, and then it will once again be the case that she has to take action.
So do we think that maybe taxes are on the horizon by the end of the year?
Well, what will be interesting when we get to the autumn is that she will have done the spending review. She will have allocated spending to departments all the way up until just 1 year before the end of the forecast and when her fiscal rules bite. So it will be harder for her at that point to come back to spending.
So it sounds like a yes, taxes, because she can't do anything with squeezing spending further.
Well, she'll face those choices, but spending will be reasonably fixed. She's made her changes on the welfare system, so tax certainly looks like the most obvious option.
OK, thank you very much indeed. Great to have you on the show
Thanks a lot.
Today. Well, the Conservative leader, Kemi Badenoch, has also given her reaction to the Chancellor's statement. She said her party had a better plan for welfare at the election.
They scrapped our plans, and then they've now rushed out, scrambling things together at the last minute because they were not ready for government. They might have been ready for an election, but they had no plan for the reality of government. And everything they're doing is in haste. It's at the last minute. It's not fully thought through. They're having to make changes, and this is just chaos.
Well, that was Kevin Badenoch. The Lib Dem leader, Sir Ed Davey, had this to say on the welfare changes.
We're really worried that some of the welfare proposals are going to hit the poorest in our country, people who will really struggle to work. We're seeing figures come out of the OBR suggesting 800,000 people are going to lose their PIP by the end of this period. Another 150,000 people lose their carers' allowances. A double whammy for some households. That's actually not going to help the economy. If you want to get people back to work, you've got to give them health treatment in a timely way so they get off NHS waiting lists faster than the government are doing, and you need to make sure you're helping people who've got caring responsibilities and work responsibilities to make it easier for them to get back to work.
Well, of course, one of the biggest changes today was to welfare. James Taylor is the Executive Director of Strategy at the disability charity Scope. He joins us now in the studio. It's great to have you here. What is your reaction to the changes to benefits that have been announced?
Well, these are one of the biggest cuts to disability benefits for the last 20 years. 250,000 people moving into poverty, 800,000 people losing PIP, 20% of all disabled households are going to be worse off as a result of today. These cannot be good outcomes of policy. We've been hearing from disabled people over the last 2 weeks who are extremely worried, and I think they're going to be proved correct today that people are going to be struggling to get by for years to come.
The government says that people who really, really need these benefits will still get them. What would you say to that?
It's hard to believe that. The government have also said this green paper is all about getting disabled people into work, yet there is no analysis of how many disabled people will actually get a job as a result of last week's announcements and today's. So this, to us, seems purely about saving money rather than about supporting disabled people.
Because I guess, you know, the way that Rachel Reeves talks about it, it is, I guess, dressed up as being about the right thing to do as well as the fiscally responsible thing to do, if you like. You just don't believe that?
I don't think 3.2 million people losing, on average, £2,000 a year as a result of these changes is the right thing to do. We should be supporting disabled people who can work and those who can't, rather than making most disabled people in this country bear the brunt of our economic situation.
Can you give us a bit of a sense about the type of people or the type of families that this might hit?
I mean, this will hit lots of people, particularly those who score low points on personal independence payments, particularly those who only score...
What does that mean?
So that will probably be people with mental health conditions, people with a learning disability, people with autism, people with cancer. It will hit carers, it will hit young families, it will hit a lot of people. The government's own assessment says that disabled families will lose more than they gain as a result of these changes.
So what you're saying is people with cancer, people who might, have very, very serious mental health issues could end up losing the money, and also if they have children as well, I guess this isn't going to impact the children too. Absolutely,
and then be subject to a stricter welfare system where they're possibly forced to look for work when they've been assessed as not being fit for.
What the government might say, right, is that we're an outlier on this, that the disability benefit payments have got so large now that too many people are claiming it's not sustainable. I guess what they also might say is that, particularly when it comes to mental health, workers often, the structure of work can be good if you have mental health issues. Not all, but some mental health issues as well. But what would you say to that argument?
I mean, it might possibly be true we're an outlier. We're not spending more on welfare now than we did 10 years ago. The percentage of our GDP is roughly the same. And if the government does think that's the case, why isn't it investing in employment support? What it's doing is cutting disability benefits by upwards of £3.5 billion over the next 5 years. That, to me, doesn't send a message that they particularly are bothered about getting more disabled people into work.
So what would you say to Labour MPs who, I guess, might be wrestling with their consciences now about whether to vote for this or not?
They've got a really difficult decision now because this has all been about getting people back to work. There's no analysis today of how many people will be getting a job, and I think Labour MPs will be facing a really difficult choice about what to do.
There's been a sense that some of these changes have been coming for a while. I'm sure you at your charity and others have been engaging with people like Liz Kendall and other disability ministers. When you put the points that you've just put to our viewers, to ministers, what do they say?
I think this is where it becomes difficult, because DWP, if we think back to October, published a white paper called Get Britain Working, which was all about investing in voluntary employment support, supporting employers to create good, flexible jobs, which are the right things to do. What we've got instead, I think, is the Treasury and Number 10 insistent on finding some short-term savings and
so you don't think that Liz
overriding that.
Kendall wanted to do this?
That's not my interpretation.
So you think that the Treasury has forced Liz, from your conversations with people in government, you think the Treasury, Rachel Reeves, has forced Liz Kendall to go down a path that she didn't want to?
That's my assessment, and that's what's been playing out in the media for the last 10 days.
Really interesting. Thank you very much indeed. Well, coming up next, we are going to get more reaction to the spring statement from the Liberal Democrats and also from Reform UK, so stay with us for all that. Hello, welcome back. We are giving you some extended coverage today of the spring statement, and we can get reaction now from the Lib Dems. We're joined by Callum Miller, who is the MP for Bicester and Woodstock. Great to have you here with us. So what is your initial reaction to what we've seen today then?
Unfortunately, I think this has been a disappointing day in terms of the Chancellor's statement. People wanted change from this government, and what we've seen is a continuation of the mistakes that were made in the budget. And it's disappointing that although Rachel Reeves talked about the world changing around her, she hasn't adapted to the very clear problems with the budget that she set out in September.
I mean, I guess it was never meant to be a big moment, right? Were you expecting too much of it?
I think that's what she wanted us to be managed to expect. On the other hand, what we've seen is that when the OBR has turned around and said that the growth rate is down significantly, really disappointing figure, and when we see that the welfare reforms are not going to deliver the kinds of costs that the government were talking about just last week, she has taken new steps and she's tightened the cuts to the welfare budget, which I think will shock many people that that's the approach of a Labour government. It's not the kind of change they were expecting.
Do you agree with the benefit changes?
We believe that we need to make it easier for people to get into work, but taking a target figure, as the government has done, and hammering disabled people, many of whom have the kinds of disabilities that make it really hard to engage in the workplace in the first place, isn't the right way to go. And I think what we can see from the figures that the OBR published today is it doesn't just affect those with disabilities, it also affects their carers. 150,000 carers are going to lose out on their access to carers allowance because of these changes to the welfare system.
So what would you do then?
We think that the government needs to be really focused on growth. I mean, the government said it was their objective, but actually we've seen precious little evidence of it, and the figures today must be disappointing. We see the growth forecast for this year halved. The most obvious thing when we talk about changing circumstances is that the world alignment at the moment really pushes the UK to get closer to the European Union and to look again at a customs union, to take away some of the red tape that came about because of the way in which the Conservatives implemented Brexit and could otherwise allow many of our exporters...
So think about the US trade deal as well. You'd sack that off then, would you? You'd go for Europe over the States. It's a genuine question.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It doesn't have to be a choice, but I think most people can look at the situation. Most people can look at the situation and decide which partner looks the more reliable one at the moment. And when you've got Donald Trump oscillating from Trump tariffs at one level one day to no tariffs the next day to higher tariffs the day after, I don't think that's a very stable basis on which to negotiate any kind of trade deal. Plus, we know that the two principal prices that the Americans would want from any trade deal is access to our markets for their genetically modified agricultural products and also access to the NHS and NHS pharmaceuticals. And those are both things that have to be absolute red lines for the UK.
So would you, so you'd go for, what, customs union with the European Union over a US trade deal? That's clear.
We think that the government's not moving fast enough in restoring our relationship with Europe and that option is on the table. We had the German ambassador saying just last week that he thought that the Germans would be very open to a customs union, so we would love the government to get on with it.
Looking at the UK, and look, I get what you're saying about growth, but my experience of growth is that everyone has all these amazingly easy ways of getting growth, and it's very hard to tell, right, what the kind of reality is on the ground. But looking at the UK, Rachel Reeves is in a situation where she's decided to save money in welfare. She's decided to save money in unprotected departments in the years ahead as well, with a spending squeeze. What would the Liberal Democrats do? Would you stick to the fiscal rules? Would you increase tax further? Would you agree to some of these cuts? What would you do?
Well, we were the only of the main three parties going into the last election who put out some clear tax proposals rather than pretending that we were in a world where that wasn't going to be necessary. And the kinds of taxes we were talking about were those that would affect the highest income companies who are currently underpaying tax relative to some of our small businesses.
They're easy to get tax out of, isn't it?
Well, they are. The government has introduced the digital services tax. It's there's a framework there. It's based on the revenues of those companies which have to be declared. And in opposition, Rachel Reeves called for that to be at 10%. And now she's in government. It's only at 2%. And she's talking about caving in to pressure from the Americans and getting rid of it altogether. So we would be looking at those, if you like, corporately with the broadest shoulders rather than taking the axe to welfare payments.
OK.
One of the things that was announced today is a further squeeze on government spending from 2026 onwards. Is that something that you support, or do you think it should be reversed, and how would you pay for that?
Well, coming back to the point that I started with, the reason that has to be looked at is because of these really disappointing growth figures. And if we can get growth going, then we wouldn't have to be making those kinds of cuts. One of the challenges that the government is facing, and I'm afraid has ducked, is the opportunity to invest in some preventative expenditure. One of the reasons the Liberal Democrats have focused so heavily on calling on the government to work with us to address the crisis in social care is if we can solve that problem, then we solve some of the challenges for our hospitals and we maybe reduce the pressures on the NHS, freeing up funds elsewhere. So we would be taking a smarter approach to public expenditure rather than wielding the axe in the way that the Chancellor has described.
OK, thank you very much indeed. It's great to have you on the programme today. Well, we are discussing, of course, our coverage of the Spring Statement. We have Rachel Reeves' Spring Statement. Sam, what is your sort of takeaway as the day's been unfolding? Things often kind of start coming out, don't they?
I think that Rachel Reeves is under pressure from two ends. On one end, I think there's what she tried to achieve today, which was to restore her headroom, to try and give herself a bit of a buffer after economic headwinds meant that she basically was on course to break and miss her fiscal rules, and that's meant a series of very difficult decisions, including cuts to welfare that have, I think, what Labour MPs will worry is a pretty extraordinary impact on child poverty. But she's done all of that, and it's not clear that growth is going to be good enough to avoid a doom loop situation where in 6-7 months' time she is looking again for savings because growth isn't high enough. And at that point, I think maybe she's going to consider whether or not taxes have to go up.
Sam, thank you very much indeed. Well, we've been getting lots of reaction across the political spectrum to the Spring Statement today. I'm pleased to say we're now joined by Richard Tice, who is the Deputy Leader of Reform UK. Great to have you here.
Great to be with you. Well, Sam is right. We are heading towards a doom loop disaster. I think the Chancellor is completely reliant on delusional forecasts from the Office for Budget Responsibility that on the one hand is saying growth's halved this year, 2025, and we're in a difficult global situation. And all of a sudden, in 2026 beyond, peace and love breaks out and growth soars to almost 0.5% higher every year thereafter than they previously forecast just a few months ago. Bearing in mind that the government borrowing now is 20 billion higher than the OBR forecast just a few months ago. We are in a very bad place. The economy is falling in January, before the Trump administration even started. And I think we're into a really difficult place.
So you're saying the OBR is delusional?
Delusional. Their numbers are delusional. We know that because the evidence already shows it. They've had to slash their growth forecast. Their borrowing numbers that they forecast just a few months ago, totally out of control. And yet they're saying all is going to be fine at the end of this year. In the fact that all the evidence, no one forecast the economy was going to get smaller in January. It is. Everybody in business is telling me they're laying people off, they're not hiring people, they're cutting hours. That's a way to recession. And that's because we've got higher taxes.
That's your prediction then?
I think we are heading into a very difficult place. Hard to know for how much, for how long. But this is a doom loop. And I'm really anxious that this government is living in the delusion of the OBR numbers. Let's just remember that it's the government that's responsible, not the OBR, which is an unelected quango.
Just on that, you're saying that the government's being irresponsible. I guess what they would say is they are doing their best to try and make difficult decisions, right? They're taking money out of, I can see you shaking your head, but they're taking money out of welfare. They are taking money out of departmental spending in the years ahead, so they're spending at the same rate as Jeremy Hunt and the Conservatives. These are not easy decisions for Labour, right? So are they not facing up to the fact that they are in a difficult situation?
They're talking the talk. They're listening and learning from the reform contract when we said you've got to cut wasteful government spending, you've got to cut foreign aid, put it into defence. So in that sense, but whether or not they actually deliver on it, they won't deliver any welfare savings. It would never come to a vote in the House of Commons.
But genuinely...
They're genuinely talking the talk. But the problem is they increase taxes at the budget on employing people. They're increasing more regulations with the employment regulations. They're making life tougher for businesses, reducing the incentive for business owners to take risk to employ people. And the cost of net stupid zero is imposing higher energy bills on everybody, higher cost of living, and meaning that we're completely...
That's what they say.
OK, so where's the evidence? The evidence is growth is plummeting and we're heading towards recession. So clearly, I'm right and their forecasts and the OBR are wrong.
It has been revised upwards in the longer term. They accept that growth.
And that's delusional. They can't have it both ways. You can't have a Chancellor saying that the growth is down because we live in a more dangerous, geopolitically uncertain world. But that all ends in December. Peace and love breaks out, and then all of a sudden growth is going to soar.
Yeah, but they would say that that's some of the measures that they're putting in on things like
so it is domestic.
Energy.
Then, in which case, if it is domestic, then they have to take responsibility for the bad decisions they made in the blunder budget last October. I think they are living in fantasy land. We saw a theatre of make-believe in these numbers, and it's my constituents in Bolton and Skegness and elsewhere in the country that I feel really sad for, because we're heading to the wrong place thanks to this government.
Some of your constituents will be quite impacted by the changes today on benefits and also on taking money out of public services. Do you accept that?
If you take out unnecessary wasteful spending out of public services, nobody is impacted. What you've got to do is create the conditions for growth. You've got to cut energy bills.
Things like the core schools budget,
the fastest way to help everybody is scrap net zero, so you cut energy bills. Increase the tax threshold from 12.5 grand to 20 grand. Although pensions are going up Actually, for many people, net in their pocket at the end of the week or the month, there's almost no change because of the tax thresholds. This is the economics of madness, and my constituents are paying the price.
Sam?
I sometimes wonder with reform whether it wants to squeeze or whether it wants to sort of expand sort of public spending. Large cuts to sort of taxes do cost money in order to, in terms of lost revenue. At the election, Reform UK was proposing cutting, I think it was around 150 billion in spending reductions. Is that still your plan? Is that the kind of...
Not only is it our plan, the number's slightly wrong there, but we said you could save 30 billion by scrapping net zero. The Climate Change Committee, just a couple of weeks ago, confirmed my number. We said you've got to stop paying voluntary interest from the Bank of England on the printed money. Most economists now agree with me. They might nibble and twiggle about the number. And we said you've got to cut out wasteful spending, £5 and 100. Darren Jones literally writing into Parliament saying you've got to save £5 and 100, brackets, Tice was right after all, close brackets.
Tice was right after all. There you go. And what do you make of the Conservatives' response? You've been hearing to Kemi Badenoch and Mel Stride today as well.
Well, I mean, I noticed what was most interesting about Mel Stride's response was all the journalists left the Commons the moment that he stood up. I think that says it all.
That's probably their own deadline, right?
Well, the reality is
right.
that they're responsible for much of the higher taxes and the wasteful spending, the huge quantities on welfare. So they've sort of got nowhere to go. They're responsible for mass immigration. They're responsible for net zero. So I think actually people won't forgive and they won't forget.
OK, thank you very much indeed. Richard Tice speaking to us there from Reform UK. Lots more reaction to the Chancellor's spring statement. Coming up, we're going to hear from the CBI. That is up next.
Paris reverberated to the sights, sounds and smells of conflict.
There's a focal point to all this anger, and that is Emmanuel Macron.
I'm Adam Parsons, Sky's Europe correspondent based here in Brussels.
There are dozens of people desperately clambering to get onto that boat. It is a chaotic scene, but it's being watched by dozens of French police officers on the beach.
I've reported on migration across Europe, close up on the ground, understanding that sense of desperation and meeting the criminal gangs behind it.
This old fishing boat set off from the Libyan port of Tobruk. There were 606 people who were on board.
So we've been distributing life jackets to all the people on board this boat, and now the first person is coming on board.
This is the ugly side of Italian football.
In Italy, everything is really organized.
Football's problems with hooliganism, racism were just dormant, and now they're back and they're getting worse. We cover so many countries, languages and cultures and work hard to gain trust to bring you the full story first.
Help is slowly reaching these places.
It's not just homes, but whole streets like this one that have been reduced to rubble and dust.
This is a picture of destruction.
Everywhere you look in this mountaintop community, there is absolute devastation.
These are the settlers in waiting, keen to start a new life, to annex Gaza for Israel.
The least we can do is just kick them out of our land.
Gaza, which is just 2 miles in that direction, is under attack again. Getting the chance to tell people's stories, it's a privilege.
Sky News get the full story first.
Is this now all your territory?
Yeah.
The battlefield is outside the barricades. We are in the middle of a forest, in a jungle really, and they're attempting to keep these men alive. I'm Stuart Ramsey, and I'm Sky's chief correspondent.
It's really dangerous. Many people have died riding it.
I just took a shower above the clouds. You know why? Because this is the Emirates A380. Fly Emirates. Fly better. Thank you.
Hello, welcome back to our extended coverage of the spring statement. All the analysis that you need about what the Chancellor said today and what it means for all of us. We are joined by our cast of characters. We've got Ed Conway, our economics and data editor, Sam Coates, our deputy political editor, and we are now joined as well by the chief executive of the Confederation of British Industry, that is Rain Newton-Smith. Great to have you here. So what's your initial assessment of what we've seen then?
Well, I think the thing that takes everyone's notice, I think, is in the near term we're seeing weaker growth. And that's serious, but not a surprise from what business leaders have been telling us, from what we can see in our own economic surveys, is we're seeing weaker growth and hiring. And a lot of that is because of the decisions that were taken in the budget in the autumn, which will play out next month, where we'll see higher national insurance contributions. And so business are shouldering more of that burden. But I think it's also really important that the Chancellor today did follow through on her commitment, the promise she made at our own conference, to not increase the burden on business further and really focus on how we can make sure that we have efficient, innovative public services to really deliver the high quality public services that I think this country needs.
You mentioned the decisions in the previous budget when it comes to businesses. So that's, I guess, things like the Workers' Rights Bill, but also, of course, the change to employers' national insurance contributions. Many people have been telling us on this programme that we haven't even seen the impact of that. Is that true?
I think this is something that will play out, in fact, over the next few years, because the Employment Rights Bill is just right now moving through the House of Lords. So many of these things contained within it haven't come into, been enacted fully within legislation. And we know that many businesses have already changed some of their decisions around hiring, around investment, on the back of the higher national insurance contributions, which will unfold from April, but they've already made some of their change in decisions already. And we're seeing some of that in a softer outlook for the labour market. And that's why it's so important that from where we go forward, that the Chancellor really doubles down on that growth mission. We know that that growth mission will only be delivered by investment in the private sector. And so it's really important that even within the Employment Rights Bill, that there are shared aims within it, but at the moment, it's not proportionate regulation. And the Chancellor herself has said she's really committed to reducing the overall burden from regulation. I think we need to include the Employment Rights Bill within that when we're thinking about how we make it easier to create jobs in the UK.
It was striking, wasn't it, Rain, that the thing that the Chancellor really wanted to focus on the most was the fact that there was a slight upgrade. In fact, the Office of Budget Responsibility has upgraded their growth forecast somewhat. In fact, she said it was the biggest upgrade that they've ever done because of the growth plans, the planning reforms in particular. I mean, is that job done? And to what extent... to what extent are there still unanswered questions about, we were both there at that speech not long ago, about how much of this is just talk as opposed to delivery? Are your members seeing much kind of impact so far? Have they got unanswered questions as well?
Well, I think the planning and infrastructure bill is critical to really tackle one of the things that we know has held back growth over the long term in this country for many years. Is we have a planning system that's too complicated. It takes too long for decisions to be taken. And so, but in a way, whether that really will deliver the stronger growth that the OBR is setting out in their forecast over the longer term will depend on how that is delivered, on some of those decisions around whether it's thinking about transport connections or homes, or whether it's thinking about how we deliver the clean power mission and make sure our energy system is more efficient and able to deliver the electrification we know that we need. So I think there's so many decisions that will need to come. But one thing that's clear is, if we're going to deliver that higher, longer-term growth, it's good that the Chancellor, I think, today really prioritised capital spending, but the vast majority of the investment will need to come from the private sector. So there's still more detail that needs to be delivered from some of those public-private partnerships, whether that's the Lower Thames crossing that was announced yesterday, or whether that's thinking about social housing, or whether it's thinking about hospitals and schools and further education colleges.
I just want to ask one other thing. Just given there's been all this back and forth about welfare, and they said it was going to be worth £5 billion, now it's worth less than that. Is this to your impression, is this a more competent government than the last government?
I mean, as you know, I won't sort of judge the government on their overall level of competency.
You've got a pretty good position to see.
I think what we really want to see is when, I suppose it's holding the government to account on some of the promises that they have made and will make. And I think it's really important when this government says they're really committed to reforming the overall regulatory burden on business. They want to reduce that by 25%. They need to think about some of the changes they're making within the labour market at the moment and make sure that that is also proportionate and not increasing the overall burden on business. And there are so many other areas when it comes to that delivery of planning and infrastructure, when some of those things will get tested when there are big projects that maybe come up against local opposition. I think it's really important that we focus on the long-term growth and infrastructure that we need to deliver, because we know it still takes too long for our big critical infrastructure projects to get delivered in this country.
Nice dodge, worth a try. Worth a try. Sam?
One of the things that shocked Labour MPs today is the impact assessment saying that 250,000 people are going to be in relative poverty as a result of the disability changes. When the minister sat in that seat there earlier, he said, no, that doesn't take account of the fact that a lot of people on disability benefit at the moment who are going to lose it are going to get jobs. Is the labour market about to absorb hundreds of thousands of people who currently receive disability support who are about to lose it? Is it ready to do that? Can it do that?
Well, we know at the moment we're still relatively lucky that the overall rate of unemployment is quite low in the UK, but also we know that the disability employment gap is really high. So it is critical that we help to get people with disabilities into work, and that's about how employers themselves have flexible arrangements within the workplace, how they think about how they make the most of talent that is available. But when we're thinking, when you look at the labour market at the moment, the change in national insurance contributions, some of the changes coming down the track in the Employment Rights Bill, what we've got to make sure is that they're not pulling against each other.
Thank you very much.
That's why it's really
indeed.
important.
Great to have you on. Lots more coverage from us coming up on Sky News after a short break. This is Sky News. It is 4 o'clock. I'm Sophie Ridge, and you are watching our extended coverage of the Spring Statement. The headlines: welfare cuts, planning reforms, defence spending, and tackling tax evasion. The Chancellor sets out the menu of economic reforms she hopes will balance the books.
Our plan for change is working. Defence spending is rising. Waiting lists are falling. Wages are up. Interest rates are cut. That is the difference that this Labour government is making.
Rachel Reeves bets the House on home building and other planning reforms to help rebuild the economy. But the growth forecast for this year has been chopped in half. And amid accusations she's lost the dressing room among her own backbenchers, the Chancellor's welfare reforms risk pushing 250,000 more people into poverty.
To govern, Mr. Speaker, is to choose. And this Chancellor has made all the wrong choices.
But in the next hour, the Chancellor will be explaining some of her choices at a Downing Street news conference. We'll bring that to you live. Hello, good afternoon. So now we know the contents of the Chancellor's Spring Statement, the set of numbers holding Rachel Reeves to account by her own party, by the opposition, and of course, most importantly, by you, the voters, as she walks a tightrope between now and the end of the Parliament. The growth forecast for the coming year has been halved from 2% to 1% by the Office for Budget Responsibility, who also warned about the damage that could be done by low productivity, high interest rates, and the threat of a global trade war. Well, to kickstart the economy, the government's banking on building more homes, along with other planning reforms, plus welfare cuts, defence spending, and tackling tax evasion. But even the government admits its cuts to the welfare system risk pushing 250,000 people into poverty, including 50,000 children. Well, let's have a look at what the Chancellor announced. So the standard allowance for universal credit will increase to £106 a week. That's by 2029-30. But the universal credit health element will be cut by 50% and also frozen for new claimants. £1 billion will also be invested to support people back to work. And there's a £2.2 billion increase in defence spending in the next financial year. Now, some of the spending commitments will be funded by a cut in overseas aid that will fall to 0.3% of gross national income. And Labour's planning reforms will, according to the Office for Budget Responsibility, lead to a 40-year high in house building. There's also a pledge of £600 million to train up to 60,000 construction workers. Day-to-day spending will be increased. Capital spending will also go up by an average of £2 billion a year. That's compared to the autumn. And Rachel Reeves says a crackdown on tax evasion will raise £1 billion too. There's also a £3.2 billion so-called transformation fund announced to reform public services. Here's what Rachel Reeves said earlier.
Because we are living in an uncertain world, as the Prime Minister has set out, we will increase defence spending to 2.5% of GDP, reducing overseas aid to 0.3% of gross national income. This means we save £2.6 billion in day-to-day spending in 2029-30 to fund our more capital-intensive defence commitments. Second, in recent months, we have begun to fundamentally reform the British state, driving efficiency and productivity across government to deliver tangible savings and improve services across our country. Earlier this the Prime Minister set out plans to abolish the arm's-length body NHS England and ensure that that money goes directly to improving the service for patients. My right honourable friend, the Health Secretary, is driving forward vital reforms to increase NHS productivity, bearing down on costly agency spend to save money so that we can improve patient care. And my right honourable friend, the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, is taking forward work to significantly reduce the costs of running government by 15%, worth £2 billion by the end of the decade. This work shows that we can make our state leaner and more agile, delivering more resources to the front line, while ensuring that we control day-to-day spending to meet our fiscal rules. The world is changing. We can see that, and we can feel it. A changing world demands a government that is on the side of working people, acting in their interest, acting in the national interest. Not retreating from challenges, not stepping back, but a government with the courage to step up, to secure Britain's future, and to seize the opportunities that are out there before us. I am impatient for change. The British people are impatient for change after 14 years of failure. And we are beginning to see change happen. Our plan for change is working. Defence spending is rising. Waiting lists are falling. Wages are up. Interest rates are cut. That is the difference that this Labour government is making. And today, Mr. Speaker, the OBR confirm that our plan to get Britain building will drive growth in our economy and put more money in people's pockets. There are no quick fixes, but we have taken the right choices, returning stability to our economy after years of mismanagement by the party opposite, delivering security for our country and security for working people. That is what drives this government. That is what drives me as Chancellor. That is what drives the choices that I have set out today.
Well, let's listen now to the response of the Shadow Chancellor Mel Stride, who accused Rachel Reeves of forcing the country to pay for her wrong choices.
But the Right Honourable Lady, Mr. Speaker, says, of course, that none of this is her fault. It is the war in Ukraine.
Everybody else.
It is President Trump. It is tariffs. It is President Putin. It is the Conservatives. It is her legacy. It is anybody but her. Well, what the British people know, Mr. Speaker, is that this is a consequence of her choices. She is the architect of her own misfortune. It was the Right Honourable Lady, Mr. Speaker, who talked down the economy, so that business surveys and confidence crashed through the floor. It was the Right Honourable Lady who confected the £22 billion black hole.
Pure fantasy.
A smokescreen that was only ever there in order to cover up for the fact that she and the Prime Minister reneged on their promises to the British people during the last general election. And a black hole that the OBR themselves, ironically at the government's behest, have said they will not legitimise. She chose to be reckless with a sliver of headroom against her fiddled targets. She borrowed and spent and taxed like it was the 1970s. Little wonder, Mr. Speaker, that the Chancellor has tanked the economy. Little wonder we have an emergency budget, all because of her choices. How can we believe this Chancellor? How can we trust this Chancellor? She is the Chancellor who said she would not increase borrowing, but she did. She said she wouldn't change her fiscal rules, but she did. She said she wouldn't put up national insurance, but she did. She said she wouldn't cut winter fuel payment, but she did. She said she wouldn't tax farmers, but she did. And she said she would not move to more than one fiscal event a year, and she just has. And now we are all paying the price of her broken promises. Today's numbers confirm it. We are poorer and we are weaker. To govern, Mr. Speaker, is to choose. And this Chancellor has made all the wrong choices.
Well, one of those choices, of course, were the changes to welfare. And as you would expect, many Labour MPs are deeply unhappy about the cuts to benefits. Here's Rachel Maskell.
I am prepared to vote against those cuts, and I do plead that the government looks at other forms of revenue raising. I've heard in many of the new MPs, which haven't ever kind of rebelled against the government before, saying this is a step too far and really want government to pull back from that. And I think that engagement now, talking to ministers, is what's needed to change their minds on these very vital elements to keep people in work or out of work and safe.
Well, lots to digest today. Here with us, Sky's Deputy Political Editor Sam Coates and also our Economics and Data Editor Ed Conway. So as always with these things, you have your kind of initial gut reaction to it and then things start coming out, you get reaction, you might get market reaction, you might get political reaction, you get like big documents like this that we can go through. Sam, firstly, what's the kind of political reaction been?
Well, I think you've got to remember why we're here today and why a few months ago this was meant to be a non-event. But the problem is that today's the day that the Office for Budget Responsibility, the kind of spending watchdog, produced this, which is an assessment on Rachel Reeves. And they found her to be considerably in breach of her own fiscal rules, her own borrowing targets. So today is a day where she's had to take emergency corrective action to get back into balance, to find some savings, essentially, in order that she succeeds in her goal of making sure that you don't borrow in order to fund the government day-to-day from pretty much the end of the decade. And those savings are really quite eye-watering. And there are squeezes to future government spending, there are some accounting tricks, but at the heart of it, I think the most important thing that we've learned today is some of the detail around welfare changes, welfare squeeze to the budget. And some of these things have been thrown together really at the last moment. But the thing, I think, that's going to emerge from today, and the thing that we're going to be monitoring hour by hour at Sky, is what Labour MPs are saying about some of the changes to disability benefit. Because the numbers of people involved losing disability benefit, the government says try and get them back in work, and the sums that they're going to lose, which are in the multiple thousands of pounds, are really eye-watering. I was here covering politics in 2015 when George Osborne and David Cameron tried to cut people's tax credits to the tune of £3,000-4,000 a year. They had to abandon it because it was too toxic. These are disabled people, and not all of them are going to get work. And the line that I think is ricocheting around the Labour Party right now is that the government's own impact assessment says that 250,000 people will be affected, including 50,000 children. These are people who are going to be pushed into relative poverty. The Labour Party, which once had an aspiration of eradicating child poverty, that was Gordon Brown's big goal, now pushing more people into child poverty. I think MPs in the building over the road in Parliament are having to sort of come to grips with this and assess whether they think the trade-offs and the decisions being made by Keir Starmer and Rachel Reeves Downing Street are the right ones.
Yeah, it's good. Like you say, it does really feel like this is just almost the beginning of the journey when it comes to the political reaction to those changes on benefits. Ed, what's the kind of economic reaction or fallout been?
It's funny, you mentioned just earlier on market reaction. Actually, that's one thing I hadn't looked at so far, and there's probably some cause for relief for the Chancellor, because there was, remember what happened last time around, and indeed, in 2022, there was a market reaction. It wasn't as kind of panicky as we saw in 2022 after the mini budget, but UK debt suddenly became a bit more expensive than our counterparts, at least for a few days. This time it yo-yoed a bit, but actually no, the level of UK kind of interest rates, government interest rates, has kind of stayed the same as it was before.
And also that really matters, doesn't it? Because if we're paying more money to service our debt, then that's when she's got to make more tough decisions, right? Because it knocks out the balance sheet.
And I think part of the point of this, of trying, because they were quite open ahead of this event, they're leaking quite a lot, to be honest with you, was because they've just become quite nervous. They lost, they had some moments where they misjudged what the mood was in markets, and they said they were going to borrow more money, and then markets didn't like it. And this time around, there is more borrowing as a result of this. But on the surface, you don't necessarily see it. Shall I just give you some of the big picture and a few interesting details, of which there are some, actually. Kind of, it wasn't supposed to be, a big fiscal event, but look at some of the details, and there's certainly stuff has happened. Stuff has happened, and start with this, okay? So the big picture is growth. How well is the economy doing right now? This was the forecast last time around. Focus in particular on that. That's the year we're in at the moment, 2% growth. We got the latest numbers through. That 2 goes down to 1. So that's quite a big downgrade of the economic growth forecast. But, and this is the thing that Rachel Reeves wants to focus on particularly, upgrades in each of the next few years. And she says, and this is what the OBR has talked about as well, that partly that's down to the fact that the OBR thinks her growth reforms will actually bear fruit. So there's some good news there, as well as the bad news. But beneath the surface, really the main story has been about this. She's got 2 fiscal rules. One of them, perhaps the most prominent, is that she needs to get the current budget, it's just how much you're spending on a day-to-day basis, into a surplus. In other words, not having to borrow to finance that day-to-day spending by 2029 to 30. over here. That's the bit. Let me just kind of move over here. That's the £9.9 billion you've probably read about, because that's the headroom a lot of people are talking about. You need to get this down to £9.9 billion. And of course, because of all of those things that were happening with the economy, higher interest rates, a lot of people were worried about this. So what actually happened? Well, let me just show you the eventual numbers today. Isn't that strange? Lo and behold, £9.9 billion has stayed at £9.9 billion to the extent that you might have thought nothing has changed whatsoever. In fact, it's not just £9.9 billion, it's £9.93 billion there and £9.93 billion there. Magically, it stayed exactly the same, except it hasn't. It hasn't, OK? Because if we take that number, £9.9 billion, and work out what's been happening behind the scenes in order to get to that exactly the same number, have a look at this. In fact, that number was downgraded enormously by the Office of Budget Responsibility. Basically, the economy wasn't as weak, interest rates were higher, that headroom disappeared. The fiscal rule was broken, but then the Chancellor steps in and says, no, we really need to get back to that number. And so there have been all sorts of different measures. One of them was dealing with tax evasion, efficiency schemes. That brings back a few £1 billion. You've got a switch from aid spending to defence spending. It just skews it from one column of the accounts to another, and that it just so happens this is the column of the accounts that benefits from that. That's lucky for the Chancellor. Then you've got spending, so less spending, day-to-day spending in the future. I'll just show you that in a moment because that's quite significant. And then finally, those welfare cuts. And the government said they were going to bring in £5 billion last week. Then we learned, actually, no, it's not going to be £5 billion because the OBR has changed their estimate. Nonetheless, all of that going on behind the scenes to get to exactly the same number that the Chancellor started with. So there's a lot going on that you might not have seen just looking at those overall numbers. And when we talk about a lot going on, welfare, what is the impact of that? Well, finally, we learned what the impact assessment suggests here, and it suggests some pretty profound impacts here. Relative poverty for children up by 50,000. So 50,000 more children facing being dragged into relative poverty versus the expectations. Absolute poverty numbers as well. So that's the more severe kind of count of definition of poverty here. Same thing, well, actually even greater when you're talking about working age adults as well. 250,000, 250,000 potentially in poverty as a result of those benefits changes. So massive changes to get back to where she started. And so when you're talking about benefits, massive changes to spending as well. This is what the last Chancellor, Jeremy Hunt, planned to spend in the future years. Not much, basically 1% a year increases in current day-to-day spending. This is what the current Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, planned last time around. And here's the critical thing. She really wanted to emphasise that she was going to be nothing like Jeremy Hunt. In the future, she would be spending more. 1.3, 1.4, not 1, 1.3, 1.4. Now look at what she's actually planning now, because she's made some cuts to them, OK? This gets a bit bigger. OK, so those numbers are bigger, and that's significant. But look at this. For that year, for that year, for that year, it's the same, essentially, as what Jeremy Hunt was planning. Again, all to get you to that £9.93 billion. And that is indeed what she has managed. So this is the headroom. That was the headroom last time. What's the headroom this time around? Ooh, it's exactly the same, isn't it? It's exactly the same, like I said, to 2 decimal places. But take a step back if we kind of zoom out and just look at the history of where chancellors have been versus their fiscal rules in the past, which turns out to be quite important because you've got changes to benefits, you've got changes to spending. As a result of this, trying to get back to that same number, and even so, even now, we're well below that kind of safety valve of where chancellors have been in the past. So many kind of answers to some of the questions that we've been asking recently, but by the same token, a lot of questions raised that I think we're going to be talking about and debating for quite a few weeks, indeed months to come.
Yeah, call me an old cynic. I can't see a Labour government spending the same as Jeremy Hunt just before an election.
Doesn't seem likely, does it?
Doesn't seem likely. Sam, I know you wanted to come in.
And it's on that point, if we can look at the current spending chart, the penultimate one that you just pulled up on the screen, 1%, 1%, 1% is what Rachel Reeves is planning to rise public spending by 2026 onwards. Now, I've just been reminded by a Tory that when they said that was the amount they were going to grow public spending, we all said, and the OBR said, that's unsustainable. We will never, ever We do not believe that that is a sustainable rate of growth. It's going to have to be bigger. Those are fake figures. You'll jimmy them closer to the time.
Yeah.
Why aren't you saying that about Labour's plans now? Well, it's a legitimate question to ask because 1%, by the time you've got all those protected departments like health, which suck up so much of the budget, does mean real cuts elsewhere. Home Office, justice, and all of these things.
Schools, cuts.
If they go into an election spending 1%, I'll eat my hat. I just don't think it's going to happen.
But where are they going to get the money from? And without growth, the growth that they thought seemed to be easy, that would be unlocked by their stability, that would be unlocked by their planning reforms, where's it coming? Where's it coming from?
Clive, we've been talking over you. Sorry, this sometimes happens.
It's fascinating. It's fascinating to catch the end of that. I mean,
Labour MP Clive Lewis, I should introduce you to our viewers as well, though I'm sure many will know who you are as well. What's your reaction to what we saw today?
Can I react to what I just saw there? Because I think that kind of, it felt, I think viewers watching that would have seen accountancy and spreadsheets. And in a way, we all know that accountants are very good at being able to massage figures and change things and look at certain things more and give this a weighting. And what we're dealing with are people's lives, you know. And I know that the way that we look at quantitative easing and the losses that the Bank of England made, which is around about 700 billion on the national debt, that takes our debt to GDP ratio down to about 75%. Isn't very far from Germany. That's just relaxed its fiscal rules to invest 500 billion. I guess the point I would make is we are the only country in the G7 that has a deal where if the central bank makes losses on quantitative easing, we will pay it back. The Japanese central bank doesn't do that. The EU doesn't do that. The US doesn't do that. We're the only one. We could just as easily say, well, we're going to move into line with the rest of the world and move the accounting figures around so that we're now in line with the rest of the world. That would have released more than 5 billion, potentially, in terms of debt to GDP ratio. So
what does Rachel Reeves say when you suggest things like this? Because actually, it is an interesting topic, and actually, reform went with that at the last elections. But Labour could have done something similar.
And this is the problem for us, because Reform are going to have a story to tell about being disruptors, about breaking the status quo. And what I saw there with those final figures is that it feels, even on the irrelevant of how people feel, looking at those figures, what's the difference a Labour government is making? Now, yes, we're investing into the NHS. Yes, we'll be investing more in defence, but on education and every other unprotected department, it's going to be real terms cuts. And then, we have banked the house on, we have kind of bet the house, on growth feeding in to public services. That was what we were saying. I've just seen growth halved. And you were talking then about the headroom being below where chancellors would like to be. Where's your headroom at? We're in one of the most volatile kind of perma-crisis political and economic global situations we've ever seen. I don't see it getting better anytime soon. So the headwinds aren't great. So I don't feel like I'm being pessimistic, but I think that sets the scene for where we are.
Can I ask, because look, we've had big changes to welfare today. Lots of Labour MPs really concerned about it. Can I just ask you a really direct question? Will you vote for those changes or not?
I won't vote to make my poorest and most vulnerable constituents poorer. That's not what a Labour government was put here for. There are alternatives. Socialism is a language of priorities. I think they are my priority. I understand there are people not just people who have disabilities who are going to be impacted by this. This is £5 billion that's being taken out of the national local economy. Those people on those benefits aren't spending that in Monaco. They're spending that in my constituency. That's money that's being sucked out of my local economy and around the country. So I don't see how you cut your way to growth. I thought over the 14 years we watched the Conservative government do that, and we watched public services demolished, communities pushed into food banks and poverty. I thought we'd learnt the lesson that you don't balance the books on broken backs. It doesn't work.
So we've seen previously the Labour government taking quite a hard line on people who rebel on stuff like this, right? I'm thinking about people having the whip suspended if they voted against a two-child benefit cap. Is that something you're prepared to have the whip suspended in order to make a stand on this?
I don't want that to happen, but me and many other people around me in my party, other people that I talk to, intellectuals, if you call, there's a real sense with what we're looking over at the US. We're looking in Germany with the AfD, in France and so on. There's a real sense that we're heading towards a very dark authoritarian future. We've got a climate crisis ahead of us. And so politics it's not a game. It's never been a game, but it feels that the stakes are really high. And I do not see how we are not paving ourselves a road to some kind of proto-authoritarian nastiness if we carry on making decisions like this. We have an economic system that clearly isn't working. I didn't see the Tories, really, apart from throwing a few brickbats. I don't think they've got any other idea themselves. They had 14 years of trying this on the same economic system. It's a sclerotic economic system. All of Western Europe is in the same boat. I don't think they've got any ideas. What I think Rachel Reeves, Keir Starmer, myself were elected on a platform to do, and I think we have a democratic mandate for it, is to fundamentally change the economy and how it works. And that means fundamental reforms. And I don't think we're seeing those in any kind of shape or form.
Clive Lewis, I half wonder whether quite a lot of your Labour MPs, maybe even a majority of Labour MPs, quietly agree with quite a lot of that analysis. But I also can bet the bottom dollar that not many of them are going to follow. That there is not a large number of people ready to defy Keir Starmer and Rachel Reeves and demand that they change course. Do you look around the Labour Party and just wish some of your colleagues had a bit more guts?
Look, I think Michael Crick was one of the few journalists that was talking about the selection process that Labour had. And I think at the time, a lot of the media were more concerned about what the psychodrama of the Conservative Party. And, we wanted to see a Labour government. If the Conservative government fell, people were kind of expecting a change in Labour government. And I think people looked the other way when we were making those selections. And, a lot of my colleagues have been chosen for loyalty. And, loyalty is a good thing, don't get me wrong. And I'm sure there'll be some people in the Whip's offices saying, I wish Clive Lewis showed more of that.
Might be getting a call after this interview, I'll be honest.
But blind loyalty isn't a good thing. And, MPs, they're new, they're finding their feet. This is their first term, they've been here for a few months. It's hard to be able to kind of speak out and speak up. But I think given that this is people's lives, this is 50,000 children being pushed into more poverty, not just poverty, more poverty. I think they are going to have to start, they're going to start seeing those people coming in. They're going to have to start speaking up, I think.
Realistically, can Rachel Reeves change, or do you think we need a new Chancellor to have a new direction?
That's a good question. I think, look, anyone can change. And I think, you're going to have to basically have a very honest moment. But it wouldn't just be Rachel. I think it would have to be the leadership team around them, who would have to say, look, we didn't really have much of a plan apart from growth feeding into public services, pretty much a 97 playbook. The world has changed. I think, we can all acknowledge that. We're going to have to change as well. There is a narrative here. The world has changed. We can't carry on as was. We will now need to change. And you're going to need to bring the British public with you on that. We did have a mandate for change. I just think the shape of that change may have to change as well.
Final question. It's been 14 years since the last Labour government. It's a long time in opposition. Has this Labour government been a disappointment?
I think some of us all kind of already knew that there were some problems in terms of how the lack of a plan and an ideology behind it, a lack of a strategy, I think, was something some of us were worried about. But they won a massive majority, a massive mandate, and you have to give people a chance. And I think we're at the point now where people can see that this isn't what we expected, and isn't what a lot of the public expected, a lot of the MPs expected. In that sense, it is a disappointment. The question now is, do we have the strength and the ability to change tack and do something with 4 years ahead of us where we can bring the British public with us? Because, tackling vested interests, and that's what we're talking about here, people who have done very well in the sixth richest economy, very wealthy, one of the most unequal economies in the Western world, are not going to roll over without a fight. But you're going to have to bring the British public with you and say to them, there are choices before us. There's going to be more austerity. Public services are going to be a problem. How are we going to reach 3% of defence spending, the pledge that Keir Starmer given? Where's that going to come from? And I think we have to look at alternatives and an alternative way of running the economy and who it works for. And that's what's before us. And if Keir and Rachel and the leadership team can do that, they've got a fighting chance. If they can't, I'm struggling, as I imagine many people are, to see how we're going to weather these next 4 years and go into an election on the mandate that we have made your lives better. I'm struggling to see that at the moment. I'm sure I'm not alone.
OK, thank you very much indeed. Clive Lewis there, Labour MP. You're watching Sky News. Coming up, the Chancellor Rachel Reeves will be facing the media following today's spring statement. We'll bring that to you live.
Paris reverberated to the sights, sounds and smells of conflict. There's a focal point to all this anger, and that is Emmanuel Macron. I'm Adam Parsons, Sky's Europe correspondent based here in Brussels. There are dozens of people desperately clambering to get onto that boat. It is a chaotic scene, but it's being watched by dozens of French police officers on the beach. I've reported on migration across Europe, close up on the ground, understanding that sense of desperation and meeting the criminal gangs behind it. This old fishing boat set off from the Libyan port of Tobruk. There were 606 people who were on board. So we've been distributing life jackets to all the people on board this boat, and now the first person is coming on board. This is the ugly side of Italian football.
In Italy, everything is really organized.
Football's problems with hooliganism, racism were just dormant, and now they're back and they're getting worse. We cover so many countries, languages and cultures and work hard to gain trust to bring you the full story first. Help is slowly reaching these places.
It's not just homes, but whole streets like this one that have been reduced to rubble and dust.
This is a picture of destruction.
Everywhere you look in this mountaintop community, there is absolute devastation.
These are the settlers in waiting, keen to start a new life, to annex Gaza for Israel.
The least we can do is just kick them out of our land.
Gaza, which is just 2 miles in that direction, is under attack again. Getting the chance to tell people's stories, it's a privilege.
We're rolling.
Welcome to the world.
Our new podcast, starting now. It's very exciting. Every week, we'll be reporting from the world's trouble spots.
We get to hold those in positions of power accountable, and we get to ask the questions that the audience, the listeners, want to know about.
And that's why it is so important that people tune in, come along for the road, come along for the journey. It'll be fun.
We've got your Sunday mornings covered. From the front page and the sounds of the streets to the voices of the people who make the major calls and big picture politics beyond Westminster. We'll put you at the heart of our story. I'm ready. Are you? Join me, Trevor Phillips, Sunday mornings on Sky News.
We are under Israeli military restrictions in terms of some of the things that we can film, but it's important to be in there. What a slow drive for the president as he approaches his golf club. 4 more years! Free wherever you get your news. I'm Mark Stone and I'm Sky's correspondent based here in Washington, D.C.
Hello and welcome back to our extended coverage of the spring statement, a bigger event than Rachel Reeves was initially planning. Lots to discuss. Here with us to try and digest what it all means, we're joined by our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates, and we are also joined by the SNP's Westminster leader, Stephen Flynn, who joins us here in the studio. Thanks for being here. What's your kind of initial reaction to what we heard?
I mean, none of it was really a surprise because we knew that Rachel Reeves had boxed herself in to such an extent that she was going to have to make some pretty drastic cuts. But nonetheless, when she's trying to tell us all the world has changed, I think for most people back home, the thing that they see is a Labour Party that's changed. A party which would normally have been standing up for working people is now ushering in an era of austerity that's going to push hundreds of thousands of people into poverty. And, you know, there's probably one man who's sitting there who's quite happy today, and that's George Osborne. I imagine he's sitting in Middle England somewhere with a big cigar thinking, I've finally got my successor. He just didn't expect that successor to be a Labour Party politician.
Now, I wouldn't usually bring this up or ask you this question, but I was quite struck by what you said at Prime Minister's Questions today. And I hope you don't mind me
it's fine,
raising it. And you talk about being disabled yourself and having a crutch when you first entered Parliament. I'll be honest, I didn't know that about yourself. Has this sort of changed the way you look at disability?
I mean, yeah. So I was disabled for 18 years. I walked with a crutch for 18 years. It was by my side. There was variations of it. That was a bit like Trigger's broom. It might have had a few replacements, but it was a mainstay in my life from my mid-teens all the way till my early 30s. And I think what you learn when you're disabled in such an obvious physical way is you learn resilience, but you also learn how fragile you can be at certain points, and you know the importance of being able to push forward physically and push yourself into doing things is hard, but being able to do it mentally is even harder. So for a lot of people who are watching us politicians make decisions about their lives, and it's been done on a spreadsheet effectively, I think we need to remember that there is people behind these numbers. And for the vast, overwhelming majority of them, they're going to be pretty scared right now as to what it means, because the people we're talking about are people who are going to be in work as well. PIP, or Adult Disability Payment as it's known in Scotland, it's not a work-related benefit, it's a disability-related benefit. And politicians in Westminster seem to have forgotten that important aspect.
You mentioned that it was a disability that was visible. Did you feel that people reacted to you in a different way then than now when you don't walk with a crutch?
Yeah, so this is probably why I don't talk about it too often. I've only ever spoken about it a couple of times, because you know I remember getting abuse in the street. I remember people stopping and shouting at me, calling me a benefits cheat. And you know when they were doing that, they were obviously doing that from, I don't know why they were doing it, but they were doing it anyway. And you know all I was reflecting on was the fact that it was me who had to miss about a year of school. It was me that had to lie there as a teenager in pain whilst all his friends were out. It was me who didn't sleep comfortably for the best part of 2 decades. And, you know, you wonder sometimes whether people really understand the impact of their words. And that's why I raised it at PMQs today, because I was at a child poverty briefing last night, and there's a chap down from Scotland who made the point to me that I said to the Prime Minister today, that 55% of kids in poverty in Scotland, someone in their household's got a disability. And how do you possibly get those kids out of poverty if you're taking even more money away from the disabled people who support them, whether that's their mum or their dad? And that was a really powerful point that was made to me last night. And, you know, it was just something that was weighing on my mind. So what better platform to use to show people that someone's on their side, and you know if that resonated with them, then good.
Yeah, thank you for talking about it. I can tell it's something that you know don't necessarily.
Taking me by surprise.
Yeah, I know,
yeah.
and I can, you know, I do appreciate it, because you know it's obviously something that you don't talk about much. So I do, you know, appreciate those words. On disability payments, I guess it's important for me to put the government's position.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
You know what they would say is we're an outlier when it comes to disability benefits, or benefits more widely. We're spending more on working age benefits than we are on education, and it's really important that they only give money to the people who really need it. What would you say to that?
So there is a difference, as I said earlier, between people who are disabled and people who are out of work. And there's been a lot of blurred lines there purposely by the Prime Minister and the DWP Secretary and the Chancellor today. Trying to encourage people back into work is one thing. Trying to say to people who are physically disabled, who can't go in the shower by themselves, that they're not going to have support, isn't the sort of society I want to be a part of. I think what the Chancellor had to do today, and should have done months ago, was revise her fiscal rules, was to revise these stringent policies she has on taxation. And I hate to say it because it was a word that wasn't mentioned in the chamber today. She should have been speaking about Brexit. She should have been talking about how do we change things so that we get some economic growth back from our relationship with the European Union. Because as we know, Brexit's been more damaging to the economy than COVID, yet it's just not spoken about anymore. So there's 3 things there that I would have done or wanted the Chancellor to do if I'd ever been in her shoes. And they just don't want to get into that space. And instead, what they've chosen to do is go after the folk who have the least. And I think for a lot of people watching, they'll be confused and disappointed by that because that's not the change they voted for.
Sam?
A lot of the government's case for doing what it's doing on welfare changes is because it thinks that there are too many people claiming that they have mental health issues and using that as a reason not to work when the government believes that they can. Do you think that there's any truth in that on behalf of the government?
You know, I was struck when I watched Wes Streeton make his re-intervention on this a couple of weeks ago by the fact that, you know, a lot of the young people that I speak to, a lot of their lives are very different to the lives that we had because of the societal pressures that are placed upon them, pressures that we all talk about in terms of social media and so on and so forth, and the impact that has. We've got the fallback from COVID. What you do with people who are struggling is you give them opportunity and you give them hope. You put an arm around them and then you try and give them that basis to know that things are going to get better. I don't feel like things are going to get better based upon today. I don't think anyone's felt like things are going to get better based upon the politics and the policies that's been coming out of Westminster for a long, long time now. And it's that structural failing within our politics which is to blame for people having poor mental health. It's not a lack of desire on behalf of these people to want to go to work. So if we get things right, if we can create jobs, opportunity, hope and aspiration, then people will respond to that. That's my view. And that's what we've got to strive for. We shouldn't be demonising these people or blaming these people for our problems. There's economic solutions that are there that could counter the problems that the government feels it has in the Treasury. Those are sensible and reasonable discussions to have on the points that I've made already. They don't want to have them. Instead, they're taking the easy course, which is very reminiscent, dare I say it, of, and I said it quite flippantly earlier, of what George Osborne and David Cameron did years ago, of saying, you know what, let's go after the easy ones and forget about the bigger issues that we've got to deal with. And that's just Westminster's mindset.
I guess that, you know, the government would come in and they would say, actually, in the near term, they're spending more money, right? You know, they're spending more on the NHS in the next couple of years.
And the additional money for the NHS is essential so that we can get more people fit to be able to get back into work. And we've had many of the same issues in Scotland, and that's why there's record funding in Scotland going into the NHS for the exact same reasons. But I think if you're a disabled person right now, you don't feel like the government's supporting you. I think if you are in one of the many unprotected budgetary departments sitting down the road in Whitehall, you're going to be a bit squeamish right now. 0.8% for most of them are a reduction. That's going to see a massive head loss count. I would suggest is going to be the outcome of that. But what we don't have, and what I certainly don't feel the Chancellor put forward today, is an overarching story of what she wants the UK economy to look like. And I don't think we've had that story for a long, long time. You know, my view and my ultimate solution in relation to that lies somewhere else. But I think for people at home, they're lacking an understanding of why things continually get worse and worse and worse, which is why I would suggest the likes of Nigel Farage is probably sitting there as happy as George Osborne today.
OK, thank you very much indeed, Stephen Flynn. Great to have you on the programme today. Well, we are, of course, counting down to the Chancellor's news conference. We're expecting that to happen in Downing Street in the next kind of 10 minutes or so. But when it does happen, of course, we'll bring that to you live. In the meantime, let's bring in Sam Coates, our Deputy Political Editor, shall we? It's interesting, isn't it, that Rachel Reeves has decided to take questions from the press on camera live today. What do you think is the tone she's going to try and strike?
So I think she's replicating a playbook that she used shortly after she came in when she announced the £22 billion black hole and did the very initial cut to the winter fuel allowance. So do a little statement in the Commons and then take some questions because she doesn't want to look like she's hiding. She accepts this has become a bigger event than she ever wanted. Originally, this was going to be called a spring forecast. There was virtually going to be any ministerial intervention, but that's just not what's happened. She has a very particular tone that she strikes that for a lot of her political career has worked a treat for her, which is to sound absolutely resolute. She does not believe in presenting as somebody who backs down or U-turns. She wants to hold firm and hold to her promises. And very often in the chamber of the House of Commons and in press conferences, that's worked very well for her. It makes her look like an Iron Chancellor, which is how she sort of talks about herself and how some of the people around her talk about her. But the problem is when being a resolute political figure starts to slide and morph into somebody who's not flexible enough for the changing circumstance. And this is where the kind of language and the actions are starting to conflict against each other because, you know, we heard in the statement this afternoon, Rachel Reeves talk about how the world has changed, how global forces, global headwinds are forcing her into doing what she's done today. But as we heard from Clive Lewis, as I've heard from other Labour MPs, there are many of them going, well, hang on, the person that needs to change, Rachel, is you. You need to look again at either your fiscal rules or the very tight sort of boundaries you put around raising taxes. You're backing everybody into a corner with some of your bad decisions, they would say, and you need to start unpicking and U-turning on some of the things that you've done.
Sometimes I always feel, I mean, sorry is not the right word, but I reflect upon the fact that the Chancellor is always the face of these difficult decisions, right? And behind them, of course, is the Prime Minister. And how much should we see this as Keir Starmer's project or is it Rachel Reeves's?
That's a brilliant question. And that's a brilliant question because the relationship...
You can come again, Sam, by the way. You're allowed to.
That's very good. Maybe it'll be a brilliant answer, but maybe not. You can review that in a moment.
Well, you know what? Maybe it will be, but we'll never find out because we've got to go and listen to Rachel Reeves.
That is the government's mission in a changing world. That is why we have invested in our NHS to cut waiting lists for 5 months in a row. Why we are rolling out breakfast clubs in every primary school in England, and why we are increasing the minimum wage by £1,400 for someone who works full-time from next week. But I know that it's not enough. The cost of living crisis is still very real for people in Britain. Global instability is holding back prosperity across the world, and countries across Europe are rightly having to spend more on defence. That is why today I have spelled out how we are going further and faster in delivering our plan for change. We are strengthening our nation's defences with £2.2 billion as a further down payment on our plans to deliver defence spending worth 2.5% of GDP by April 2027. We are seizing the opportunities of a changing world with a commitment to make Britain a defence industrial superpower, to create jobs, prosperity and opportunity in every corner of Britain. And we are getting Britain building again, with our plans to build 1.5 million new homes. The plan for change is working. The Office of Budget Responsibility has today revised down economic growth for this year, but it has upgraded growth for next year and every year after that. The economy will be larger at the end of the forecast than predicted in October. Our planning reforms alone will add £6.8 billion to the size of our economy by 2029-30. And real household disposable incomes, the money in people's pockets, will rise by £500 a year per person on average. There are no quick fixes, no shortcuts to prosperity. But we have returned stability to our economy. We have brought back security for working people, and we are delivering national renewal. Thank you very much. Right, I think I'm taking some questions. I'll start with Faisal from the BBC.
Sorry, Chancellor, thank you. The OBR has said that as a result of your welfare changes, that 250,000 people will be pushed into poverty. Is that a price worth paying for the rise in interest costs? And especially at this point, could you justify a £1 billion tax giveaway to the biggest tech multinationals in the world, or even contemplate it at a moment when so many more people are going to go into poverty?
Thank you very much for that question, Faisal. As the OBR have also set out, they haven't accounted for any change in the number of people who are on benefits today who will go into work. And they set out in the document that they produced today that they're going to do some work ahead of the budget in the autumn to analyse our plans, the £1 billion of investment that we're putting in to have guaranteed personalised and tailored support for people to get back into work. And so we're confident that the changes that we are making and the support that we're providing to get people into work will result in more people having fulfilling careers, paying decent wages. And of course, that's the best way to lift families out of poverty. In terms of tax policy, it's up to the UK government to set tax policy for the UK economy, including the digital services tax. Now, the digital services tax was supposed to be temporary until there was a global agreement as part of Pillar 1 and Pillar 2 of the OECD agreement, but we believe that companies should pay tax in the countries in which they operate, which is why we introduced the digital services tax in the first place, and our views on that have not changed. Anushka Astana from ITV.
Thank you, Chancellor. What do you say to those who say your obsession with meeting self-imposed fiscal rules are punishing the most vulnerable?
Well, look, there's nothing progressive and there's nothing Labour about losing control of the public finances. That's what the previous government did, and that saw mortgage rates, rents go through the roof. It saw prices increase. And it wasn't the wealthy who paid the price for that. It was ordinary working people and those on fixed incomes. So you call the rules self-imposed, but of course markets impose discipline, and it is important to provide an anchor for people to know that this government will ensure that we are not living beyond our means and borrowing more than we can afford. And today, because the Tories doubled the national debt, we are spending £105 billion per year on debt interest costs. That's more than we spend on defence, the Home Office and the Ministry of Justice combined. So that's why this government wants to reduce debt and reduce the deficit so that we can spend more on the people's priorities rather than more in servicing those debt interest costs. Beth Rigby from Sky.
Thank you, Chancellor. October was meant to be a once-in-a-generation budget. When you raised £40 billion in taxes, you said to people, I'm not coming back for more. But you have come back for more today. You've come back in the form of £14 billion of spending cuts. Is it time for you to level with people and admit that your plan hasn't protected them? And the truth is that you are going to have to come back for more tax rises or spending cuts in the budget in October unless you change your fiscal rules. Thanks.
The budget last October was a once-in-a-generation budget. It was needed to wipe the slate clean after 14 years of economic mismanagement and specifically the failure of the previous government to have done a spending review for so many years. And so we did have to make a number of difficult decisions on tax and welfare and on spending in the budget last year. But we have now wiped the slate clean. We'll never have to do a budget like that again. There's lots of speculation that I was going to change taxes today. The Tories were desperate to call this an emergency budget. It was far from it. We have found efficiencies in public spending. We've shifted money from ODA to defence. And of course, one of the ways that we restored the headroom was the fact that the OBR have scored one of our planning reforms, which not only results in the economy being £6.8 billion bigger by the end of the forecast, but has also provided £3.4 billion that we can use to restore that headroom. And I think that just goes to show that what I said during the election was that you can't tax and spend your way to prosperity. The previous government only knew tax and spend. They didn't know growth. We are growing the economy. The OBR have revised up every year after this one for growth and forecast that the economy will be bigger than they were envisaging in October.
So you're not coming back for more?
Well, I'm not going to write 4 years' worth of budgets. I've just delivered a spring statement today, but I think you can see through this spring statement how determined I am, how determined this government is to live within the means that we set ourselves in the budget last year and to grow our economy, because that is the way to sustainably improve living standards and have the money that we need for our public services. Ryan from The Sun.
Chancellor, more than three-quarters of that national insurance hike is set to be passed on to employees through lower wages. Is it fair to say that that rise really is a tax on working people?
Well, wages are rising at almost twice the rate of inflation. Of course, inflation fell today for the data that was published for February, while at the same time wages are increasing by 5.9%, and that's been happening for the last few months. So already working people are seeing increases in what they're taking home every month. And from next week, the national living wage goes up by 6.7%. That amounts to a pay rise worth £1,400 for somebody family who works on the national living wage full time, and that's 3 million people. So people are beginning to see in their pay packets extra money there. And of course, the OBR forecast today that by the end of this Parliament, the real household disposable income per person is set to be £500 higher than the plans we inherited from the previous Conservative government. So far from people's wages falling, as you're suggesting, wages, living standards, incomes are going up. And that's so important because I want families to have more of their own money in their pockets to spend on the things that they want to do. Joe from Bloomberg.
Chancellor, the IPS's Paul Johnson says that the £10 billion of headroom you've given yourself against your main fiscal rule leaves you once again at the mercy of events. So can you just talk us through why you didn't give yourself more headroom? And aren't we now going to face months of speculation about what taxes you might have to increase, and that'd be bad for the economy?
So when I became Chancellor, the plans that I inherited from the previous government, it had just £6.5 billion headroom. That was the lowest headroom that a Chancellor had ever given himself, had given the government, had given the country at a budget. In autumn last year, I increased the size of the headroom by around 50% to take it to £9.9 billion. And despite the fact that, as the OBR have said, 3/4 of the deterioration in the headroom reflects higher government borrowing costs, similar to what you're seeing in Germany and France, we've managed to restore all of the headroom today. There were some people who said, oh, you can wait until the autumn to restore the headroom, but I've been really clear. Stability is the #1 priority of this government because that's how you bring growth back to the economy. So we restored the headroom in full today. So people should have no doubt about my commitment and how seriously I take the fiscal rules. As I said today, they are non-negotiable. George Parker from the FT.
Chancellor, April the 2nd has been described as Liberation Day by the US President Donald Trump. How damaging would it be to the UK economy if a full-scale global trade war was unleashed on April the 2nd? And how confident are you that we might be able to negotiate a deal with the Trump administration to spare Britain from some of the worst effects of those tariffs?
Well, the OBR have set out today in their documents some different scenarios for what tariffs might mean for the UK economy. I think all of us were very pleased when our Prime Minister went to Washington just a few weeks ago to have those initial meetings with the US President. The last time Donald Trump was President of the United States, trade and investment flows between our two countries increased. 1 million British people work for American firms, and 1 million Americans work for British firms. So you can see how closely our economies are intertwined, and tariffs between our economies, increased tariffs between our economies, will damage both of our economies, and we'll continue to make those make that case for free and open trade. And let's see where we get to in the next few weeks. But I recognise how important free and open trade is, not just with the United States, although they are our biggest single trading partner, but also with the EU. And that's why I'm pleased that the summit between the UK and the EU has been organised for May this year, because we also want better trade flows between us and our nearest neighbours in Europe, particularly to help small businesses who have been tied up in red tape since the botched Brexit deal that the previous government did. Right, got time for a couple of more questions. Lady there in the second row.
Thank you, Chancellor. Jessica Frank-Hughes from City AM. The Office for Budget Responsibility has said the government's Own Employment Rights Bill is likely to have net negative economic impacts on employment, prices and productivity. Are you concerned the ABR might downgrade the UK's growth forecast based on the bill? And what do you say to those who warn this goes against your efforts to get more people into jobs?
As we grow the economy, we want ordinary working people to benefit, and that's why we are banning exploitative zero-hour contracts, fire and rehire, and also it's why we are increasing the national living wage, because we want to incentivise people to go into work and for that work to offer the security and dignity that should come from employment. Now, the OBR haven't put anything in their forecast today about the Employment Rights Bill because it's still working its way through Parliament, but we're confident that it will result in ordinary working people having more money in their pockets, but also having the security to spend that money because they don't have to worry from week to week whether they'll be in work or how many hours they'll get. Lady there.
Harriet Line, Daily Mail. Your welfare cuts will plunge 250,000 people into relative poverty, but at the same time, you've accepted lavish freebies, including £600 tickets in a VIP box to watch Sabrina Carpenter. Do you regret accepting those tickets, and will you repay the money?
The 250,000 people is based on absolutely no one going into work who was previously out of work, and yet we're putting £1 billion in for targeted employment support to get people back to work. So I'm confident that our plans, far from increasing poverty, will actually result in more people having fulfilling work, paying a decent wage to lift themselves and their families out of poverty. Now, it may come as a surprise to some of you that I'm not personally a huge Sabrina Carpenter fan, being a 46-year-old woman, but a member of my family did want to go and see that concert. I'm not in a position now that I can easily just go and sit in a concert, and some of the things that I might have been able to do in my everyday life in the past are not so easy now. And so I had advice that it would be better to be in a box. The owners of the O2 had a box, tickets that are not available to buy, and they said that I could go in there, and that was better for security reasons. I do recognise that people think that that's a bit odd, but that's the reason why I did that, rather than just being in normal seats, which, to be honest, for me and my family, would have been a lot nicer and a lot easier. Yeah, gentleman there. There's no mics, you just stand up.
Oh, sorry. Emilio from Politico.
So you're so unused to being asked, you don't even...
No, I don't know how these things work. Thank you. Yesterday, the government gave planning approval for the Lower Thames crossing. I was reading about a Chinese company that's building a massive underwater tunnel in just over a year. They've done the bit under the water already in about 110 days. Since you want to build stuff faster and get growth faster, why don't we ask these Chinese guys to come along and show us how it's done?
I don't think it's the fact that it's a Chinese company. I think it's probably more to do with the fact that they don't have such onerous rules around bats and newts and frogs or whatever. And so that's why we're reforming our planning system to make it easier to build in Britain. Now, that Lower Thames crossing, as I said in my speech in January, I do want private finance to help build that. But the best way we can get it build is to back the builders, not the blockers, and get through that bureaucracy that currently holds back far too much investment, whether it is transport, energy, or indeed housing. I'll just take maybe one more question. Yeah.
I'm Natasha Clark from LBC. Yesterday, the Deputy Prime Minister told LBC that she thought taxation was at a sweet spot. Do you agree with that?
Well, look, we had to make difficult decisions in the budget last year, including increasing taxes on some of the wealthiest and also asking businesses to pay more in tax. That was necessary to put our public finances back on a firm footing, and also to properly fund our public services. I think the most important thing is that when people pay money in tax, that we treat it with the respect that we would treat our own money. And for too long, that hasn't happened, whether it is COVID contracts that went to friends and donors of the Conservative Party, whether that was a bloated bureaucracy, quangos getting out of control. And I'm determined that when we ask people to pay tax to fund public services, it actually goes to people's priorities. More money in the NHS, more money in our schools, and crucially, in the changed world that we face today, more money in our defence. Thank you very much.
There we are, the Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, after a busy day for her, saying the cost of living crisis is very real, global instability is a huge problem, but the UK was strengthening defences, so we will be a defence industrial superpower, she said. Also talked of planning policy leading to growth, the number of homes being built. She said there are no quick fixes, no shortcuts to prosperity. Asked about the 250,000 people pushed into poverty, according to the impact statement, she said that the OBR had not taken into account those parents, in some cases, who will go into work. On sticking to the fiscal rules, she said markets impose discipline and people should know we will keep to the rules. We're reducing debt and the deficit. Then Beth Rigby said to her that the October budget was supposed to be a once-in-a-generation budget, and is it time to come clean with the public, said Beth, about problems and the likelihood of taxes down the road. No, said the Chancellor, we have found efficiencies and other ways of restoring this so-called headroom. We are growing the economy, she said. So let's go live to our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates, who is where he has been all day in Westminster. So, Sam, I mean, she's a Chancellor under pressure, very clearly, but she says no quick fixes, no shortcuts to prosperity.
There's no two ways about it, Mark. Today is a difficult day for Rachel Reeves. That's been etched on her face all day. She is absolutely insistent she's behaving along the right lines, that there's no need to change course. She's quite rigid in the way that she's approaching things. She said the plan for change is working at the start of that press conference. I have to say that tone might slightly jar with some Labour MPs as they digest some of the changes that have been announced today and over the last few days in order to beat those self-imposed borrowing rules that have now become such a feature of this government and of her chancellorship. Rachel Reeves' basic stance is that you need to do what she's doing in order to get growth. But the problem is that growth was halved this year from 2% to 1%, borrowing is up, and growth is only up minimally through the rest of this parliament. At the same time, she's had to take really difficult decisions in order to restore some of what's known as headroom, the kind of wiggle room, to make sure she doesn't breach those fiscal rules. And that involves doing things like squeezing and cutting welfare. Now, it's quite interesting. You mentioned she was asked about the government's own impact assessment on the impacts of the welfare changes, because that says that it'll push 250,000 people into poverty. And now, what's interesting, that is the government that Rachel Reeves is part of. It's her own assessment. And yet Rachel Reeves sounds like she's not terribly happy with it. She said, look, that doesn't take into account the fact that we would hope lots of people of those of those 250,000 would get jobs. It's not clear why the impact assessment doesn't make that quite as clear as ministers want to right now. Some kind of disagreement, I suspect, inside government. The question asked by Beth Rigby and other journalists in the room essentially amounted to, well, you lost your headroom once, won't it happen again? Aren't we in some kind of doom loop where the global forces that you're talking about still there between now and the autumn budget? And in the end, you've got to find another way of raising cash. Could that involve tax rises? And as you say, she very much played that down. But could that become a hostage to fortune if by the time we get to the autumn budget, if there is a global trade war, tax revenues aren't as high as they want, they're having to find money for taxes all over, for other taxes all over the place. So a defensive Rachel Reeves, justifying her decisions. I wouldn't go as far as saying that she was on the front foot and at times has looked uncomfortable today, but the really difficult bit will be facing Labour MPs over the next few days as they give their reaction to those really quite big and swinging welfare cuts that allowed Rachel Reeves' numbers to add up when she presented her statement to the Commons earlier today.